In a realm where reality merges with the mystical and the boundaries of time and space dissolve, there are individuals gifted with extraordinary sight. Clairvoyants. Embark on a captivating exploration of occult powers with William Atkinson, a visionary who delves into the deepest mysteries of the human soul. This text invites you to uncover the hidden dimensions of the psychic universe, where the mind acts as a portal to the unknown. Journey alongside Atkinson as he unravels the secrets of extrasensory perception, telepathy, and premonition. From ancient esoteric wisdom to cutting-edge scientific insights, you'll navigate the intricate pathways of human thought, seeking to comprehend the most perplexing phenomena. With poetic language and profound insight, Atkinson challenges you to push the boundaries of what is possible and venture into the farthest reaches of the mind. Get ready for an adventure filled with mystery, enlightenment, and discovery. This text won't just spark your curiosity, it will unlock a world of limitless possibilities. Step into the mesmerizing realm of clairvoyance and occult powers. Introduction. In preparing this set of lessons for Western students, I found myself obliged to follow guidelines that are exactly the opposite of those I would have chosen if these teachings were intended for Indian students. This is due to the fact that mental attitudes are too opposed between students of these two countries. The Indian student expects the teacher to positively present the principles to be covered and the methods by which these principles can manifest, often with illustrations in the form of fables or parables that link new knowledge to something already known. In reality, the Indian student never expects or demands anything in the nature of proof of principles or methods from the teachers. In fact, they would consider it an insult to the teacher to ask for such things. Therefore, they neither seek nor request specific examples or illustrations in the nature of scientific evidence or demonstrations of the principles taught. They might ask for more information, but only to clarify a point they did not understand. However, they avoid any question that might suggest a discussion, doubt about what is being taught, or a request for proof and evidence. The Western student, on the other hand, is accustomed to maintaining a skeptical attitude of the mind, the scientific posture of doubt, and the need for evidence, and the teacher who deals with them understands this. Both are accustomed to having illustrations manifest the principles addressed, but these illustrations should not be fanciful or figurative. They should instead involve real, well-authenticated cases, validated as evidence. In summary, the Western teacher is expected to actually prove their principles and methods to their students before hoping that they will be accepted in their entirety. This happens, of course, not out of real doubt or suspicion about the teacher's truthfulness or capability, but simply because the Western mind expects to question and be questioned in the teaching and learning process. Therefore, in this set of lessons, I have tried to follow the Western method rather than the Indian one. As much as possible, I have avoided affirming principles and methods and have tried to demonstrate each step of the teaching. Of course, I had to assume the existence of certain fundamental principles to avoid long and technical metaphysical and philosophical discussions. I also had to settle for the positive and simple assertion of the existence of the astral plane, the Akashic records, prana, and other concepts that are fundamental postulates of Hindu philosophy and occult science, as these are established solely through the experience of those who are capable of acting in the higher planes themselves. But beyond all that, I have tried to demonstrate each step of my teachings and methods with direct and positive evidence suited to the Western mind. In providing this scientific evidence, I have deliberately omitted, except in a few cases, mentioning occult or psychic phenomena that occurred in India and have limited myself to referring to cases that occurred in Western lands. Furthermore, I have avoided citing Hindu authorities and instead named recognized and respected figures in the West, such as the Society for Psychical Research, and scientists interested in the work of this society. In this way, I have tried to provide Western students with examples, cases, and illustrations with which they are familiar. ***. If I had mentioned cases from India, I could be accused of providing evidence that is not easily recognizable and citing people who are unknown to my readers. Naturally, there is a great deal of such cases and illustrations in India, but they are generally traditional and not available in written form, and furthermore, probably not very satisfactory for the Western student. However, I must assert that although all these cases, illustrations, and citations are purely Western, The principles they illustrate and prove are among the oldest known by Hindu occult science and philosophy. In fact, having been accepted as proven truths in India for centuries, there is not much demand for additional proof from Hindus. In the Western world, however, these things are practically new and must therefore be proven and legitimized. Consequently, as I have already said, I adjusted the framework of my teachings to fit the requirements of Western knowledge. Regarding the illustrations and cases, the citations and examples are purely Western and familiar to the student, but when it comes to the principles themselves, it is another matter. You must forgive me for stating that these are the result of Hindu thought and research, and that anyone wanting to discover their roots must then investigate around the tree of Eastern wisdom, which has withstood the storms and winds of thousands and thousands of years. The branches of this mighty tree spread widely, and there is ample space for many Western students to rest in its shade and find refuge. In these lessons, I have occasionally cited two small books titled The Astral World and The Human Aura. To those interested in these subjects, I recommend reading these texts. They are sold at a nominal price and contain much information that will be useful for the student of Hindu occult science. However, they are not necessary to complete the understanding of the topics covered in these lessons and are mentioned and recommended as supplementary reading for the student who wishes to take small side excursions outside the main journey of this teaching. I hope my students will find in the study of these lessons the pleasure and satisfaction that I had in writing them. Swami Panchadashi. Lesson 1. Astral Senses. The student of occultism is often very familiar with the common individual who adopts the usual skeptical attitude toward occult matters, an attitude expressed by an apparently intelligent comment saying that they only believe what their senses perceive. They believe that their common sense has ultimately resolved the issue, which implies that the occultist is a credulous and gullible person who believes in the existence of things contrary to sensory evidence. Although the opinion of such people is, of course, beneath the serious concern of any true student of occultism, the mental attitude of such individuals still deserves our superficial consideration, as it provides us with an objective contrast to the childish attitude of most so-called practical people regarding the question of sensory evidence. These so-called practical people have much to say about their senses. They like to talk about evidence of my senses. They also have much to say about possessing common sense, sound judgment, and often boast of having the sense of a horse, seeming to regard it as a great virtue. Alas, the claims of this class of people are often rather naive regarding matters beyond their everyday field of work and thought, and they accept without hesitation the most ridiculous teachings and dogmas from a supposed authority, while scoffing at advanced teachings that their minds cannot comprehend. Everything that seems unusual to them is considered evasive and devoid of appeal to their common sense. But it is not my intention to devote myself to discussing these insignificant minds. I have merely mentioned them to make you understand that, for many people, the idea of sense and that of senses are intimately connected. They view all knowledge and wisdom as derived from their ordinary five senses. They ignore the intuitive phases of the mind and misunderstand the higher reasoning processes. These people accept as indisputable everything their senses report. It would be heretical for them to question a sensory report. One of their favorite phrases is, "This almost makes me doubt my senses." They do not realize that at best these senses are imperfect instruments, and that the mind is constantly employed in correcting the erroneous information from the ordinary five senses, not to mention the common phenomenon of color blindness, where one color appears to be another. It is easy to verify that our senses are far from accurate. For example, we might imagine we smell or taste things that do not exist, and hypnotic subjects can see things that exist only in their imagination. The well-known experience of crossing your two forefingers and placing them on a small object like a pebble or the tip of a pencil shows us how the sense of touch can sometimes be deceptive. The many known cases of optical delusions demonstrate that even our keen sight can mislead us. Every illusionist knows how easy it is to deceive the eye through suggestion and deceptive movements. Asterisk. Perhaps the most well-known example of error in our sensory perceptions is the movement of the Earth. Each person's senses report that the Earth is a fixed and immobile body, and that the sun, moon, planets, and stars move around the Earth every 24 hours. It is only when the reports of reasoning faculties are accepted that we understand that the Earth not only rotates on its axis every 24 hours, but also orbits the Sun every 365 days, and even the Sun itself, carrying the Earth and other planets with it, moves through space towards a distant and unknown point. If there is any sensory report that would seem beyond all doubt or questioning, it would be this elementary sensory report of the firmness of the Earth beneath our feet and the movements of celestial bodies around it. And yet we know that this is merely an illusion, and that the facts are actually entirely different. Furthermore, how many people truly realize that sight perceives things upside down, and that the mind gradually acquires the technique to correct this impression? I do not claim that there are doubts about the reports of the five senses. This would be very foolish, as we all must rely on these five senses in our daily affairs, and we would harm ourselves by neglecting their reports. On the contrary, I am attempting to bring you closer to the true nature of these five senses, so that you understand what they are and what they are not, and also to help you recognize that it is not absurd to believe that there are more channels of information open to the self or soul of the person, and not just these senses. When you have a correct scientific understanding of the true nature of the ordinary five senses, you will be better able to intelligently grasp the nature of higher psychic faculties or senses, and thus be better prepared to use them. Let us therefore take a few moments to establish this fundamental knowledge in our minds. What are the five senses? Surely your first response will be seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, and touching. But this is merely a repetition of different forms of perception. What is a sense in reality? Well, the dictionary tells us that a sense is a faculty possessed by animals to perceive external objects through impressions made on certain organs of the body. When we delve into the root of the question, we find that the five senses of man are the channels through which he becomes aware of external objects. However, these senses are not merely the sensory organs. Behind the organs, there is a special order of nervous systems or brain centers that receive the messages transmitted by the organs. And behind all of this is the self, the soul, or the mind, which ultimately is the true knower. Sight is nothing more than a camera, hearing a simple receptor of sound waves. The nose a configuration of sensitive mucous membranes. The mouth and tongue containers of taste buds. The nervous system a sensitive apparatus designed to transmit messages to the body and other centers. All of this is merely part of the physical machinery that can be damaged or destroyed. Behind all this apparatus is the true knower, who uses it at his disposal. Science tells us that among all the five senses, touch or sensation is the original sense, the fundamental sense. All the others are merely modifications and specialized forms of this sense. I mention this not only as an interesting or instructive scientific fact, but also because understanding this fact will lead to a better understanding of what I will have to say about higher faculties or senses. Many forms of more primitive and simpler animal life possess only this sense, and even then, it is not very developed. The elementary form of life feels the touch of its environment and other objects that may touch it. Plants also have something similar to this sense in some cases, such as with the sensitive plant. For example, it is very well developed long before the sense of sight or light sensitivity appears in animal life. Evidence of taste and something similar to primary hearing or sensitivity to vibrations has been found. Smell has gradually developed from the sense of taste, with which it is now intimately connected. In some lower forms of animal life, the sense of smell is far more developed than in humans. Hearing evolved in its time from the primitive sensation of vibrations. Sight, the highest of the senses, appeared last and evolved from the elementary sensitivity to light. But as you can see, all these senses are merely modifications of the original sense of sensation or touch. The eyes record the touch or sensation of light waves that strike them. The ear records the touch or sensation of sound waves or vibrations coming from the air. The tongue and other taste areas record the chemical contact of particles from food or other substances that come into contact with the taste buds. The nose perceives the chemical contact of gases or fine particles of matter that touch its mucous membrane. The sensory nerves detect the presence of external objects that come into contact with the nerve endings in various parts of the skin of the body. As you can see, all these senses are limited to recording the contact or touch of external objects. But the sensory organs themselves do not perceive the presence of objects. They are mere parts of a delicate apparatus that serves to record or receive primary impressions from the outside. No matter how wonderful they are, They have analogues in human creations, such as the camera or artificial eye, the phonograph or artificial ear, the delicate chemical apparatus or artificial nose, the telegraph or artificial nerves. And that's not all. There are always nerve telegraph wires transmitting messages from the eye, ear, nose, and tongue to the brain, informing it of what has been perceived at the other end. If the nerves leading to the eye are cut, although the eye continues to record perfectly, no message will reach the brain. If the brain becomes unconscious, no message will reach the nerves connecting the eye, ear, nose, tongue, or the surface of the body. Asterisk, asterisk. There is much more to the reception of sensory messages than one might think at first glance. This means that the self, the soul, or the mind, if you prefer that term, is the true knower who becomes aware of the external world through the messages from the senses. Without these messages, the mind would be empty regarding external objects. Each separate sense represents a reduction or cut-off of a part of the self's world. Similarly, each new sense added to the list can expand and enhance the world of the self. In general, we do not pay attention to this. On the contrary, we are used to thinking that the world is filled with things and facts, and that we know almost everything. This is the reasoning of a child. They think that the world of a blind or congenitally deaf person is much smaller than that of a normal person. Likewise, consider how much larger, vaster, and more wonderful our world would seem if each of us suddenly gained a new sense. We would perceive, feel, and know much more, and we would talk about far more subjects. In reality, we are in the same position as the poor girl born blind, who thought that the color scarlet must resemble the sound of a trumpet. Poor girl could not form an idea of color because she had never seen a ray of light. She could think and speak only in terms of touch, sound, taste, and smell. If she had also been deaf, she would have been deprived of an even greater part of her world. On the other hand, suppose we had a new sense that allowed us to perceive electric waves. In that case, we could sense what is happening elsewhere, perhaps on the other side of the world or even on other planets. Or suppose we had an X-ray sense. We could see through a stone wall or into the rooms of a house. If our vision improved with a telescopic adjustment, we could see what is happening on Mars and thus send and receive communications with those living there. Or if we had a microscopic adjustment, we could see all the secrets of a drop of water, though perhaps it is for the best that we cannot. On the other hand, if we had a well-developed telepathic sense, we would perceive the thought waves of others to the point where there would be no secrets left. But this would not disrupt human life and relationships. In reality, these things would not be more wonderful than the evolution of the senses we already have. We can achieve some of these activities through devices designed by the human brain, which is merely an imitator and adapter of nature. Perhaps in another world or on another planet, there are beings with 7, 9, or 15 senses instead of the 5 poor ones we know. Who could know? But it is not necessary to exercise our imagination by thinking of beings from other planets with more senses than the inhabitants of Earth. Although, as occult teachings assert, there are beings on other planets whose senses are as superior to those of earthly humans as the senses of the latter are to those of another creature. We do not need to look so far to find cases of beings with much higher and more active faculties than those employed by ordinary humans. It is enough to consider the higher psychic faculties of man here and now to reveal new worlds. When one reaches a scientific understanding of these matters, one can appreciate that there is actually nothing supernatural about much of the vast range of marvelous experiences of men throughout time, which sensible people look upon with disdain as something strange and contrary to common sense. Observe that these experiences are as natural as those achieved by the ordinary 5 senses, although they are more superficial. There is a great difference between the supernatural and the supersensory. All occultists know that humans have other senses besides the 5 ordinary ones, although few people have developed them sufficiently to use them effectively. These supersensory senses are known to occultists as astral senses. The term astral, frequently used by all ancient and modern occultists, derives from the Greek word astra, meaning star. It is used to denote the planes of being immediately superior to the physical plane. Astral senses are, in reality, similar to the physical senses of man, and are connected to the astral body of the person in the same way that physical senses are connected to the physical body. The function of the astral senses is to allow the person to receive impressions on the astral plane. just as their physical senses allow them to receive impressions on the physical plane. On the latter plane, the mind of man receives only the sensory impressions from the physical sense organs. But when the mind functions and moves on the astral plane, it requires astral senses to receive impressions from that plane, and these, as we will see, are present. Asterisk, asterisk. Each of man's physical senses has its astral counterpart. In this way, a person potentially has the power to see, feel, taste, smell, and hear on the astral plane through their 5 astral senses. Moreover, the most advanced occultists know that humans possess 7 physical senses rather than just 5, although these additional 2 senses are not awakened in the average person. However, occultists who have reached a certain level are able to use them effectively. Even these 2 additional physical senses have their counterparts on the astral plane. People who have developed the use of their astral senses are able to receive sensory impressions from the astral plane as clearly as those from the physical plane through their bodily senses. For example, a person can perceive what is happening on the astral plane, read the Akashic records of the past, perceive events occurring in other parts of the world, witness past events, and, in cases of special development, observe the future, although this is much rarer than other forms of astral vision. Additionally, through clairaudience, a person can hear things from the astral world, whether they are past or present, and in some exceptional cases, from the future. The explanation is the same in all cases. It involves receiving vibrations on the astral plane instead of the physical plane. Similarly, the astral senses of smell, taste, and touch function. However, while there are occasional cases of astral sensation in some phases of psychic phenomena, there are no manifestations of astral smell or taste. Although astral senses are present to be used, only in cases of traveling in our astral body do the last 2 astral senses I mentioned, smell and taste, manifest. The phenomenon of telepathy or thought transfer occurs on both the physical and mental planes. On the physical plane, it is more or less spontaneous and prone to errors in its manifestation, while on the astral plane it is clear, reliable, and operates like astral vision. The ordinary person only has occasional experiences of astral perception and generally cannot experience the phenomenon voluntarily. The trained occultist, on the other hand, is able to switch from one set of senses to another with a simple act or effort of will, provided they wish to do so. Advanced occultists are capable of functioning on both the physical and astral planes simultaneously, although they generally do not have the habit of desiring this. To see astrally, the trained occultist merely changes their sensory mechanism from the physical to the astral or vice versa, much like a typist switches from lowercase to uppercase by pressing the shift key on their typewriter. Many people assume that it is necessary to travel in the astral plane in the form of an astral body to use astral senses, which is a misconception. In cases of clairvoyance, astral vision, or psychometry, the occultist remains in their physical body and perceives phenomena from the astral plane with great ease through astral senses, just as they can perceive phenomena from the physical plane using their bodily organs. In fact, in many cases it is not even necessary for the occultist to enter a trance state. Traveling in the astral body is another level of occult phenomena and is much more difficult to manifest. The student should not attempt to travel in the astral body unless they are under the guidance of a competent instructor. By observing a crystal, the occultist simply uses it to concentrate their power and focus their astral vision. There is no supernatural virtue in the crystal. It is merely a means to an end, a useful tool that helps produce certain phenomena. In psychometry, an object is used so that the occultist can make contact with the person or thing associated with it. But it is the astral senses that are used to describe the past environment of the object or the present or past actions of the analyzed person. In summary, the object is nothing more than a loose thread from the psychic skein that the psychometrist begins to wind or unwind as they see fit. Psychometry is a form of astral vision, just like the contemplation of a crystal. What is known as telekinesis or distant movement involves using the perception and action of astral will accompanied by the actual projection of a part of the astral body's substance. In the case of clairvoyance, we have an example of the simplest form of astral vision without the need for an object associated with psychometry or the focal point of the crystal. This is true not only in the ordinary form of clairvoyance, where the occultist actually sees events and facts at a distant location, but also in what is called past clairvoyance or astral vision of past events, as well as in the vision of future events, as in prophetic vision. All these forms are different manifestations of the same thing. Asterisk, asterisk. Some will surely say, these things are supernatural, far beyond the realm of natural law, and yet this man wants us to believe otherwise. My dear listeners, do not draw conclusions so quickly. What do you know about the limits of natural law and phenomena? What right do you have to claim that everything beyond your usual sensory experience is outside of nature? Do you not realize that you are attempting to impose a limit on nature, which is in reality limitless? A man from a generation earlier than ours would have said that the wonders of wireless telegraphy were something supernatural if he had been told of this possibility. Going back a bit further, the father of this man would have said the same about the telephone if someone had dared to prophesy it. Going even further back, imagine the opinion of some of the ancients of that time about the telegraph. Yet these things are merely the discovery and application of some of nature's wonderful powers and forces. It is even more absurd to suppose that nature still holds a mine of treasures to be discovered in the mind and constitution of man, just as in inorganic nature. Dear friends, these things are as natural as the physical senses and are no more miraculous. It is only the habit of one over the other that makes the astral senses seem more wondrous than the physical senses. Nature's works are all marvelous. They all exceed our absolute conception. If we reach their true essence, let us therefore keep an open mind. Lesson 2. Telepathy versus clairvoyance. In this work, I will use the term clairvoyance in a broad sense of astral perception, as opposed to perception through physical senses. As we progress, you will see the general and special meanings of the term, so there is no need to give a specific definition or illustration at this moment. By telepathy, I mean the sending and receiving of messages of thought and mental and emotional states, consciously or unconsciously, through what might be called the sixth sense. On the physical plane, there is of course a form of thought transfer, but I include it under the general term of clairvoyance, for reasons that will be explained later in the previous chapter. If you recall, I mentioned that in addition to the ordinary 5 physical senses of man, there are also 2 physical senses comparatively underdeveloped in the average person. These 2 additional physical senses are the sense of the presence of other living beings and the telepathic sense. As I also mentioned, these 2 extra physical senses have their astral counterparts. Likewise, some physical organs not recognized by physiologists or psychologists, but well recognized by all occultists, have these counterparts. I will now examine the first of the 2 extra-physical senses to clear the way for examining the distinction between ordinary telepathy and this form of clairvoyance that is its astral counterpart. There exists in every human being a sense that is not recognized as such, although almost everyone has more or less an experience related to its functioning. I refer to the sense of the presence of other living beings, which is distinct from the functioning of any of the 5 ordinary physical senses. I ask you to understand that I do not claim this sense is higher than the other 5, or that it appears in man in a higher state of evolution. On the contrary, this sense appeared in living beings at an earlier evolutionary scale. Higher forms of lower animals such as horses, dogs, and most wild beasts possess it. Wild and barbaric men have developed it more than civilized individuals. In fact, this physical sense might be considered somewhat superfluous in civilized man, as it has not been actively used for many generations. It is only the familiarity of one over the other that makes astral senses seem more wonderful than physical senses. Nature's works are all marvelous, surpassing all our absolute conceptions. If we reach their true essence, let us therefore keep an open mind. Lesson 2. Telepathy versus clairvoyance. In this work, I will use the term clairvoyance in a broad sense of astral perception, as opposed to perception through physical senses. As we progress, you will see the general and special meanings of the term, so there is no need to provide a specific definition or illustration at this moment. By telepathy, I mean the sending and receiving of messages of thought and mental and emotional states, consciously or unconsciously, through what might be called the sixth sense. On the physical plane, there is of course a form of thought transfer, but I include it under the general term of clairvoyance for reasons that will be explained later in the previous chapter. If you recall, I mentioned that in addition to the ordinary 5 physical senses of man, there are also two comparatively underdeveloped physical senses in the average person. These two additional physical senses are the sense of the presence of other living beings and the telepathic sense. As I also mentioned, these two extra physical senses have their astral counterparts. Asterisk asterisk. Likewise, some physical organs not recognized by physiologists or psychologists, but well recognized by all occultists, have these counterparts. I will now examine the first of the two extra physical senses to pave the way for examining the distinction between ordinary telepathy and this form of clairvoyance that is its astral counterpart. There exists in every human being a sense that is not recognized as such, although almost everyone has more or less an experience related to its functioning. I refer to the sense of the presence of other living beings, which is distinct from the functioning of any of the 5 ordinary physical senses. I ask you to understand that I do not claim this sense is higher than the other 5, or that it appears in man in a higher state of evolution. On the contrary, this sense appeared in living beings at an earlier evolutionary stage. Higher forms of lower animals, such as horses, dogs, and most wild beasts, possess it. Wild and barbaric men have developed it more than civilized individuals. In fact, this physical sense might be considered somewhat superfluous in civilized man, as it has not been actively used for many generations. In this regard, the physical sense of smell would also be deficient in man, while, on the other hand, in lower animals and in wild men, the sense of smell is very acute. I mention this to avoid any misunderstanding in my little book on the astral world. I said the following: all occultists know that man actually has 7 senses instead of 5, although the 2 additional senses are not sufficiently developed to be used in the average person. However, the general occultist typically deploys these senses for use. Some have interpreted this as if the occultist were developing these 2 additional physical senses along with certain higher psychic or astral faculties, but this idea is incorrect. The occultist, in this case, merely awakens these 2 senses that have nearly been lost by humanity, and does so by using and exercising them, developing them to a wonderful proficiency for use on the physical plane. In this sense, the presence of other living beings is highly developed in lower animals, particularly those whose safety depends on the awareness of the presence of their natural enemies. As might be expected, wild animals have this sense more developed than domestic animals, but even among the latter, we find examples of this sense activated, such as in dogs, horses, or geese. Who among us is not familiar with the strange actions of a dog or horse when the animal perceives the invisible presence of someone or another animal? Often, we reprimand or punish the animal for its particular actions, simply because we are unable to see what concerns it. How often does the dog suddenly start running and bristling its fur when apparently nothing is in sight or heard? How often does the horse become frightened or even panic when apparently there is nothing outside? Domestic birds, particularly geese, show anxiety in the presence of strange people or animals, even if they cannot see or hear them. It is a historical fact that once a flock of geese saved ancient Rome from an enemy attack. The night was dark and stormy, and the trained sight and keen hearing of the Roman outposts could not detect the enemy's approach. However, the geese's acute sense detected the presence of foreign men and began to honk loudly, waking the guards. Thus Rome was saved. Skeptics have attempted to explain this historical incident by suggesting that the geese heard the enemy's approach, but this explanation does not hold, as the Roman soldiers were at their posts, and the geese remained silent until they perceived the approach of the small group of enemy scouts. The ancient Romans had no doubt on the matter. They acknowledged the existence of an unusual power in the geese and credited them with the whole achievement. Hunters in wild and remote regions have reported that they often witnessed this strange ability in wild beasts, even when they could neither see nor smell the hidden hunters, as the wind was blowing in the other direction. Suddenly, one of the animals, usually an adult female, would immediately move away, and a shiver would be seen running through its body. Then it would make a faint warning sound, and the rest of the animals would move away. Most hunters have experienced observing their prey waiting, only for it to suddenly flee with a nervous twitch, without even taking the time to smell the air as usual. It is also known that many predatory animals detect the presence of their natural prey even when the wind is against them, and there is no sound or movement from the cowering, frightened animal. Some birds even seem to perceive the presence of certain worms they feed on, even if they are buried in the ground or under tree bark. Wild men also possess this developed faculty, as all travelers and explorers have observed. They are as sensitive as a wild animal in sensing the proximity of enemies, or in some cases, the approach of man-eating beasts. Asterisk, asterisk. This does not mean that these wild individuals are more developed than civilized man. Quite the opposite. The explanation is as follows. When man became civilized and was protected from wild enemies and sudden attacks from human rivals, this sense began to diminish. Eventually, after many generations, it became almost obsolete due to lack of use and ceased to inform the brain or other nerve centers. Or, if you prefer to see it from another angle, one might say that the nerve centers and the brain started paying less and less attention to the reports from this sense, relying more on sight and hearing, until consciousness could no longer be awakened. You know how your consciousness refuses to be awakened by familiar noises, like the sound of machinery in the workshop or ordinary noises in the house, even though the ears receive the sound waves. Well, that's how this neglected sense works, and for the two reasons we've mentioned, the average citizen is almost unaware of its existence. I said almost unaware because this is not entirely the case. Probably each of us has had experiences where we actually felt the presence of someone strange nearby. The effect of this sense is particularly felt in the area of the solar plexus or the pit of the stomach. It manifests as a particular and unpleasant feeling of emptiness in that region. There is a kind of unease that creates a strange disturbance, often accompanied by a sensation of goosebumps or fear along the spine. The organs that record the presence of a strange or external creature are certain nerves located on the surface of the skin, usually connected to the roots of body hairs or resting where these hairs would naturally be. In the case of hairless skin, they seem to directly inform the solar plexus, which quickly acts reflexively in other parts of the body, causing an instinctive urge to flee the location or crouch down and hide. This feeling, as one can immediately see, is a legacy from our wild ancestors, or perhaps from our ancestral roots in primitive animals. It is a very unpleasant feeling that humanity sheds due to its relative absence. I said that occultists have developed, or to be more precise, rediscovered this sense. They do so to have a harmonious and well-developed sensory system, as it enhances their overall awareness. Other knowledge that the occultist possesses neutralizes the unpleasant traits of this sense, and they often find it a very valuable complement to their senses of sight and hearing, especially in cases where people approach with rival or hostile feelings towards them. In such cases, this faculty activates in a very particular way in conjunction with the telepathic sense, which will be described later. This sense manifests to give a person a warning when someone approaches whose feelings are not friendly, regardless of how friendly their external presence may seem. These two additional senses combine to give an instinctive warning sensation that we all know by experience. This sense, just like the telepathic sense, can be practiced and developed by anyone willing to devote time and effort. The principle is very simple. It's the same as developing any of the other physical attributes, that is, use and exercise. The first step is recognizing the existence of the sense itself. The second step is paying attention to its reports, and the last is frequent use and exercise. One should consider how to develop one of the 5 ordinary senses, such as hearing, sight, or touch, then apply the same process to the practice of this additional sense or these 2 senses, and you will achieve similar results. Now let's consider the other extra-physical sense, the telepathic sense, or the sense of perceiving thought waves or emotional vibrations from other people. As strange as it may seem to some, actually to the vast majority, this telepathic faculty is not a higher sense or faculty, but is in reality a comparatively inferior sense, just like the sense we've just described. Many lower animals and primitive and wild man possess this sense to a greater degree. What is truly superior in this type of psychic phenomena is the manifestation of this higher form of telepathy using the astral counterpart of this sense, which we will consider later under the name of clairvoyance, as it is truly the particular phase of clairvoyance. As strange as it may seem, some lower animals possess a sort of telepathic sense. An animal is often aware of the feelings and intentions of other animals towards it. Domestic animals lose some of this sense due to generations of protection, while wild animals have it very well developed. But even some domestic animals possess it to some extent. This fact can be easily recognized if one has ever tried to single out a particular animal from a flock or pack. One may realize that the animal somehow sensed the decision made about it, whether the person approached stealthily or apparently disinterested, and it will start moving around the other animals, twisting in and out. In their efforts to hide, the other animals will also seem to know that this particular animal is being sought and will show little fear or suspicion towards the victim. I have seen this frequently in my country and in other places among poultry farmers. The poultry farmer will surely think, "Now I'm going to catch that black hen with yellow legs, the one that's big and clumsy," and will approach slowly, pretending disinterest. But as soon as he approaches the creatures, the black hen will move towards an outer space on the opposite side of the man. When the owner moves towards that side, he will find that the animal has mixed with the crowd, making it hard to locate. Sometimes it will try to sneak away and hide in a dark corner or behind a large object. Any poultry farmer will smile when this fact is mentioned because he knows from experience that hens have a way of sensing what is thought of them. Moreover, as any farmer knows, crows have a very strange way of perceiving the intentions of the farmer who is trying to get rid of them and show great cunning in avoiding those intentions. Asterisk, asterisk. But even though the raven is a very intelligent bird, indeed one of the wisest in the avian family, it gains its knowledge of what is happening in the human mind not only by discovering intentions, but rather through this instinctive perception of mental states. The hen, as we know well, is a very clumsy bird that shows very little intelligent activity. However, it is very quick to perceive the poultry farmer's intentions towards it, even though it generally lacks much skill in planning an intelligent escape. Every dog, cat, and horse owner has repeatedly observed this sense in these animals. Every dog senses the emotional states of its owner and also of other people. The horse knows when its owner intends to put a bridle around its neck, or when, on the contrary, the owner is merely going for a walk in the field. Cats perceive their owner's feelings and thoughts and often resist them. Of course, lower animals can only perceive basic mental states, usually emotional states, as their minds are not developed to interpret more complex mental states. Primitive men also instinctively perceive the feelings and intentions of other people. They do not reason about it, but merely sense the ideas and intentions of others. Women from lower races are more adept than men at interpreting these sensory reports. Generally speaking, women are more sensitive than men at any level of development. When we consider ordinary telepathy in civilized men, we find a more complex state. While civilized man as a whole has lost some of the rapid telepathic perception of lower races, in exceptional cases he has acquired the ability to receive and interpret more complicated forms of thought and mental states. Research by the Society for Psychical Research and also by private researchers has shown us that an image of a complex geometric design held in a person's mind can be transferred and received by another person's mind, who then reproduces the design on paper. Similarly, difficult thoughts have been transmitted and received, though these are only exceptional cases. In many situations, this sense seems almost dormant in the ordinary civilized individual, except when it wakes up at exceptional moments. However, most people have occasional manifestations of telepathy sufficient for them to realize that there is something within them. The renewed interest in the subject that has emerged in recent years has directed public attention towards telepathic phenomena, and consequently, more people are attentive to cases of thought transfer that reach them personally. It should be noted, of course, that we all constantly receive thought waves and feel their influence unconsciously. I am referring only to the conscious perception of thought waves. Many researchers have developed their telepathic sense to the point where they are sometimes able to achieve wonderful results in tests. But it has been a disappointment for many of them to discover that on other occasions, under seemingly similar conditions, their success was very limited. This is so true that many authorities have accepted the theory that telepathy is more or less spontaneous and cannot be produced at will. This theory is true to some extent, as there is an aspect that these researchers probably overlook due to their lack of knowledge of the occult principles involved in the phenomena. I'm referring to the fact that their most brilliant successes were achieved through their unconscious activation of the astral telepathic sense, the sense that the seer Harry experienced while in that state, yielding surprising results. But the next time they tried, they failed to awaken the astral sense, and therefore had to rely entirely on the physical telepathic sense, resulting in comparatively mediocre outcomes. One can understand the difference and distinction between physical sense telepathy and astral sense telepathy by carefully considering the nature of each, as I will present now. It is necessary to pay close attention to what I will say on this topic in the following pages of this chapter. One should not dismiss these explanations as tedious, for without a clear and fundamental understanding of the subject, one can never achieve better results. This is true in all phases of learning, both physical and psychic. One must start well to achieve the best goals. First of all, every thought process, emotional activity, or idea creation is accompanied by a manifestation of force. In reality, it is the result of this force. Without delving into what the mind itself is, we can firmly rely on the natural fact that any manifestation of mental or emotional activity results from an action of the brain or the nervous system, manifesting as vibrations. Just as in the case of the manifestation of electricity, where certain chemical elements are consumed or transformed, in the case of mental or emotional activity, there is a consumption or transformation of the substance comprising the nervous system. Asterisk, asterisk. When I speak of the nervous system, I include the brain, as the brain is nothing more than a part of our extensive nervous system where all emotional or mental activity manifests. Moreover, just as there is no true destruction of matter in any natural processes, since apparent destruction is nothing more than a transformation, in our case, there is a transformation of energy released during the mental or emotional process. We can better understand this idea by considering what happens during the transformation of electrical energy. For example, if a strong electric current is passed through a thin wire or carbon filament, the current transforms into light. If another type of transmission channel is used, the current transforms into heat. Electric light or heating devices are proof of this. Similarly, when electrical current is sent through space in the form of wireless waves, these waves, when they encounter certain types of devices, transform into force forms that are recorded and interpreted by the wireless operator. In the same way, telepathic energy waves are sent through the activity released during the state of thought or emotion. These waves travel in all directions, and when they encounter sufficiently sensitive physical devices to record them, they can be reproduced or transformed back into mental states or thoughts similar to those that initially emitted the thought waves. When speaking on the telephone, sound waves transform into electrical waves. These electrical waves transform through cables, and once they reach the other end of the telephone circuit, transform again into sound waves that are heard by the listener's ear. Well, when your brain sends out thought waves, they travel until they are received by another person's brain apparatus, and then they are transformed back into thoughts of the same type as those that initially emitted the thought waves. I will explain this topic further in the next chapter. I stop here to emphasize the difference between the phenomena of this form of telepathy and the higher form that is actually a phase of clairvoyance. In the case of what could be called clairvoyant telepathy or astral telepathy, ordinary thought waves play only a minor role. Instead, there is a transmission of force along the channels of the astral plane. It is almost impossible to describe the phenomena of the astral plane in physical terms. I can illustrate this subject generally by saying that it is something like the astral you extending to touch the astral me of the other person, thus actually feeling the astral activities, rather than something like waves traveling through space between brains. This is the closest I can approach the subject. Telepathy is simply a matter of transmitting and receiving waves of vibratory force that have traveled through the atmosphere between two people. But clairvoyance or astral telepathy is something similar to the mind actually extending to touch the mind of the other person and what it contains. I will explain in much greater detail how the processes of clairvoyance work as we proceed. I have limited this explanation in order to distinguish between ordinary telepathy and clairvoyance to avoid common errors. Now let us consider the phenomena of ordinary telepathy, which is already quite wondrous in itself, even though it operates on a lower plane of activity compared to its astral or clairvoyant counterpart. Lesson 3. Telepathy explained. Telepathy, meaning thought transfer, carries a misleading title. Its literal meaning is to suffer at a distance, or perhaps to feel pain at a distance. In reality, the name should indicate to know at a distance to be descriptively accurate, but since the term has acquired a meaning imposed by years of usage, it will probably continue to be understood in this way. In this manner, after all, names matter little, as long as the meaning is accepted and understood. Although the term itself has generally been used to denote the conscious and deliberate sending and receiving of thought waves, there is a much broader field of phenomena it covers. This includes the unconscious sending and receiving of mental and emotional vibrations. I will address this aspect of the subject later, after distinguishing the mechanism by which thought and emotion waves are transmitted in the previous chapter. I have emphasized that there is a manifestation of energy or force in the form of vibrations in every mental or emotional state. This is true not only in the case of deep thought or genuine feeling, but also in the case of general mental feelings and emotional states. During these manifestations, there is a radiation of mental or emotional vibrations emanating from the brain or nervous system centers in all directions, just like light and wireless electricity. The main seats or centers of these radiations are, on one hand, the different parts of the human brain, namely the cerebrum, cerebellum, and medulla oblongata, respectively, and on the other hand, the various major centers of nervous substance in the human system known as plexuses, such as the solar plexus. The vibrations resulting from emotional excitation are primarily sent from the plexuses or major centers of the sympathetic nervous system, while those from strictly mental states emanate from certain centers and points in the person's brain who manifests them. Some forms of these vibrations constitute the true essence of what is generally called human magnetism, which will be developed further. Asterisk, asterisk. I don't think it's appropriate to explain in detail the technical aspects of generating and transmitting these mental and emotional vibrations throughout these lessons. Understanding this would require technical knowledge of physiology and organic chemistry that the average person does not possess. Moreover, these details are neither interesting nor instructive for the general student of occultism. However, I find it appropriate to provide at least a brief description of how these vibratory waves are received by other individuals. Firstly, each major plexus or group of nerve ganglia is a receiving station in the human system, just as it is an emitting station. A person who manifests strong emotional excitement tends to awaken similar states in the nerve centers of others when conditions are favorable. This explains why vibrations of anger, fear, or panic are contagious. It also accounts for the strong effect of vibrations coming from nerve centers that control the reproductive system in certain cases of sexual excitement. Each human sympathetic nervous system contains numerous receiving stations where emotional vibrations are received and often transformed into similar feelings in the receiving system, unless neutralized by other mental and emotional states of the person. When we examine the mechanism by which vibrations emerge from what could be called purely mental operations of the brain, such as intellectual thought or constructive imagination, we find a more specialized arrangement. There are several minor points of reception for mental vibrations, which I do not consider useful to detail due to the technical characteristics involved. The main apparatus for receiving such mental vibrations is what is known as the pineal gland, which I will describe next. The pineal gland is a particular mass of nerve substance embedded in the human brain, near the midpoint of the skull, almost directly above the upper end of the spinal column. It has the shape of a small cone and is reddish-gray in color. It is located in front of the cerebellum and is attached to the floor of the third ventricle of the brain. It contains a small amount of particular particles of a serous substance commonly called brain sand. Its scientific name derives from its cone-like shape. Physiologists are not aware of the function of this peculiar organ and generally state that its functions are not understood. However, occultists know that the pineal gland, with its particular arrangement of nerve cell corpuscles and tiny grains of brain sand, is the physical instrument for telepathic reception. Studies on wireless telegraphy have noted a striking similarity between the pineal gland and a part of the receiver instrument used in this type of telegraphy. The thought vibrations that contact the recipient's nervous system establish a particular vibration in the substance of the pineal gland, and this is how the first stage of transforming these vibrations into thought forms in a person's mind occurs. The rest of the process is too technical from both a physiological and occult perspective to be treated in detail in this text. The student will benefit from understanding the workings of wireless telegraphy, as it provides a good grasp of how ordinary telepathy functions, without needing complex diagrams and technical descriptions. Now let us examine what results from sending and receiving these mental and emotional waves of force and energy. I assure you, this is a very interesting subject, although phenomena from the astral plane are likely more fascinating to the average student. I want to emphasize the importance of mastering the occult phenomena of the physical plane before moving on to those of the higher planes. First, as all occultists know, each person is constantly surrounded by what is called an aura, composed of mental and emotional vibrations emanating from their personality. The atmosphere of each person depends on the general character of their thoughts and feelings. Therefore, since no two people are exactly alike in character, it follows that there are no two identical personal atmospheres. Each individual has their own psychic atmosphere. These atmospheric vibrations do not extend very far from the person's presence, and thus never affect those who come near them. Asterisk asterisk. Similarly, each group or crowd of people has its own psychic atmosphere, composed of a blend of the individual psychic atmospheres of all the people in a community, group or assembly, and it represents the general average of the crowd's thoughts and feelings. There are no two identical group atmospheres for the same reason. There are no two groups of people, large or small, that are exactly alike. Actors know that each audience they face has its own psychic atmosphere and is affected by it. Preachers, lawyers, and speakers in general are very aware of this and openly admit it, even if they do not understand the causes or the laws governing the phenomenon. Following the same psychic law, it can be observed that each nation, city, or even each small village or section of a large city has its own distinctive psychic atmosphere, which is very perceptible to strangers visiting the place and affects those who begin to linger there. In large cities, it has been observed that each building has its own particular vibrations, which result from the general character of those who occupy it. Different church buildings also reflect the character of the general habits of thought and feeling of those who worship there. Similarly, some shopping streets have pleasant or unpleasant vibrations in their atmosphere due to the same causes. Everyone recognizes the truth of these observations, although few are able to explain the facts scientifically. The novice studying psychic phenomena often wonders how these things occur when the thought that caused the vibrations has long since disappeared. The explanation is simple when clearly presented. It is something similar to the way heat remains in a room after the radiator has stopped emitting heat waves. Likewise, thought and feeling vibrations persist long after the thought or feeling has vanished. Or, if one prefers a more concrete example, it is like when a bottle of perfume has been opened in a room and after being removed, the air remains charged with the scent for a long time. Thus, as you can see, the same principle applies to psychic vibrations. A person possesses the general atmosphere of their most significant mental and emotional vibrations, and in the same way, a house, store, church, street, village, or city is imbued with the psychic vibrations of those who have been there. Almost everyone notices the different sensation they experience when entering an unfamiliar house, apartment, store, or church. Each place has a different psychic effect, and thus each person creates their own psychic effect on those who come into contact with them, or who come into their presence or proximity. The next thoughtful question for the beginning student is, if people are constantly emitting psychic vibrations and they persist for some time, why are we not overwhelmed by their force, and why are they not all mixed together to lose their effect? I will address this important question below. Firstly, although we are constantly affected by the multitude of psychic vibrations we encounter, most of them do not consciously impress us. For example, consider the small amount of sounds or images from a busy street that are imprinted on our consciousness. We only hear and see a few things that catch our attention or interest. The rest escapes us, even though our eyes and ears fully receive them. In the same way, only the strongest vibrations impress us, and only those that we have attracted to ourselves or that best match our own preferences. Secondly, the effect of certain thought vibrations is neutralized by the effect of opposing vibrations. Just as a mixture of black and white produces the neutral color gray, two currents of opposing thought vibrations tend to merge into a neutral vibration that has little or no effect on those exposed to it. Many examples of this can be found in the material world. For instance, a mixture of hot and cold water would produce a lukewarm neutral liquid that is neither hot nor cold. Similarly, two things with opposing tastes, when mixed, will produce a neutral taste that has little effect on someone. The principle is universal and can be easily understood. Asterisk. Thirdly, there is what we might call an affinity between thoughts and feelings of similar character. Not only do similar thought vibrations tend to merge and combine, but furthermore, each of us attracts the vibrations of thoughts that are generally in harmony with the thoughts of our own mind, or the feelings of our own nature. Just as like attracts like, similarly, the character of our thoughts and feelings acts to repel vibrations of opposing or disharmonious thoughts and emotions. As all occultists know, everyone attracts thought vibrations that are harmonious and also rejects thought vibrations that are not harmonious. These are the general laws and principles governing the phenomena belonging to this phase of telepathic vibrations. There is more to be said on the subject, of course. By paying attention to the principles and laws of manifestation we have just mentioned, one can reason correctly about any phase of such phenomena. Once a general rule is learned, the rest becomes a simple matter of application and interpretation. Now let us consider other phases that are also part of the general subject of telepathic influence. We come now to the stage of what might be called direct telepathy. That is, when one consciously and deliberately directs a thought towards another person. There are many interesting cases of this type, where people think intensely about others, and then those others say things like, "I was thinking intensely about you at such a time." In some of these cases, it is difficult to determine who began thinking of the other first. Similarly, how many times have we thought of someone only to have them suddenly appear unexpectedly? And also, have we ever thought intensely and seriously about a particular subject, only to discover that other people with whom we are involved suddenly begin talking to us about the same thing? These cases are too common to be ignored. There is something more deliberate and intentional in this kind of phenomena, where we intensely desire a certain person to do something, and then we suddenly find that this person did it a few years ago. A very popular writer once wrote an article in which he mentioned an incident he considered a curious case of some form of mental or telepathic influence. He claimed to have discovered that if he sat down and carefully wrote a letter to someone he had not heard from for a long time, and then destroyed the letter instead of sending it, he was almost sure to receive a letter from that person within a few days. He did not attempt to explain the phenomenon, but merely drew his reader's attention to this situation. Many people followed this suggestion with some very remarkable results. However, there is nothing miraculous or supernatural in these events. It is a phase of telepathy. The concentrated thought of the letter writer is directed towards the other person, who begins to think about him, then gets the idea to write and actually does so. Distance, space, and direction are irrelevant in this experience. In fact, it is not even necessary to know where the second person is. Often, they are people whose psychic harmony is so closely related that they are able to ask questions and receive answers from each other despite great distances. In other cases, there is better psychic harmony between the same individuals and not with others who are nearby. All of this, of course, affects the development of the experience. It is astonishing the wonderful results that a person of average intelligence can achieve with this sense after careful, patient, and responsible practice. However, there have been phenomena achieved after a long series of careful experiments that are in some ways more wonderful than the experiences we have just mentioned and involve less randomness. I am referring to the experiments conducted by a group of serious and cautious scientific students who took precautions against excessive enthusiasm, fraud, and coincidence. Among these studies, those conducted by the Society for Psychical Research in England stand out and have established a solid foundation for other researchers to continue working on the subject following their general methods. In the next chapter, I will provide a more extensive exposition of the results of these researches, as this information is of paramount importance for any student of psychic phenomena, not only because it establishes a solid scientific foundation for their studies and beliefs, but also because it provides important information that can be applied in the development of their own experimental work. I must mention that the research on telepathy and other similar subjects sponsored by the society we have just mentioned was conducted by men with careful scientific training, extensive experience, and under the general supervision and approval of the Society's officials, among whom were eminent individuals such as Professor Henry Sidgwick of the University of Cambridge, Professor Bedford Stewart, member of the Royal Society of England, the Honourable A.J. Balfour, prominent English statesman, Professor William James, eminent American psychologist, Sir William Crookes, distinguished chemist and discoverer of the physical laws who invented the famous Crookes tubes without which the discovery of X-rays or radioactivity would have been impossible. Frederick W. H. Myers, the renowned explorer of astral planes and writer on psychic phenomena. Sir Oliver Lodge, the popular English scientist, and other high-level men with great international reputations. Asterisk, asterisk. The character of these individuals imbues the work of the Society with a seal of honesty and scientific precision. To understand the spirit that animated these scientific researchers in their exploration of this new and strange area of nature, it is necessary to read carefully the following words from Sir William's presidential address to the Royal Society in Bristol, England, in 1898. It should be remembered that this speech was delivered to an assembly of distinguished scientists, many of whom were rank materialists and quite skeptical of all occult phenomena, about 20 years ago. Before this meeting, as his president states, he declared the following: "If I were now to introduce these investigations for the first time into the world of science, I would choose a different starting point from the one I previously selected. It would be good to start with telepathy. With this fundamental law where thoughts and images can be transferred from one mind to another without the intervention of the recognized organs of the senses, and where knowledge can enter the human mind without being communicated in any known or recognized manner. If telepathy occurs, we have two physical facts: the material change in the brain of A, who is the suggester, and the analogous physical change in the brain of B, who is the recipient of the suggestion. Between these two material facts there must exist a chain of physical causes. It is not scientific to resort to the help of mysterious interventions when, with every new advance in knowledge, it is demonstrated that vibrations possess powers and attributes abundantly capable of fulfilling any demand, including the transmission of thought. Some philosophers suppose that the essential cells of the nerves do not actually touch, but are separated by a fine gap that widens during sleep, while it thins almost to disappearance during mental activity. This condition is very similar to a Branly coherer, or a similar device that led to the discovery of wireless telegraphy, thus suggesting an additional analogy. Given that the structure of the brain and nerves is similar, it can be understood that there are groups of these nerve coherers in the brain whose function is to receive impulses from the outside through the sequence of atmospheric wave connections, which are of an appropriate magnitude that has familiarized us with an order of vibrations of extreme minuteness. In comparison with the smallest waves we have been in contact with so far, there is no reason to assume that we have reached the limit of frequency here. It is known that the action of thought is accompanied by certain molecular movements in the brain, and here we have physical vibrations capable, due to their extreme minuteness, of acting directly on individual molecules, while their speed approaches that of the internal and external movements of the atoms themselves. A formidable variety of phenomena must be scientifically selected before we effectively understand such a strange, perplexing faculty that has been so inscrutable for years as the direct action of the mind on itself. In ancient times of the Egyptians, a well-known inscription is carved on the portal of the Temple of Isis. "I am all that has been, is and will be forever. No man has yet been able to lift my veil." This is not how modern seekers of truth confront nature, the word representing the perplexing mysteries of the universe with firmness. Without hesitation, we strive to enter the most intimate heart of nature, from what is to reconstruct what has been and prophesy what will be. We have lifted one veil after another, and its face shows more beautiful, venerable, and wonderful with each barrier removed. One can appreciate that this speech, made nearly 20 years ago from the perspective of physical science, is in full agreement with the ideas of occultism, as old as the hills and mountains, and yet the speaker had prepared the idea independently. He also explored higher forms of psychic phenomena, with results that astonished the world, but it can be noted that he does not try to give a different credit to the physical laws for ordinary telepathic phenomena. And he was completely right about this, as noted. He avoids the common mistake of confusing physical sense phenomena with those of astral senses, each plane having its own phenomena, and each class being certainly very marvelous. Again, it must be remembered that physical and astral phenomena are purely natural, so there is no need to seek a supernatural organism to explain them. Lesson 4. Scientific Telepathy. Researchers of the Society for Psychical Research in England began by giving a broad definition of telepathy, which is as follows: Telepathy is the communication of any type of impressions from one thought to another, regardless of the recognized channels of the senses. They adopted the rational position that the actual distance between the sender and the receiver of the telepathic message is immaterial, and what is necessary is a separation of the two individuals that ensures that no known sensory operation can eliminate the space between them. They wisely argued that telepathy between two people in the same room is equivalent to that of two people located at opposite ends of the world. The researchers then rejected all cases of thought transmission where there was any muscular contact between the sender and the receiver, asserting that there could always be a possibility of fraud, deception, or unconscious muscular action on the part of the sender. They required an absolute and real separation of the two people so that their experiments would have no suspicion, which was wise, since even though there is undeniably psychic communication, in cases where there is a slight physical connection between the two people, as I will explain later, the element of doubt or suspicion must still be completely eliminated from a scientific test for it to be valid and reliable. Therefore, they limited their telepathy research to two categories. The first involved those who performed actions without physical contact with the desired person, and the second involved those who guessed a number, a word, or a card without using any of the ordinary means of communication. The researchers recognized the possibility that in the first of the two mentioned classes of experiments, one might suspect fraud, deception, or unconscious suggestion regarding the movement of the eyes of the subject or a member of the subject, which might be used, perhaps unconsciously, by the receiver to guide them to the object that was thought of by the sender. They attempted to overcome this difficulty by blindfolding the perceiver and placing objects over their ears to muffle sound, but they ultimately concluded that even these precautions might be insufficient, and thus focused their attention on the second class of experiments, in which all ordinary means of communication between the projector and the receiver were impossible. They took precautions to limit the experiment to a small number of highly reputable scientific researchers, well known to each other, to avoid a confusing or erratic company. One of the first series of investigations conducted by these special committees of researchers was that of Reverend A.M. Creary's family in Derbyshire, England. The children of this family had acquired a great reputation in the game of guessing, in which one of the younger children, previously placed outside the room, would return and try to guess the name or location of an object that the group had hidden during their absence. The results were very interesting and quite satisfactory, and were frequently mentioned in written works on the subject. I think it would be good to provide the results of this series of experiments in some detail, as they form a basis for future work of those who read these lessons. Professor W.F.F., Professor of Physics at the Royal College of Science in Ireland, conducted most of the experiments. The report to the Society states the following. We began by selecting the simplest objects in the room. Then we chose names of cities, people, dates, cards from a deck of cards, or verses from different poems. Essentially anything or a series of ideas that the participants could consistently keep in their minds. The children rarely made mistakes. I received 17 cards chosen by me correctly named in their session without any errors. We quickly realized that it depended a lot on the consistency with which the ideas were maintained in the minds of the thinkers and the energy with which they wished these ideas to pass. I can say that this ability is not at all limited to family members. It is much more general than we imagine. To verify this conclusion, I invited the two sons of a neighbor to join our experiments, achieving excellent results with them. The report describes the methods of the experiments as follows. The research was conducted at Mr. Gregory's house and partly in the hotel rooms occupied by some members of our team. After randomly selecting a child to be taken out of the room and waited at a certain distance, we would choose a deck of cards or write on paper the name of a number that came to mind at that moment. Generally, but not always, we showed it to the family members present in the room, although sometimes there were no family members and we were completely alone. Then we would call the child, and one of us would always ensure that when the door opened suddenly, it was at a considerable distance, although this was generally a superficial concern, as our habit was to avoid any expression of what was chosen. Upon returning, the child was placed next to us, facing the wall, eyes down and generally away from the family for a period of silence, ranging from a few seconds to a minute, until they were called by a number, a card, or something else. In the early experiments of guessing object names, the child correctly guessed 6 out of 14 objects. Then they guessed the names of small things held in their hands, one of the committee members, 5 times out of 6. They guessed fictional names chosen by the committee, 5 times out of 10 in the first trial. Then the committee challenged them by writing the name of a randomly chosen object from the house, and after everyone had intensely thought about the object, they called the child and asked them to try to find the thought of object, continuing, of course, to concentrate the thought during the search. The result is described as follows. Thus I noted, among other things, a hairbrush, an orange, a wineglass, an apple, and so on, until the child selected and found many objects, ignoring the details of many other experiments. The committee obtained the following remarkable results. In total, 382 trials were conducted in this series. ***. In the case of alphabet letters, playing cards, and 2-digit numbers, the chances of success on a first attempt would naturally be 25 to 1, 52 to 1, and 89 to 1, respectively. For family names, the odds would, of course, be much higher. Playing cards were very frequently used, and the probabilities in their situation could be taken as a fair average sample, according to which, in a full series of 382 trials, the average number of successes on the first attempt by an ordinary guesser would be 7 1/3. From our trials, 127 were successes on the first attempt, 56 on the second, and 19 on the third, making a total of 202 out of 382 possible. One should consider the following. While the law of averages required only 7 1/3 successes on the first attempt, the children achieved 127, which with a second and third attempt raised the total to 202. As can be seen, this makes the question completely beyond the possibility of coincidence or mathematical probability. But that was not all. Listen to the committee's report on this point. The following result was from one of the series. The selected object was not revealed to any of the family members, and 5 consecutive cards were correctly named on the first attempt. The odds of this happening once in a series were considerably over 1,000,000 to 1. There were other similar tests, the 2 longest being 8 consecutive successes, one with cards and the other with names. Where the unfavorable odds in the first case were over 142 million to 1, and in the other something unimaginably greater, the opinion of prominent mathematicians who examined the previous results is that the hypothesis of mere coincidence is practically excluded in the scientific consideration of this issue. The committee points out that in many important tests, no member of the Creary family knew the selected object, and that consequently, the hypothesis of fraud or deception is absolutely ruled out. The committee concluded that the phenomenon was authentic and real telepathy. Professor Beaufort Stewart, who was present at some of these experiments but was not a committee member, expressed his great surprise at some of the results and reports the following. The thought reader was on the other side of a door. The object in the house that was being thought of was written on a paper and silently handed to the people present in the room. Then, the thought reader was called, and within a minute, the answer was given. First, concrete objects in the room were thought of, and in most cases the responses were correct. Next, numbers were thought of, and the responses were generally correct, though there were some errors. Then, city names were thought of, and a good number of them were correct. Following that, strange names were thought of. I was asked to think of some obscure names, write them down, and hand them to the group. I thought of and wrote down Bluebeard, Tom Thumb, Cinderella, and all the responses were correct. The committee also conducted several experiments with other recipients with very satisfactory results. Colors were guessed correctly with a success rate far above average or probable numbers. Names of cities from around the world were correctly guessed with a wonderful degree of success. But perhaps the most astonishing was the accurate reproduction of diagrams of figures and geometric shapes. In one case, the receiver in a series of 9 trials managed to draw all of them correctly, although they often reversed them, with the top side down and the right side to the left. The Society published these diagrams in its illustrated reports and succeeded in convincing even the most skeptical critic. Some of the diagrams were quite complex, unusual, or even grotesque, yet they were reproduced with wonderful accuracy without any doubt, but in a deliberate and continuous manner, as if the receiver was truly copying a drawing by sight. Similar results were obtained by other researchers who followed. The example of this original work shows how the phenomenon of telepathy is supported by scientific authority, no longer considered to be within the realm of the supernatural or the strange. As Camille, the eminent French scientist, said, "The action of one mind on another at a distance, the transmission of thought, mental suggestion, and communication at a distance are more extraordinary than the attraction of a magnet on iron, than the influence of the moon on the sea, than the transmission of the human voice by electricity, than the revolution of the chemical constituents of a star by analyzing its light, or even than all the wonders of contemporary science." These psychic communications are of a higher order and may lead us to a type of knowledge of human nature. What is true is that telepathy can and must now be considered by science as an indisputable reality, that minds are capable of acting on one another without the intervention of the senses, that psychic force exists, though its nature is still unknown. We say that this force is psychic rather than physical, physiological, chemical, or mechanical, as it produces and transmits ideas and thoughts and manifests itself without the cooperation of our senses, between souls, from mind to mind. In addition to studying the aforementioned classes of telepathic phenomena, the Society for Psychical Research in England has investigated many important cases of a higher phase of telepathy. They have recorded the accounts of individuals deemed responsible, examined them thoroughly, and then interviewed witnesses of the strange phenomena. The record of these experiences and research forms a considerable number of books and reports from the Society that are worth reading by all students of the subject. They can be found in libraries in almost every major city. However, I will select a few of the most interesting cases to give my students an idea of the nature of the phenomena studied and considered authentic by the committees investigating this form of telepathy. An interesting case of spontaneous telepathy is reported by Dr. Ida as follows. There is a house near mine, inhabited by ladies who are friends of our family. They have a large alarm bell outside the house. One night I suddenly woke up and said to my wife, "I'm sure I hear Mrs. F's alarm bell." After listening for a while without hearing anything, I went back to sleep. The next day, Mrs. F called my wife and said, "Last night we were anxious to see your husband because we were alarmed by burglars. We were all awake, and I was about to pull the alarm bell, waiting for you to hear it, saying to my daughters, 'I'm sure he will soon bring Dr. Eddy, but we didn't do it.' My wife asked me what time this happened, and Mrs. F said it was around 1:30. At that time I had woken up thinking I had heard the bell. In this case, ordinary telepathy on the physical plane simply manifested. Had the bell actually rung and I had heard it psychically, it would have been a case of hearing on the astral plane known as clairaudience. However, Mrs. F's simple thought and her strong idea of ringing the bell caused a transmission of thought waves that struck Dr. Eddy forcefully and woke him up. This situation is interesting because it is typical of many similar cases in the experience of many people. It can be appreciated that a strong feeling or excitement, accompanied by a powerful desire or will to bring another person, can endow the thought waves emitted with great power and effect. They strike the recipient's mind like the sudden ringing of an alarm bell. Another interesting case involves two ladies, both well known to the members of the Commission, and verified with strict accuracy. This case is unusual because two different people received the thought waves simultaneously. Here is a summary of the case. Mrs. G and her sister had spent the night with their mother, who was in poor health and in a bad mood. In the middle of the night, the sister woke up frightened and told her husband, "I must go see my mother immediately. Ask for the car. I'm sure she is ill." On the way to their mother's house, where two roads converge, she saw Mrs. G's car approaching. When they met, each asked the other why she was there. They both recounted the same experience and what they felt. Upon arriving at their mother's house, they discovered that she was dying and had expressed a powerful desire to see them for some time. Another similar case is that of the Multan attack, where Division General R, then a regimental aide-de-camp, was seriously wounded and thought he was dying. He asked for his ring to be removed from his finger and sent to his wife. At the same time, his wife was 240 kilometers away, lying in bed in a state between wakefulness and sleep. She saw her husband out of the battlefield and heard his voice saying, "Remove this ring from my finger and send it to my wife." This case exhibits characteristics of very strong telepathy, but also strangely resembles clairvoyance, accompanied by clairaudience. Or perhaps it is a combination of telepathy and clairvoyance. It is impossible to determine which one without more detailed information. Messages from deceased persons, or those believed to be near death, often carry a lot of force for reasons well known to occultists. But there is nothing supernatural in these phenomena, and in most cases it is a case of strong telepathy. The Society also reports the following case. An individual was awake and had a strong desire to communicate with two friends who were sleeping at that hour, 1 o'clock in the morning. A few days later, when he met them, they both told him that at 1 o'clock in the morning they had woken up with the impression that he was in their room. The experience was so real that they could not go back to sleep for some time and looked at their watches to note the time. Cases of this type are quite common, and people who have experienced them have had good results with this phase of thought transfer. It is worth noting that in most of these cases, there is no actual projection of the astral body, but simply a strong impression caused by concentrated thought. Another interesting case is that of the late Bishop Wilberforce, recorded in his biography. The story is as follows. The bishop was in his Kudelson library with 3 or 4 of his clerks at the same table. Suddenly the bishop put his head in his hands and exclaimed, "I am sure something has happened to one of my sons." Later it turned out that, just at that moment, his eldest son had been seriously injured in an accident aboard his boat while the son was at sea. The bishop himself mentioned the circumstance in a letter to Miss Noel, saying, "It is very curious that at the time of the accident I was so dominated by the idea that some misfortune had befallen my son Herbert, that I eventually noted that I was unable to shake off the impression that something had happened to him, and I wrote it down to remember it later." This case is not unusual, as it has repeated in the lives of many people. Its main importance lies in the fact that it is recorded by a man of great reputation and high rank, and also because the bishop had the foresight to note the event at the very moment he felt it, instead of just remembering it after learning of the accident. It can be observed that in many cases of this type, the phenomenon approaches the aspect of true clairvoyance or astral perception. In certain situations, there seems to be a blend of telepathy and astral clairvoyance. In fact, there is very little difference between the higher stages of ordinary telepathy and the more common stages of clairvoyance. Here, as in many other cases with natural forces, there seems to be a gradual blend rather than a clear demarcation between the two types of phenomena. Moreover, a student developing their telepathic powers will find that over time, they will begin to occasionally manifest flashes of clairvoyance. In telepathy, the receiver only perceives what is in the mind of the sender. In some cases, an image in the sender's mind may be seen by the receiver and confused with a case of pure clairvoyance. But upon closer examination, it becomes evident that the actual scene was slightly different from the impression, in which case it is shown that the impression was simply telepathic. Clairvoyant vision shows the scene as it actually is, or rather as the receiver would have seen it with physical sight. Astral vision actually sees the scene and is not limited to receiving the mental impression from the sender. The former is an original vision, the latter a simple reproduction of images already present in the sender's mind and colored by their personality. In the next lesson, I will propose a series of exercises and methods designed to develop telepathic powers. Practicing these will be both interesting and entertaining, while being highly instructive. As one practices the proposed exercises, one will become increasingly skilled and proficient in producing telepathic phenomena. From the lower stages, one can progress to the higher stages and, over time, be surprised to find almost unconsciously that one has moved to the stage where there are fewer occasional manifestations of clairvoyance or psychometry. In reality, there is no better method known to practical occultists for developing clairvoyant powers in a student than this method of introducing the student to exercises designed to develop telepathic power. It has been proven over centuries of experience that a student who systematically develops telepathic power will gradually develop and evolve toward clairvoyant and psychometric abilities. This is the first rung on the ladder of psychic development. Under the title of clairvoyance, methods and exercises will be proposed to develop clairvoyant powers, some of which are very valuable and effective. However, despite this, I believe it is necessary to emphasize the importance of laying a solid foundation for this instruction by first developing in the line of telepathic power. This course will not only enhance the powers of receptivity to the vibrations you wish to receive, but will also train the mind to translate, interpret, and record these impressions. It is important to remember that mastery of a mental art is achieved only through training the attention to focus on a task. The same applies to clairvoyance and psychometry. Telepathy trains your attention to focus on receiving impressions and to hold them firmly and clearly in consciousness. The real result of developing clairvoyant receptivity is that the attention is trained to perform the necessary work. It is needless to mention the advantage this provides over the clairvoyant who has not received such training, as this can be anticipated with common sense. Therefore, telepathy training will continue, not only limited to itself, but also as a preparation for higher stages. Lesson 5. Mind reading and beyond. The simplest forms of telepathic phenomena have been called mind reading, and some have considered them to be something that does not belong to real telepathy. This latter impression has been reinforced by the fact that there have been many spectacular demonstrations of pseudo-mind reading, that is, imitation or falsification of mind reading, in which results are obtained through deception, fraud, or clever tricks. But despite this, true mind reading is a phase of true telepathy. What is generally referred to as mind reading can be divided into two classes. The first involves a real physical contact between the sender and the receiver, and the second involves no real physical contact, although there is a very close relationship between the two parties, as in the case of will play. The first class includes all cases where the sender has contact with the receiver, or is at least connected to them through a material object. The second class includes cases where the receiver is searching for an object that is thought of by either a single sender or by several people in the same room. It should be noted that these two classes have been omitted in the experiments of the Society for Psychical Research due to the high possibility of fraud or deception. However, the student will benefit if they acquire skill in manifesting this form of telepathy, not only for their personal benefit, but also because it leads them to a higher development. In the case of the first class of mind reading, that is, where there is real physical contact between the sender and the receiver, some authorities have tended to explain all this through the theory of unconscious muscular impulse of the sender. However, those who have studied this subject with great care and who have themselves performed activities in this class of mind reading know that there is much more to it than that. Those familiar with the subject know that there is a deliberate transfer of mental waves from the sender to the receiver, and that the receiver truly feels when they hit their mental receiving apparatus. The difference between this and the higher forms of telepathy is that in the former, thought currents generally travel along the nerves of the system rather than jumping across space between the two people. Anyone who has conducted this type of experiment knows that sometimes there is a shift or change in the transmission of thought currents. For a while, you may feel the thought waves flowing along the nerves of your hands and arms, until suddenly this ceases and you experience the flow of the current directly from one brain to another. It is impossible to describe this sensation in words for those who have never experienced it, but those who have will immediately recognize what I mean by this statement. It is a sensation different from any other in human life, and must be experienced to be truly understood. The most appropriate analogy I can offer is the sensation felt when a person whom you thought you had forgotten and have searched for a long time suddenly appears or emerges in your consciousness, feeling as though coming from somewhere outside the conscious field. Well, in the case of the thought current, the sensation is very similar, but there is a more complete sense of the externality of the source of the thought. To better understand the distinction between the two classes of mind reading, one can compare them to ordinary telegraphy that works through cables, and the other to wireless telegraphy. The force is the same in both cases, and the difference lies simply in the details of transmission. It is important to anchor this idea in the mind to avoid confusion, and to always have the correct concept of any type of mind reading or telepathy case. However, it is essential to remember that there are cases where there is a combination of both methods of transmission, either simultaneously or transitioning from one to the other. It is important to remind the student that they will learn more deeply by reading a half-dozen real mind-reading experiences than by reading a dozen theoretical books on the subject. Consulting books is good for setting correct concepts in the mind and also for learning the best methods explained by the most experienced in the field. But true knowledge of the subject is acquired only through actual experience. Therefore, I will provide advice and instructions on actual experimental work. The student should start by becoming a good receiver, that is, a good mind reader, by allowing others to play the role of the sender. Later, you can take on the role of sender if you wish, but the real fine work is done by the receiver. For this reason, it is the role the student must learn to interpret through frequent practice. It is recommended to start experiments with close friends who are interested in the subject. Initial tests with people with whom you do not have a good relationship should be avoided, and those who disdain the general subject of telepathy and its associated concepts should be avoided as much as possible. Indeed, one must become particularly sensitive to succeed in a mind-reading test, and one will be influenced by the mental attitude of those around them at that time, so it is best to surround oneself with pleasant and friendly people. You will find that there is a significant difference between different people tested as senders. Some will be more attuned, meaning more sympathetic, than others, who might also be good friends. Attunement specifically means vibrational harmony. When two people are in harmony with each other, they are like two perfectly tuned wireless telegraphy instruments. In these cases, the best results are obtained. Over time, you can learn to distinguish the degree of rapport between different people. This condition can be felt very early on. Initially, it is good to try with different people one after the other in each mind-reading experiment to select the best and also to learn the sensation of different degrees of rapport. Even in cases where understanding conditions are good, it is very beneficial to establish a unique rhythm between the two. This is done by breathing simultaneously for a few moments. Both people should do this by mentally counting 1, 2, 3, 4, like the regular ticking of a clock. Both people should synchronize in this counting until their minds work in rhythmic harmony. Then, while breathing in unison, they mentally count together to breathe in sync. Mentally count 1, 2, 3, 4 while inhaling, 1, 2, holding the breath, 1, 2, and then exhaling or blowing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Try this several times, and you will see that a similar rhythm is established between the two people. As the experiment progresses, if good conditions are not met, take a break for a few moments and re-establish the appropriate rhythmic harmony. For this method, start by asking the sender to select a prominent object in the room, such as a chair or a table, and then ask the other person to hold their left hand with their right hand. The other person should raise the left hand held by the right hand towards their forehead, then close their eyes and remain passive for a few moments. Ask the other person to concentrate their mind on the selected object and to wish that the person trying to read their thoughts moves towards it. They should only think about the selected object and desire with all their might for the person to move towards it. And the mind reader should close their eyes and calm their mind, opening their consciousness to all the mental impressions they might receive. The sender should be instructed not just to think about the chair, but, for example, to repeat the phrase "over there, go over there." The main focus of the mind should be on the direction. It is necessary to desire to move towards that chair in an instant. The mind reader will start to feel a general and somewhat weak impulse to move their feet. They should obey this impulse. The reader will take a few slow steps in any direction that feels easy. Sometimes this will lead them in the opposite direction of the chair, but it will get them moving, and soon they will begin to sense that the direction is quite right and will start to be mentally guided in the correct direction. You really need to experience this sensation to fully understand what I mean. After some practice, you will start to clearly sense the mental direction or willpower of the sender, which will seem to say, "Come over here, now stop, now turn a bit to the right, now a bit to the left, now stop where you are, and lower your right hand, move your hand a little to the right." In a short time, you will learn to distinguish between thoughts of "no, not that," and "yes, that." You will transform the mind reader into someone who is completely passive, receptive, and obedient to the thoughts and impulses of the sender. Thus, they will act like a boat under the influence of the rudder in the sender's hand. Once you have gained skill in receiving mental impressions and directions, you may be drawn towards the selected object like a piece of steel attracted to a magnet. Sometimes, you may feel as though you are being moved against your own will, or as if someone else is moving your feet for you. On other occasions, the impulse will be so strong that you will rush ahead of the sender, pulling them along rather than being slightly ahead or to the side. It's all a matter of practice. Over time, you will discover the significant differences between different senders. Some of them will be in perfect harmony with another person, while others will not achieve this. Some senders may not seem to know what is expected of them, and generally forget to desire the object. Sometimes it is very helpful to tell them that everything depends on willpower, and that the stronger the will, the easier it will be for the receiver to locate the object. This challenges them and forces them to use their will more forcefully. With practice, you will learn to recognize that particular sensation of everything is fine, which occurs when the person finally faces the desired object. They will then start moving their right hand up and down and around until they get the right sensation about it, and place their hand where it seems to be most attracted. You will find that the hand is as sensitive to mental force as the feet, and you will distinguish between mental signals, up, down, to the right, to the left, stop. Now you're on the right track. I cannot explain the difference. You have to learn to feel them, and soon you will become an expert. It is like learning to skate, drive a car, master a typewriter, or any other device. It is all a matter of exercise and practice. However, it is amazing how quickly you learn and how sometimes significant developments seem to occur. Now I will outline the various stages or steps that will benefit the exercises, allowing progression from the simplest to the more complex. One must ensure complete mastery of the simplest before moving on to the more complex. It is essential to be honest and disciplined at each stage and to pass the test before graduating. Location. Start by searching for specific locations in a room, such as corners, rooms, or doors. Large objects. Next, search for larger objects such as tables, chairs, or shelves. Small objects. Continue by finding smaller objects like books on a table, couch cushions, or knickknacks. Gradually, choose even smaller items like pins, jewelry, or pocket knives. Hidden objects. Then search for small objects that have been hidden under other items, like a paperback under a couch cushion, a key in a book, or a key under a rug. Tiny objects. Finally, find even smaller objects that are well hidden and placed in a less visible spot, like a pin stuck in the wall or a tiny seed under a vase. Those who practice mind reading in public modify the above with sensational combinations, but you will easily notice that these are just ingenious arrangements of the previous general experiments and involve no new principles. Since these lessons are designed for study and experimentation rather than public demonstrations, I will not detail this part of the subject. The student who understands the general principles and can successfully perform the mentioned experiments will benefit greatly. True achievements of mind readers in public using only their intelligence to perform stage effects can also achieve better results if a third person is present between the sender and themselves, or if a short piece of cable is used to connect the sender and the mind reader. Drawing on a board or writing names by thought are the results of a subtle development of the power to locate an object. The impulse to move the hand in a given direction comes in the same way. The accomplishments of the professional mind reader's public performance are nothing more than a more complicated form of the same general principle. Once the directional impression is obtained, the rest is simply a matter of details. Opening a combination safe, although it requires wonderful skill on the part of the operator, is simply an elaboration of directional movement. Some receivers are, of course, more skilled than others, but anyone with average intelligence can achieve a certain level of proficiency in these experiments, provided they are patient and persistent. There is no possibility of absolute failure for someone who acts intelligently and practices sufficiently. Sometimes, after many discouraging attempts, the entire subject suddenly manifests, and after that, there will be few problems. If you can attend demonstrations by a good mind reader, whether professional or amateur, you will immediately understand the trick. You will find that these experiences greatly and quickly develop your psychic receptivity toward higher phases of psychic phenomena. Additionally, you will be surprised to find signs of higher telepathy or even clairvoyance. I would advise anyone wishing to practice higher psychic faculties to start by perfecting these simpler forms of mind reading. Besides the benefits gained, the practice is very interesting and provides enjoyable social entertainment. Therefore, never let the desire for social recognition or popularity be the central goal of serious research and experimentation. The second step in development for the student, after becoming proficient in experiments that meet the requirements of the first class of mind reading, that is, where there is no actual physical contact between the sender and the receiver, but a close relationship in space between the two, is as follows. At this stage, a student of this course will surely want to ask something like this. You told us that there is no real difference between long-distance telepathy and that where there is only a minimal difference in the position of the sender and receiver as long as there is actual physical contact. So why insist on the close relationship in space that you just mentioned? The answer would be this. Although there is no spatial distinction in true telepathy, even in experiments like the ones I will describe now, the physical proximity of the sender allows them to focus with more strength and also gives confidence to the new beginner in receiving mental currents. The benefit is solely the psychological effect on the minds of both people and has nothing to do with the actual power of telepathic waves. It is much easier for a person to concentrate their thought and will on someone they have in view than on someone who is not present. And similarly, the receiver feels more confident and comfortable when they are in the actual physical environment of the person sending the thoughts and will. That's all. Once people are familiar with projection and reception, this obstacle is overcome, and long distances no longer intimidate them. The best way for the student to start with this type of mind reading is to practice while performing their mind reading exercises through physical contact. For example, when searching for an object, they should separate their hand from the sender's for a moment and then try to receive impressions without contact. Over time, they will find that they receive thought impulses despite the absence of physical contact, which may be weak but perceptible. A little practice will convince them that they are receiving mental currents directly between the brains. This effect will be amplified if several people concentrate their thoughts and will during the experiment. From this stage, they will gradually move on to the stage of the will game. The will game, very popular in certain circles, involves introducing a person who is normally blindfolded into a room where several people have agreed in advance that they must find something by firmly concentrating their thought on that object. The public must be taught not only to think, but also to actively will the progress of the receiver from the beginning to the end of the search. At each stage of the process, one must willfully direct their hand towards the object, wherever it may be hidden. A practitioner in the position of the receiver in the will game will be able to perform all the experiments previously mentioned in the class on mind reading by contact. In the will game, it is important to remember not to hold hands or engage in other forms of physical contact between the sender and the receiver. The transmission of mental currents should be direct from one brain to the other. Furthermore, the two classes of experiments are almost identical. There is the same will towards the object from the senders and the same passive obedience from the receiver. The only difference is that the current now travels through the space of the atmosphere, like in wireless communication, rather than through the nervous system cables of the two people. The next step is to guess the name of things thought of by the other party. I cannot offer better guidance than that suggested by the researchers of the chalkboard children mentioned in the previous chapter. Once one becomes sufficiently skilled in this class of mind reading, they should be able to repeat all the experiments previously mentioned, achieving at least a good level of success. It is all a matter of patience, perseverance, and practice. Once you have become highly skilled in this class of experiments, you can begin practicing long-distance exercises. That is, when the sender is out of your physical presence. It does not matter whether the distance is simply between two adjacent rooms or several kilometers apart. However, the principle in most cases is that proximity brings confidence. Once confidence is gained, the distance can be extended indefinitely without impairing the success of the experiments. Long-distance exercises may involve receiving isolated words, names, or clear and distinct messages and ideas. For some, it is not more difficult to reproduce symbolic geometric drawings like circles, squares, triangles, than words or ideas in long-distance experiments. It is advisable for the sender to write down the word or thought they wish to transmit, and for the receiver to record the impressions they receive. These notes will help track progress and also add scientific value to the experiments. Some experimenters have had great success with automatic writing of living people produced by long-distance telepathy. In these cases, the receiver passively positions themselves at the agreed time for the experiment, and the sender intensely concentrates on one or more phrases or on a word while wishing that the other person write the word. The famous investigator of psychic phenomena, the late W. de Steve, editor of a London newspaper who died in the Titanic disaster, had much success with this type of experiment. His written records are very interesting and informative. Of course, it should be understood that in all cases of long-distance telepathy experiments, there must be an agreement between the two people regarding the time and duration of the experiment. For the purpose of achieving better personal results, however, I have experienced some excellent results where the message was received several hours after being sent, demonstrating that telepathy is somehow independent of both time and space. But generally speaking, the best results are obtained when both people are seated at the same time. Do not just rely on others' reports of these things, try them yourself. You will discover a wonderful world of new experiences. But remember at all times to proceed step by step, perfecting each stage before moving on to the next. Lesson 6. Clairvoyant Psychometry. The term clairvoyance means clear seeing in its current usage and encompasses a broad range of psychic phenomena. Additionally, it is used by different writers to refer to phases of psychic phenomena that differ widely from each other. Students are often confused when they encounter these seemingly conflicting definitions and uses. In the glossary of the Society for Psychical Research, the term is defined as follows: the faculty or act of perceiving, as if visually with a certain concordant truth, a distant scene. It is sometimes used, but scarcely correctly, for transcendental vision or the perception of beings considered to be in another plane of existence. Madame Henry Sidway, a distinguished writer on the subject of psychic phenomena, in one of her reports to the Society for Psychical Research, says, "The word clairvoyance is often used very imprecisely and with very different meanings. I perceive it as a faculty of acquiring knowledge of facts supernaturally, without reading the minds of present people, similar to what we normally acquire through our senses. I do not limit this to knowledge ordinarily acquired through the sense of sight, nor to knowledge of present facts. It may include similar knowledge of the past and, if necessary, future facts. On the other hand, I exclude the simple faculty of seeing apparitions or visions, which is called clairvoyance. The definitive explanation of the term clairvoyance we have just mentioned has a direct relationship with the idea supported by the best authorities on the subject. Moreover, it distinguishes between the phenomenon of clairvoyance and that of telepathy on one hand, and between the former and the phenomenon of apparitions on the other. I personally support this distinction for its scientific form and its concordance with the facts of the case. Of course, you will see that accepting the existence of astral senses sheds light on many obscure points where psychic researchers have doubts and reconciles facts that seemed contradictory. All scientific authorities, as well as the best occultists, divide clairvoyant phenomena into several well-defined classes. The following classification is simple and clearly indicates the main forms of clairvoyant phenomena. Simple clairvoyance, where the clairvoyant is limited to perceiving the auric emanations of other people, such as vibrations, colors, or thought currents. However, they cannot see events or scenes distant in space or time from the observer. Spatial clairvoyance, where the clairvoyant perceives scenes and events distant in space from the observer, and is often able to perceive such things even when they are hidden or obscured by intermediate physical objects. Temporal clairvoyance, where the clairvoyant perceives scenes and events that have occurred in the past or will occur in the future. I will describe each of these three classes and their multiple variants as we address them in their appropriate contexts in these lessons. However, before doing so, I want to explain the different methods through which clairvoyant vision is generally induced. These methods can be described as follows. Psychometry, or the method of contacting the astral plane through a physical object related to the person, thing, or scene one wishes to be informed about. Scrying, or the method of contacting the astral plane through gazing into a crystal or magical mirror. Clairvoyant dreaming, or the method of contacting the astral plane through psychic states where images, sounds, and thoughts of the material and physical plane are excluded from consciousness. I will now provide details on each of these three classes of methods inducing clairvoyant vision or related to the astral plane. Psychometry is a form of clairvoyant phenomenon in which the clairvoyant enters the astral plane through the connection link of physical objects, such as a piece of stone, a strand of hair, or a garment that has had prior associations with the person, thing, or scene concerned for the clairvoyant vision. Without delving into the technical explanations of occultism, I would say that the virtue of these items lies entirely in their associative value, meaning they carry within themselves certain vibrations of past experiences that serve as a link or filament associated with the thing one seeks to bring into the field of clairvoyant vision. Clairvoyantly reaching a thing, scene, or person in this way is similar to unraveling a skein of thread. When you hold the loose end in your hand, it is also similar to making a highly sensitive dog sniff a handkerchief that has previously been worn by the person you wish to locate. A recognized authority in the field of psychic phenomena stated the following on this point: a clairvoyant who is not trained generally cannot find a particular astral image without having a special link putting them in contact with the required subject. Psychometry is an example of this. It seems there is a type of magnetic link or affinity between any particle of matter and the record containing its history, a link that allows it to act as a kind of conductor between that record and the faculties of anyone who can read it. For example, I once brought a small piece of stone from Stonehenge, no larger than the head of a pin, and by placing it in an envelope and giving it to a psychometrist who had no idea what it was, she began describing this wonderful ruin and the desolate country surrounding it, then vividly imagined scenes from its original history, demonstrating that this infinitely small fragment was enough to connect her with the records related to the place it came from. The scenes we experience throughout our lives seem to act in the same way in the cells of our brains as in the history of Stonehenge. In this particle of stone, they establish a connection with these cells through which our mind relates to that particular part of the records, and thus we remember what we have seen. One of the simplest and most common forms of psychometry is where the psychometrist is able to mention the physical state of a person by holding on their forehead or even in their hand a small object or item, such as a handkerchief recently used by the person being sought. In the case of some very sensitive psychometrists, the psychic assumes the condition of the other person while holding a piece of clothing or an object belonging to them. They often experience real physical pain or distress of the person and can indicate what discomfort they are feeling. Some individuals develop great skill in this regard and are of significant assistance to doctors who call upon their services. Some successful doctors possess this well-developed ability and use it to their advantage, although they generally do not speak of it for fear of attracting unfavorable comments from their medical colleagues and the general public who do not believe in such nonsense. An additional step is the power of certain psychometrists to accurately describe personal characteristics or even the past history of people with whom they come into contact or from whom they possess an associated object. Some very remarkable cases of this phase of psychometry are recounted in books that trace the history of clairvoyance. One of the most interesting is the account of Schock, the renowned German writer, who describes his remarkable experience in this regard. Let's hear his account in his own words. It has happened to me a few times during a first meeting with a complete stranger while I was silently listening to their conversation that their past life up to that point, with many minor circumstances belonging to this or that particular scene, would appear to me like a dream, but completely involuntarily and unbidden, lasting only a few minutes. For a long time, I was inclined to consider these fleeting visions as a trick of the imagination, especially since my dream vision showed me the clothing, the movements of the actors, the appearance of the room, the furniture, and other features of the scene. Until one day, in a playful mood, I recounted to my family the secret story of a seamstress who had just left the room. I had never seen this person before, but the listeners were astonished. They laughed and refused to believe that I knew the person's past life, as what I had declared was perfectly true. I was not surprised to find that my dream vision matched reality. So I paid more attention to the subject, and often, as much as possible, I narrated those whose lives had been revealed to me in dreams to get their responses or confirmation. In all cases, there was confirmation, with much astonishment, from those providing it. One day, while I was visiting the town of Walt, accompanied by 2 young forest rangers still alive, we were tired from our walk and entered an inn called La Vigne. We dined with a large company at the public table, when suddenly they amused themselves with the peculiarities of the Swiss, who believed in animal magnetism, the physiognomic system of matter, and similar things. One of my companions, whose national pride had been affected by the mockery, implored me to respond to a young woman with a haughty face sitting opposite, who had taken the liberty of ridiculing him uncontrollably. but it happened that the events of this person's life had just come to my mind. I addressed him with the question, "Tell me, would you respond truthfully and candidly if I narrated the most secret passages of your history, while you do not know me as well as I know you?" I suggested that it would go beyond physiognomic capability. He promised that if he spoke the truth, he would admit it immediately. So, I recounted the events revealed to me in my dreams, and those around us learned the story of the young merchant's life, his school years, his sins, and finally a small illicit act he had committed in his boss's safe. I described the unoccupied room with its white walls where, to the right of the brown door, there was a small coin box on the table. The very impressed man admitted the accuracy of every detail, even of what he would not have expected to hear from himself. The previous anecdote is very common in this type of psychometry, and many people sometimes have flashes of this phase of power. What is remarkable in this particular case is its fidelity to details, showing a very fine development of the astral sense. What makes it psychometric rather than purely clairvoyant is that the presence of the other person was necessary to produce the phenomenon. Even a small piece of clothing would have sufficed. Suk does not seem to have been capable of manifesting temporal clairvoyance independently of the person's presence. He needed the associated link, or the loose end of the psychic thread. Next, in the list of psychometric phenomena, comes the one where the psychometrist is able to describe a distant scene through a piece of mineral, plant, or similar object. Once this place is located, the psychometrist contacts the distant scene through the link I mentioned, and once this is achieved, they can recount the events taking place in that scene at that very moment. Several very interesting cases are mentioned where the psychometrist was able to spy on a specific location using a small item recently found at that spot. For example, once I gave a young merchant a desk pen from a lawyer, a friend of mine, who was far removed from psychometry. He provided a perfect image of the interior of the office, the scene across the street visible from the window of the room, and certain events taking place in the office at that moment. Events that were confirmed by a thorough investigation. This type of phenomenon is well known among occultists or researchers experienced in psychic phenomena. Another phase of psychometry involves the psychometrist being able to perceive conditions underground through a piece of mineral or metal that was originally there. Some remarkable cases of psychometric discernment of minds have been recorded at this stage of psychometry. All that is needed is a piece of coal or metal taken from the mine. By following this psychic trace, the psychometrist is able to describe the strata of the surrounding terrain, even if they have not yet been discovered. Another form of psychometric discernment is when the psychometrist comes into contact with the past history of an object or its environment through the object itself. For instance, a psychometrist holding in their hand or pressing against their head a ball from a battlefield is able to imagine the entire conflict that took place in the past. Or by having contact with a piece of ancient pottery or a stone utensil, the psychometrist can envision the era and the peoples associated with the object, even after centuries have passed. Once I gave a skilled psychometrist a piece of jewelry taken from an Egyptian mummy over 3,000 years old. Although the psychometrist did not know exactly what the object was or where it came from, they were able to imagine the life scenes of the Egyptian and those related to the making of the jewelry around 300 years before that time, as it turned out that the jewelry itself was an antique by the time the Egyptian acquired it. In another case, I asked the psychometrist to describe in detail the animal life and physical phenomena of the time when a fossil existed while it was alive thousands of years ago. At the appropriate time, I will explain how it is possible to access the secrets of the past through psychometric vision, that is, explain the psychic laws that make all of this possible. Some of the most remarkable cases of this form of psychometry, known in the Western world, are recounted in the works of a geologist named Denton. About 50 years ago, he conducted a series of studies on psychometric phenomena. His experiments fill several volumes. Being a geologist, he selected the best subjects for the experiments and also verified the accuracy of the reports given by the psychometrists. His wife, on the other hand, was a skilled psychometrist, and according to reliable sources, she was able, by placing a piece of matter of any nature on her head, to see, whether with eyes closed or open, everything that piece of matter had figuratively seen, heard, or experienced. The following examples will give a good idea of Denton's experiments, which are typical of this form of psychometry. Dr. Denton gave his wife a small broken fragment of a large meteorite. She held it to her head and reported the following. "It's curious. I see nothing at all. I feel as though I am in the air, or rather in the void. Nowhere. I'm unable to describe it. It seems something high, however. I feel like it's rising. My eyes are looking up, but I am looking around without getting anything. There is nothing to see now. I see clouds, but nothing more. They are so close to me that it seems I am inside them. My head, my neck, and my eyes are affected. My eyes are directed upward, and I cannot lower them. Now the clouds seem lighter, and it seems that sunlight is passing through them. As the clouds dissipate, I can see 1 or 2 stars, then the moon instead of the sun. The moon seems close. It appears rudimentary, rough, paler, and larger than I have ever seen before. What a strange sensation overwhelms me. It seems like I am going towards the moon and it is coming towards me. Everything disturbs me terribly." Dr. Denton adds, "She was too disturbed to continue the experiment any longer. At one point in its history, this meteorite had entered the moon's sphere of attraction, and its speed had increased to the point that its increased centrifugal force had sent it back into space, from which it had been brought by the Earth's greater gravitational force. It had fallen back forever." On another occasion, Dr. Denton tested the psychometrist with a whalebone. Initially, she thought it was wood, but then she began to describe her psychic impressions. They were as follows. "I feel like a monster. It's not a tree at all, and it's useless to go further. I feel like vomiting. Now, I want to dive into the water. I believe I am going to have a fit. Its jaws are large enough to knock down a house in one go. Now I know what it is. It's a whalebone. I see inside the whale's mouth. It has no teeth, it's slimy, but I can only observe it now. I see the whole animal now, a creature so horrible." Another time, Dr. Denton gave the psychometrist a tiny piece of mastodon enamel that had been found 30 feet below the Earth's surface. The psychometrist had no knowledge of the characteristics of the tiny enamel shard that was handed to her, but she reported the following. "My impression is that it belongs to some monstrous animal, probably its dentition. It seems to be a perfect monster, with a heavy head, a somewhat movable head, and a very large body. I go down to a shallow stream to drink. I can hardly speak. Its jaws are so heavy. I feel like getting on all fours. A noise comes through the forest. I feel like responding. My ears are very large and thick, and I can almost imagine them flapping on my face when I move my head. It seems so strange to speak with these heavy jaws. They are dark brown, as if they are completely worn out. There is an old one with large tusks. It seems very tough. I see several younger ones. In fact, there is a whole herd. My upper lip moves with curiosity. I can shake it. It seems strange how it moves. There is a plant growing here, taller than my head, almost as thick as my wrist, very juicy, soft and tender, a bit like green corn, but sweeter. It is not the taste it would have for a human being. Oh no, it is unpleasant, very disagreeable to the human taste. One could cite thousands of such cases, but the principle is the same in all. In my own experience, I gave a poorly educated psychometrist a small piece of the Great Pyramid of Egypt, who knew nothing of ancient Egypt or its ancestral history. Despite this, he provided such a detailed and comprehensive account of ancient Egyptian life that even the best authorities agreed with his findings. That is why I would hesitate to publish the report, as it would be considered a hoax by the scientific authorities of the time. However, one day, I might publish it. There are no special instructions to give to the psychometry student. All one can do is suggest that each person conduct their own experiments to discover if they possess the faculties and skills that can be developed through the methods to be outlined elsewhere in the book for working with all psychic powers. But it will depend heavily on practice and actual exercise. Take strange objects and place yourself in a quiet room with the object on your forehead. Exclude all thoughts of the outside world and forget all personal matters. In a short time, if conditions are right, you will start receiving flashes related to the object's history. At first, they will be disjointed and confused, but soon the scene will become clearer and the images will sharpen. Constant practice will develop the power. Practice only when you are alone or in the presence of a close friend. Always avoid companies that are not friendly and harmonious when practicing psychic powers. The best psychometrists tend to keep their eyes closed when exercising their power. You have surely heard of the perception of sealed cards as a form of clairvoyance. But this is only a form of psychometry. The card is a very good means of connection in psychometric experiments. I advise you to start your experiments with old cards. You will be surprised at how you will begin to receive psychic impressions from the cards, whether from the person who wrote them, from the place where they were written, or from someone connected to the story. One of the most interesting experiments I've seen in psychometry involved a letter that had been sent from one place to another until it had traveled around the world, psychometrized by a young Hindu girl. Although she was unaware of the rest of the world, she was able to represent the people and landscapes of each part and place the letter had traveled through. Her report was, in fact, an interesting travel journal of a world tour. One can obtain some interesting results by psychometrizing old letters, but one must be very aware and refrain from disclosing the secrets obtained through these experiments. Be honorable on the astral plane as well as on the physical plane. Lesson 7. Clairvoyance through crystal. As I mentioned in the previous lesson, clairvoyance through crystal is the second means of contacting the astral plane. Under the general term of clairvoyance through crystal, I include a whole range of phenomena related to the use of crystal or magic mirrors. A common underlying principle is present in all these cases. The crystal serves to focus the psychic energy of the person in such a way that the astral senses are stimulated to function more easily. I warn the student not to consider the crystal or magic mirror as something possessing inherent magical power. On the contrary, the crystal or magic mirror merely serves as a physical instrument for astral vision, in the same way that a telescope or microscope functions for physical vision. Some people are superstitious about the crystal and attribute to it a strange supernatural power. But the true occultist, understanding the laws of the phenomena resulting from its use, does not fall into this error. However, despite what I have just said, I would be remiss if I did not mention that the continued use of a particular crystal often has the effect of polarizing its molecules, thus making it much more effective over time. The longer a person uses the crystal, the more it seems to respond better to that person's needs. I agree with many crystal users that each person should have a conversation with their crystal for personal use, and not allow it to be used by strangers or anyone who does not adhere to occult thought. The crystal tends to polarize according to the needs of the person who uses it regularly, and it is absurd to allow interference in this process. The use of crystals and other bright and lustrous objects has been a very common practice for psychic researchers throughout history and in virtually all parts of the world. In the early years of humanity, pieces of clear quartz or shiny pebbles were used, sometimes pieces of polished metal. In fact, almost all objects capable of shining have been used. At some point, currently, the same condition is repeated in Australia, where indigenous seers and sorcerers use water and other shiny objects, and in some cases even flames, sparks, or embers. In New Zealand, the natives frequently use drops of blood held in the palm of the hand. Villagers fill a hole with water and look into it. South American tribes use the polished surface of black or dark-colored stones. Native Americans use water or shiny flint or quartz stones. Primitive races use shiny pieces of metal. Lang, writing on the subject, said the following: "They intensely gaze at a crystal ball, a cup, a mirror, an inkblot. In Egypt and India, the Maoris of New Zealand use a drop of blood. Native Americans use a bowl of water. Romans and Africans use ponds, the fez, water in a crystal bowl, or almost any polished surface." In this current surge of interest in crystal studies among the wealthiest classes of Europe and America, some of the most prominent professors have insisted that their students purchase pure crystal globes, claiming that only these can fully serve the intended purpose, but these crystals are very expensive. However, it has not been possible to test this advice. Nevertheless, these suggestions are misguided, as any clear quartz globe or even molded glass would serve the same purpose, and it is not necessary to spend $25 to $50 for a pure crystal globe. In this regard, very good results can be obtained using a watch crystal placed on a piece of black velvet. Nowadays, some achieve better effects with small polished pieces of silver or any other shiny metal. Others continue to practice the old method of using a drop of ink poured into a small dish of butter. Some use small cups painted black inside, into which they pour water and achieve excellent results. And above all, I advise students not to pay attention to instructions related to the need to recite incantations or perform ceremonies on the crystal or any other object used in observation. This is a mere, unnecessary superstition and serves no useful purpose, except perhaps to give the person confidence in the thing. All such ceremonies aim to keep the investigator's attention focused and instill confidence in the result. This has tremendous psychological value. Of course, there are few general instructions necessary for someone eager to experiment with crystal observation. The main point is to maintain calmness and a serious mental state without falling into frivolity and irresponsibility. If you want to obtain results, you should always have the light behind you rather than directing it towards you. Look calmly at the crystal without straining your vision. There is no need to avoid blinking. There is a difference between looking and staring. Some good authorities recommend placing your hands over your eyes as if they were a pair of glasses. In many cases, several attempts are necessary before obtaining good results, while in others, some results are achieved on the first attempt. It is wise to try to visualize something you have already seen with your physical eyes, a familiar object. The first sign of real psychic vision in the crystal often appears in an indistinct form like a whitish mist. The crystal gradually loses its transparency, and a more or less defined shape, face, or scene begins to appear in this hazy cloud. If you have ever had the chance to develop a photographic film, you will know how the image appears. Steve, the prominent English researcher on psychic phenomena, wrote the following regarding crystal vision phenomena. Some people cannot look into an ordinary crystal ball without images forming effortlessly or voluntarily. Crystal observation seems to be the least dangerous and simplest of all forms of experimentation. Just look into a crystal ball the size of a coin or into a bottle of clear water, placed in a way that it is not too brightly lit, and simply observe. There is no need to recite incantations or engage in nonsense. Just observe for 2 or 3 minutes, ensuring not to tire your eyes by blinking as needed, but concentrating your thought on what you wish to see. Then, if you have the ability, the crystal will become covered with a whitish mist in the center, and the image will gradually appear, similar to how a photograph forms on a photosensitive plate. The same authority recounts the following interesting experience with the crystal. Miss X, looking into the crystal twice to check if she could see me while I was several meters away, did not see me, but observed each of my friends each time. She had never seen them before, but identified them immediately when she saw them later in my office. One night, while we were experimenting with attempts to photograph a double, I dined with Mrs. C and her friend at a nearby restaurant. While looking at the bottle of water, Mrs. C saw an image beginning to form, and observing it out of curiosity, described in quite a bit of detail an older man she had never seen before, and whom I did not recognize at all from her description. 3 hours later, when the séance was over, Mrs. C entered the room and recognized Mr. Elliot of the Elliot and Frey Gentleman as the man she had seen and described in the restaurant's bottle of water. Another time the image was less pleasant. It was of an old man who had died in his bed with someone crying at his feet, but no one knew who he was. Another important researcher in psychic phenomena proposes the following interesting experiment in crystal observation. I had given a crystal ball to a young girl, Miss Bailey, who had little success with it. She lent it to Miss Leslie. I was able to see a large old red couch covered with muslin, which she later found in the next country house she visited. Miss Bailey's brother, a young athlete, mocked these experiments. He took the sphere into his study and came back with a cheerful expression. He admitted that he had seen a vision of someone he knew under a lamp. He said he would find out during the week if he had seen correctly. It was 5:30 p.m. on a Sunday afternoon. On Tuesday, Mr. Bailey was at a dance in a village a few kilometers from his home and met a young lady named Preston. On Sunday, he said around 5:30 p.m., "You were sitting under a lamp, wearing a dress I had never seen you wear, a blue blouse with lace on the shoulders, serving a man dressed in blue who was behind me so I could only see the tip of his mustache." "Oh, the curtains were surely up," said Miss Preston. "She was in Endelby," said Mr. Bailey, and it was true, she was there. Miss X, the famous contributor to the English journal Borderland, conducted a somewhat thorough investigation into crystal vision phenomena several years ago. From her experiments, she made the following classification of phenomena, which I transcribe here for the benefit of any reader. Her classification is as follows: images of something observed unconsciously, new, voluntary, or spontaneous reproductions, providing no new knowledge to the mind. images of ideas acquired unconsciously from others, memories or imaginative effects not originating from the observing subject, reviviscences of memory, illustrations of thought, clairvoyant or prophetic images, images providing information about something past, present, or future that the observer has no other means of knowing. In reality, all forms or phases of clairvoyance possible through other methods of inducing clairvoyant vision are possible through crystal vision. It is a mistake to consider this vision as a separate and distinct form of psychic phenomena. Crystal vision is simply a particular form or method of inducing psychic or clairvoyant vision. Taking this into account will avoid many common errors and misunderstandings on this subject. In order to benefit from all possible perspectives, I will now quote an old English writer on the subject of using the crystal. I do this understanding that sometimes a student learns more from one perspective than another. Some phrases seem to reach their understanding where others cannot. The indications from the English authority are as follows. What one aims to achieve by frequently using the transparent sphere is to form a personal level of clairvoyant power, so that visions of past, present, and future things or events appear clearly in the inner vision or the eye of the soul. Only with this effort does the crystal become both an interesting, harmless source of pleasure and instruction, free of dangers, and conducive to mental development. To achieve this goal, it is necessary to pay attention to the following practical indications, which, if followed carefully, will lead to success. Choose a quiet room where you will not be disturbed. It should be as free as possible of mirrors, decorations, brightly colored pictures, and other similar distractions that might divert attention. The room should have a pleasant temperature according to the season, neither too hot nor too cold, between 60 and 65 degrees in most cases. However, natural differences between people should be taken into account. Thus, thin, nervous, and delicately organized individuals, as well as those with a lymphatic, gentle, pliable, and passive character, require a slightly warmer environment than the class known for its darker eyes, hair, and complexion associated with prominent joints. If a fire or any form of artificial light is necessary, care should be taken to be well protected to avoid light rays reflecting or directly reaching the crystal. The room should not be completely dark, but rather slightly shaded or illuminated by dim light, similar to what prevails on a cloudy, damp day. The crystal should be placed on its stand on a table, or can rest on a black velvet cushion. In any case, it should be partially surrounded by a black silk or similar fabric to limit any unwanted reflections. Before beginning the experiment, remember that most often initially, nothing will be visible, and perhaps even in subsequent sessions. Although some viewers strongly inclined towards psychic powers in an unconscious and sometimes conscious state of development may have the chance to obtain good results on their first attempt. Therefore, if nothing is perceived during the initial attempts, do not despair or become impatient, nor believe that nothing will ever be visible. There is a genuine path to crystal vision, but it is accessible only to those who exhibit calmness, patience, and perseverance. Just like learning to ride a bicycle on the first unsuccessful attempt, the only way to learn is to follow the necessary instructions and persist daily until the ability to ride becomes natural. The same applies to the aspiring seer. Consistency with these simple instructions is key, and success will reward all efforts in time. Start by sitting comfortably with your eyes fixed on the crystal with a firm and calm, non-aggressive gaze for only 10 minutes during the first session. When timing this, it is preferable to place the watch at a distance where, even if the sphere is visible, the ticking is not audible. Once the time is up, gently place the crystal back in its case and store it in a dark, locked place without allowing anyone else to handle it. In the second session, which should occur in the same place, in the same position, and at the same time, the duration of the effort can be increased to 15 minutes and maintained for the next 5 or 6 sessions, after which the time can be gradually increased. However, it should never exceed 1 hour. The exact order of repetition should always be followed until the experimenter has developed an almost automatic ability to easily achieve results, at which point it is no longer necessary to follow it. Anyone admitted to the room and allowed to stay during the exercise must first maintain absolute silence and then remain seated at a certain distance. When latent faculties are developed, one of the present individuals may ask questions, but using a very soft, slow, and low tone of voice, never suddenly or categorically. When you notice that the crystal begins to appear opaque, cloudy, with small bright points on it, like stars and tiny specks, you will know that you are starting to achieve what you seek, namely, crystal vision. So have confidence and be persistent. This condition may last or not over several sessions, giving the impression that the crystal alternates between appearing and disappearing, like in a mist. In turn, this misty appearance will give way to a sensory blindness to everything except an ocean of blue or bluish space, against which the vision will be clearly apparent. The crystal should not be used after eating. Additionally, attention should be paid to one's diet, consuming only digestible foods and avoiding alcoholic beverages. Simple, nutritious food, outdoor exercise with a calming of the mind or a love for the simplicity of life are great supports for success. Mental anxiety or poor health do not lead to the desired goal. It is important to pay attention to correct breathing. Regarding the timing of the events we see, each seer is generally impressed by this, but generally, visions that appear in the background indicate a more distant time, whether past or future, while those appearing in the foreground or closer to the seer show the present or immediate future. There are two main categories of visions that will present themselves to the observer. First, symbolic vision, indicated by the appearance of symbols such as a flag, a boat, a knife, or a piece of gold. And second, real scenes and characters in action or otherwise. People with a firm nature in organization, active, enthusiastic but determined, are more likely to perceive symbolically or allegorically, while those with a passive nature tend to receive direct or literal revelations. Both categories require attentive practice of accuracy, disinterest, gratitude for what is shown, and absolute trust in the love, wisdom, and guidance of God. As the student progresses in the study of these phenomena, they will become familiar with different details and methods related to the stages of clairvoyance, knowledge they can combine with previous insights to help successfully manifest psychic phenomena of crystal vision, which, as I mentioned, is nothing more than a simple stage of clairvoyance and subject to the same general laws and rules of manifestation. It should be remembered that present, past, and future clairvoyance is possible for the highly developed crystal observer. The astral tube, closely related to the phenomena of crystal vision and psychometry, is what occultists refer to as the astral tube. Although this psychic channel can develop in ordinary clairvoyance through the power of concentrated attention, I will not provide a detailed or technical description of the astral tube. Instead, I want to give you a general and comprehensive view of it and how it functions. In the case of intense concentration of the mind in psychometry or crystal vision, a channel or line of force is established in the astral substance that forms the base of the astral plane. It is similar to the wake a boat leaves on the surface of the water as it passes by, or it is like a current of magnetic force in the atmosphere caused by the polarization of particles that make up the astral substance, manifesting as a current of intense vibrations within it, and serving as a channel ready to transmit psychic force or astral energy. The astral tube acts as a conductor for the vibrations, currents, and energy waves present in the astral plane, and carries the perception of distant things, objects, and scenes in space and time to the astral senses of the person. The way the astral seer perceives these distant things in space and time will be explained in the subsequent lessons of this course. Here, we are simply concerned with the channel through which the currents of energy flow, which has been called the astral tube. As one writer stated, through the astral tube, the astral senses truly feel the images and often the sounds that manifest at a distance, just as one can see distant images through a telescope or hear distant sounds through a telephone. The astral tube is used in various ways in psychic phenomena, often unconsciously and spontaneously under the powerful influence of a real emotion, desire, or will. It is used by the trained psychometrist without the use of any starting point or focal center, but simply through the use of their trained, developed, and focused will. However, its most familiar and common use is in connection with an object serving as a starting point or focal center. The aforementioned starting point or focal center is generally what is called the associated object in the class of phenomena commonly known as psychometry, or a crystal ball, or similar polished surface in what is known as crystal vision. Another important authority on the subject tells their readers the following. Astral vision is compressed when it is directed along what is practically a tube. It is limited to a great extent as would be physical sight under similar circumstances. However, if it is manipulated with perfection, it will continue to show, even at this distance, the auras, and thus all the emotions in most thoughts of the people under surveillance. However, it might be said that by simply using astral sight, it should be possible to see things from all angles. At the same time and in the same manner, this would occur if one used this sight normally on an object that was quite close to them in their astral range, but at a distance of hundreds or thousands of kilometers. The situation is very different. Astral sight gives us the advantage of an additional dimension. Although there is always a position in this dimension, and it is naturally a very strong factor limiting the use of powers on this plane, the limitations are akin to those of a person using a telescope on the physical plane. For example, the experimenter has a specific field of view that cannot be extended or modified. They view their scene from a certain direction and cannot suddenly turn it to see how it appears from the other side. If they have enough psychic energy, they can abandon the telescope they are using and create a completely new one that approaches their vision in a different way. However, this is not a practical approach. The student will find that as we progress through the course, many of these points that now seem complicated and unclear will, with time, take on a simple and clear aspect. We must crawl before we walk, whether in psychic research or in any other field. Lesson 8. A Clairvoyant Dream. In the previous 2 chapters, I asked you to consider the first 2 methods of inducing clairvoyant phenomena, namely psychometry and crystallization. In these situations, one can see how the clairvoyant contacts the astral plane through physical objects in the case of psychometric clairvoyance, or through a shining object in the case of crystal vision. Let us now examine the third method for inducing the clairvoyant state or condition, namely what can be called the clairvoyant dream, in which the clairvoyant contacts the astral plane through psychic states where images, sounds, and thoughts from the material and physical plane are excluded from consciousness. Anyone studying the general subject of clairvoyance will soon be struck by 2 facts related to the production of clairvoyant phenomena. First, in most cases recorded by researchers, clairvoyant phenomena have been obtained when the clairvoyant was in a state of sleep, or at least semi-sleep, with the vision appearing as a very vivid dream. Second, in cases where the clairvoyant entered the astral plane of their own volition, they entered what seemed to be a kind of trance state, sometimes manifesting as a total unconsciousness of the external world. The student, considering these facts, may conclude that all clairvoyance is accompanied by a state of sleep or trance, and that no clairvoyant phenomenon is possible without this psychic state. But this is only a half-truth. As we will see in a moment, first, the student who reaches this conclusion seems to have ignored the fact that the phenomena of psychometry and crystal vision are just as genuine as those manifested in dreams or trances. It is true that some psychometrists produce phenomena when they are in a state of psychic calm. However, many clairvoyant psychometrists simply focus their attention on the object before them, while remaining perfectly awake and conscious on the physical plane. Similarly, the crystal observer remains perfectly awake and aware on the physical plane. When the student takes these facts into account, they begin to realize that trance and similar psychic states are merely particular methods for inducing the clairvoyant condition, and they are not necessarily tied to clairvoyant phenomena. Moreover, as the student progresses, they will find that even in the case of the clairvoyant dream, the third method for inducing the astral condition, consciousness is not always lost among many advanced and exceptionally well-developed clairvoyants. In this situation, the clairvoyant simply shuts out the external world of images, sounds, and thoughts through an effort of trained will, and then focuses on the phenomena of the astral plane. Furthermore, the skilled and advanced occultist is capable of functioning on the astral plane by shifting their consciousness from one plane to another, much like a typist switches from lowercase to uppercase letters by pressing a shift key on a typewriter. The only reason why many clairvoyants manifest in the third method, known as the clairvoyant dream, fall into trance or dreamlike conditions is because they have not yet acquired the rare art of controlling their conscious attention at will. This requires a lot of practice, and they find it easier to fall into a semi-trance or semi-sleep state than to shut out the external world through an act of pure will. Additionally, it will be observed that in most cases recorded by researchers, clairvoyance was more or less spontaneous on the part of the clairvoyant, and was not produced by a deliberate act. As we consider these various forms and phases of clairvoyant phenomena, One can note this fact. There are very few recorded cases of voluntary clairvoyance in the books of researchers. Expert clairvoyants and advanced occultists in particular avoid researchers rather than seek them out. They have no desire to be reported as typical cases of interesting psychic phenomena, and prefer to leave this to amateurs and those to whom phenomena occur as a wondrous revelation, like a miracle. This explains the apparent predominance of this form of clairvoyance. The secret is that the network of researchers has only captured a certain type of psychic fish, while others escape their attention. However, this would have no practical importance if it were not for the fact that the average student is very impressed by the notion that they must learn to induce trance conditions to manifest clairvoyant phenomena, and therefore does not even think of trying to perform the work otherwise. The power of autosuggestion manifests here, as you will see with a moment of reflection, and it builds an obstacle to voluntary advancement. Moreover, this misconception influences the student to develop trance conditions or other normal psychic states through artificial means. I strongly oppose inducing psychic conditions using artificial methods, as I consider these practices to be highly detrimental to the person who uses them. Furthermore, they tend to make the person psychically negative rather than positive, and subject them to the psychic influence of others, whether on the physical or astral plane, instead of maintaining their own self-control and mastery. The best authorities among occultists teach their students that the clairvoyant dream state can be induced safely and effectively only through the practice of mental concentration. They discourage artificial methods. A bit of common sense will show that they are right on this subject. All that is needed is for consciousness to focus on a point, becoming a point, as yogis say. Intelligent practice of concentration achieves this without the need to resort to artificial development methods or the induction of abnormal psychic states. If you take a moment and reflect on how easily you concentrate your attention when attending an interesting play or listening to a beautiful performance of a great musical work or contemplating an artistic miracle, you will understand what I mean. In the cases I have just mentioned, while attention is completely captivated by the interesting object before you, the external world of sound, sight, and thought is almost completely excluded. When one remains perfectly awake and consciousness remains alert, it is the same when reading a very interesting book. The world is excluded from consciousness, and the images and sounds around us are foreign. Risking being considered superficial, I want to recall the common sight of two lovers so absorbed by each other's company that they forget the existence of a smiling world of people around them. Time and space are forgotten for the two lovers. For them, there is only one world with two people in it. Moreover, how many times have you been in what is called a daydream, where you are so absorbed in the thoughts and fantasies floating in your mind that you have forgotten everything else? Well, this will give you a rational idea of the state that occultists teach can be induced to connect with the astral plane, the state where clairvoyance is possible, whether one seeks clairvoyance through psychometry, crystal vision, or clairvoyant dreaming. It will provide you with the key to this state, which is perfectly natural. There is nothing normal about those who think I emphasize too much the drawbacks of artificial methods for inducing the clairvoyant condition. I would probably tell them that they are unaware of the erroneous and often harmful teachings on the subject that are promulgated by ignorant or misinformed teachers. In many cases, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. It might surprise some of my students to know that some of these teachers prepare their students to practice self-hypnosis methods. These include staring at a bright object until they eventually become unconscious, or looking cross-eyed at the tip of the nose or an object held between the eyebrows. These are some of the known methods from certain schools of hypnotism that produce an artificial state of hypnosis, more or less deep. This state is contemptible not only for its immediate effects, but also because it often leads to a condition of abnormal sensitivity to the will of others, even to their thoughts and feelings, both on the astral plane of life and on the physical plane. I strongly warn my students against such practices or anything similar. Although I do not like to insist on the subject, I think I must clarify for my students the fact that some teachers attempt to produce the normal psychic condition through exhausting breathing exercises aimed at making the person dizzy and sleepy. All of this is misguided, though rhythmic breathing exercises have some value in psychic phenomena and are harmless when practiced correctly. The practices I have mentioned are harmful to the person's nervous system and also lead to undesirable psychic conditions. Additionally, some teachers have tried to make their students hold their breath for very long periods to induce abnormal psychic states. A minimal understanding of human physiology informs that this practice is detrimental, as it makes the blood thick and impure and very deficient in oxygen. If this is capable of inducing a sort of drowsiness, just as the impure air of a room would, in both cases, blood circulation is poisoned and contaminated. The purpose of rational and normal breathing is precisely to avoid this. Thus, these teachers go against a natural law of the body to produce a normal psychic state. With all the energy and firmness contained in my words, I warn you, do not practice such things. In the same vein, I protest and warn against practices advised by some psychic development teachers who claim that their students enter abnormal physical and psychic conditions through drugs or the smell of certain chemicals or gases. These practices, as all true occultists know, belong to the realm of black sorcery and wild races. They have no place in true occult teachings. Common sense alone should warn people against such things, but it seems that it does not work well in some cases. I assert without fear of contradiction that no true occultist would ever accept such practices. True masters firmly condemn these false teachings and harmful practices. In this same category, I place methods taught by some people, such as inducing a normal psychic condition of dizziness and haze by spinning around until one faints from dizziness or feels disoriented. This is a remnant of practices by some fanatics in Persia and India, who do this as a religious rite until they fall into what they consider a sacred dream, but which is nothing more than a normal and unhealthy physical and psychic condition. These practices lead us down instead of elevating us. It is unfortunate that such warnings are necessary, but my duty, as I see it, is very clear. To all those tempted to develop with these methods, I say firmly, do not do it. The scientific and rational way to develop astral senses is to first acquire the art of concentration. Note that in concentration, the person, while excluding impressions from the external world in general, focuses and concentrates their attention on a single subject. This is something very different from being sensitive to the entire flow of thoughts and feelings that may exist in the psychic atmosphere. True concentration makes one passive, whereas other methods make one negative. Contrary to common belief, psychic concentration is a positive state, not a negative one. It is an active state, not a passive one. The person who has the ability to concentrate strongly is a master, while the one who is sensitive to control, whether physical or astral, is a puppet of other spirits. The student who begins to experiment with mental reading by contact and then progresses on the path to true telepathy, as explained in the early chapters of this book, will have made a good start and will advance significantly on the path to clairvoyant development. The rest will largely be a matter of exercise and practice. The practice of concentration, according to the general lines of the best occult teachings, can consist of focusing on almost any physical object by keeping it before the mind and attention. One should not tire the concentration by practicing for too long. The following general rules will be useful for developing concentration. 1. Tension is more easily fixed on interesting things than on those that are not. Therefore, choose an interesting object to study and analyze through concentrated thought. 2. Attention will diminish in strength unless there is a variation in the stimulus. Maintain the power of concentration by changing the object you observe or by discovering new properties, qualities, or attributes within it. 3. The things you want to exclude from your consciousness can be more easily excluded if you focus on something else. Attention can only remain on one thing at a time if you concentrate on that one thing. The ability to apply your attention steadily and without distraction to a single object is a characteristic of strong will and superior mental discipline. Weak minds cannot achieve this, so by practicing focused attention you are truly strengthening your mind and will. To develop concentrated attention, you must learn to analyze the object to which you are giving focused attention. Select an object and analyze it using concentrated attention, examining one part after another until you have analyzed and mastered the entire object. Give it the same attention that a lover gives to their beloved, a musician to their favorite composition, an artist to their favorite work of art, and a bibliophile to their favorite book. When you have accomplished this, you will have mastered concentration and will be able to direct your mind to a single point on anything you desire, whether physical or astral, and consequently, you will have no trouble dismissing disturbing impressions. Learn to concentrate on the physical plane, and you will be able to concentrate similarly on the astral plane. For those who master concentration, neither transfers nor abnormal psychic states will be necessary. The sharpened mind is capable of penetrating the astral veil, whereas the blunt mind is defeated by the astral envelope, which, though seemingly thin, is very hard and rigid. A recognized authority in the field of psychic development said the following: "Occasional flashes of clairvoyance reach the highly educated and spiritually minded individual, even if they have never heard of the possibility of developing this faculty. In such cases, these flashes tend to indicate that one is approaching the stage of their evolution where these powers will begin to manifest naturally. Their appearance should serve as an additional stimulus to strive to maintain this high level of moral purity and mental balance, without which clairvoyance is a curse rather than a blessing. There are many intermediate stages between those who cannot be impressed and those who are in complete possession of clairvoyant power. Students often ask how this clairvoyant faculty will first manifest in themselves. How can they know when they have reached the stage where their first glimpses begin to be visible? Cases are so different that it is impossible to give a universally correct answer to this question. Some people start with a kind of plunge, as it were, and with some unusual stimulus they see a surprising vision only once. Often, because the experience does not repeat, the seer thinks they have been a victim of hallucination. Others start by intermittently being aware of vivid colors and vibrations of the human aura. Others see and hear something that others find difficult to see or hear. Still others see faces, landscapes, or colored clouds floating before their eyes in the darkness before falling asleep, while perhaps the most common experience of all is that of those who begin to remember with increasing clarity what they have seen and heard. In other realms, experts provide the following advice on developing clairvoyant power and astral vision. The fact is that there are many methods by which they can be developed, but only one can be safely recommended for general use, which we will discuss last. In less advanced nations of the world, the clairvoyant state has been produced in various ways that are questionable. Among some non-Aryan tribes in India, through the use of intoxicating drugs or inhalation of narcotic fumes. Among practitioners of abominable voodoo cult practices, through horrific sacrifices and repugnant black magic rituals. Methods like these are fortunately not in vogue in our society, but even among us, a number of enthusiasts of this ancient art adopt certain self-hypnosis schemes, such as gazing at a bright spot and repeating a formula until a semi-stupor condition occurs. Another school among them will strive to achieve similar results using certain Indian systems of breath regulation. All these methods must be condemned as too uncertain for the practice of the ordinary person who has no idea what they are doing, who is merely experimenting based on an unknown world. Even the method of achieving clairvoyance through being hypnotized by another person is one that I would reject with the greatest reluctance. It should never be attempted except under conditions of absolute trust and effect between the magnetizer and the magnetized person, and with perfect purity in heart and soul, mind and intention, as is rarely found in people except the greatest saints. However, there is a practice recommended by all religions, which, if adopted with care and reverence, cannot harm any human being, and from which sometimes a very pure type of clairvoyance has developed. It is the practice of meditation. Let a person choose a specific time each day, a time when they can be sure of being calm and undisturbed, preferably during the day rather than at night, and during that time, let them aim to have their mind completely free from all earthly thoughts of any kind for a few minutes. And in achieving this, direct all the strength of their being toward the highest idea they know. They will realize that achieving such perfect control of thought is more difficult than they believe, but when they succeed, it will be beneficial in every way. As you strive to elevate your thoughts to higher spheres and concentrate them, you will gradually discover that new worlds open up to you. As a preliminary exercise toward the satisfactory achievement of this meditation, you will find it helpful to practice concentration on everyday matters. Even in the smallest things, if you are writing a letter, think of nothing else but that letter until it is finished. If you are reading a book, make sure your thoughts do not deviate from the author's meaning. You must learn to keep your mind under control and to master it, just as you control your lower passions. You must work patiently to gain absolute control over your thoughts so that you always know exactly what you are thinking and why you are thinking it, allowing you to use your mind and direct or wrest it as an experienced warrior wields his sword. This authority is quoted in full not only because it asserts, from another perspective, the same general principles I have asserted, but also because its personal experience in real clairvoyant phenomena is so vast and varied that its words on the development of clairvoyant power are valuable in themselves. However, while I do not share some of this authority's views on theoretical and practical details, I am pleased to attest to the solidity of the previously cited points and pass them on to my students for their careful consideration. The student will do well to pay attention to what is said and to combine this opinion with what I have expressed earlier in this chapter. They will find a closeness between principle and practice. Now let us consider the different forms and phases of the clairvoyant phenomenon itself. The subject is fascinating, and I am sure you will enjoy this brief excursion into this strange realm of thought related to the astral phenomena of clairvoyance. However, ensure that you master each lesson before moving on to the next. Otherwise, you will need to go back in the course to revisit any teaching point you might have neglected. In the previous chapter, we saw that there are three well-defined classes of clairvoyance: simple clairvoyance, clairvoyance in space, and clairvoyance in time. I will now develop them separately. Starting with the first, that is, simple clairvoyance. In simple clairvoyance, the clairvoyant is limited to perceiving the auric manifestations of other people, such as auric vibrations, colors, or currents of vibratory thought, but does not perceive distant events or scenes in space or time from the observer. There are other specific phenomena within this class of clairvoyance that I will point out as we progress through this chapter. An expert in the field of astral phenomena wrote interestingly about certain phases of simple clairvoyance. When we come to consider the additional facilities offered by the observation of living objects, we see more clearly the benefits of astral vision. This shows the clairvoyant the aura of plants and animals, and in this way, in the case of the latter, their desires, emotions, and thoughts can be clearly revealed. But it is in dealing with human beings that the value of this faculty is most appreciated, as you can often and effectively assist them based on the information it provides. You will be able to see the aura up to the astral body, and although this still leaves the upper part of the person hidden from view, you will find that it is possible, through careful observation, to learn much about the upper part from what is accessible. Your ability to examine the etheric double will give you a significant advantage in locating and classifying any defect or disease of the nervous system, while by observing the appearance of the astral body, you will immediately perceive all the emotions, passions, desires, and inclinations of the person in front of you, as well as many of their thoughts. By looking at a person, you will see them surrounded by the luminous mist of the astral aura, which glows with all sorts of vivid colors, and constantly changes hue with each variation in the person's thoughts and feelings. You will see it previously flooded with the beautiful pink of pure affection, the rich blue of devotion, the hard, dull brown of selfishness, the scarlet red of anger, the horrible, obscene red of sensuality, the dull gray of fear, the black clouds of hatred and malice, or one of the other 100 indications that an experienced eye can read with ease, making it impossible for anyone to hide the true state of their feelings on any subject. The astral aura not only shows the temporary result of the emotion passing through it at that moment, but also gives, through the arrangement and proportion of its colors, when in a state of comparative rest, a hint of the general disposition and character of its owner. Through simple clairvoyance at a certain stage of development, the clairvoyant is able to perceive the presence of the human aura through their astral sight. The human aura, as all occult students know, is this particular emanation of astral vibrations that extends from each living human being and surrounds them like a sphere with a few centimeters of distance on each side. This particular nebulous envelope is not visible to the physical eye and can only be discerned by the astral senses. However, it can be faintly felt by many people in the presence of others, thus constituting a personal atmosphere perceived by other individuals. Trained clairvoyant vision sees the human aura as a nebulous substance, like a luminous cloud surrounding the person, separated from each side of their body by a few centimeters, becoming denser near the body and gradually lighter as it extends outward. It has a phosphorescent appearance, with a particular trembling movement that manifests through its substance. The clairvoyant sees the human aura as if it were composed of all colors, with the combination varying with the changing mental and emotional states of the person. However, in general, it can be said that each person has their own distinctive astral auric colors. According to their general character or personality, each mental state or emotional manifestation has its own nuance or combination of auric color shades. This magnificent kaleidoscopic display has its own significance for the advanced occultist endowed with clairvoyance, as they are able to read the character and general mental states of a person by studying their astral auric colors. I have explained these colors and their meanings in my small book titled The Human Aura. However, the human aura is not always in a state of calm radiance. On the contrary, sometimes it manifests great flames like those of a fire furnace, which grow into large flickers and shoot out in various directions towards the objects that attract them. Under intense emotional excitement, the auric flames move around in rapid whirlpools or drift away from a center. They also seem to emit small, bright sparks of vibratory vibrations, some traveling a great distance. Clairvoyant vision is also capable of perceiving what is known as the pranic aura of a person. This term refers to the particular emanation of vital force that surrounds the physical body of each person. In fact, many individuals with little clairvoyant power who cannot perceive auric colors can easily perceive this flat aura. Sometimes it is called the health aura or physical aura. It is colorless, or rather of the transparent tone of diamond crystal or water. It is sprinkled with very thin lines similar to fibers. In a state of good health, these lines are rigid like the bristles of a toothbrush, while in cases of poor health, these lines droop, curl, and have a disordered appearance. Sometimes it is filled with tiny, sparkling particles, like small electrical sparks in rapid vibratory motion. To the clairvoyant, the pranic aura resembles vibrating, heated air emanating from a fire, a stove, or the hot earth during summer. If the student partially closes their eyes and looks through their partially opened eyelids, they will very likely perceive this pranic aura surrounding the body of a healthy and vigorous person, especially if the person is sitting in dim light. On closer inspection, they will see the particular vibratory movement like warm air about 5 centimeters from the person's body. Some practice is necessary to develop the skill to perceive these vibrations, as well as some experimentation to obtain the proper lighting on the person. Practice will bring success, and you will be rewarded for your efforts. Similarly, the student can, through practice, acquire the ability to perceive their own pranic aura. The simplest way to achieve this result is to place outstretched fingers in a fan shape against a black background with subdued light. Then look at the fingers with partially closed eyelids and half-closed eyes. With a bit of practice, you will see a fine line surrounding the fingers on all sides, a semi-luminous edge of prana. In most cases, this aura edge is colorless, but sometimes a very pale yellow hue is perceived. The stronger the vital force of the person, the more powerful and brilliant this prana edge will appear. Now, the aura surrounding the fingers will look much like the semi-luminous glow around a gas flame, or the flame of a candle that almost everyone knows. Another special phenomenon on the astral plane perceived by clairvoyants of a certain degree of development is what is known as a thought form. A thought form is a specialized grouping of astral substances, crystallized by strong thought impulses or vibrations of a person who is thinking or manifesting strong emotional excitement. It first occurs in the person's aura, then is ejected or emitted from the person's atmosphere and sent into space. A thought form is a strongly manifested thought or feeling that has taken shape in astral substance. Its power and duration depend on the strength of the thought or feeling that manifests it. These thought forms differ from one another in terms of design and overall appearance. The most common form is that of a small series of waves, similar to those caused by a stone falling into a pond. Sometimes, the thought form takes the appearance of a whirlpool that spins around a center and also moves through space. Another image is that of fireworks, moving away from their center while traveling through space. Another form is that of a rotating ring, like the one emitted from the chimney of a locomotive or the mouth of a smoker, the famous smoke ring. Others have the form and appearance of semi-luminous globes that shine like a giant gem. Other thought forms are emitted in the appearance of jets, like steam coming out of a teapot, or appear as a series of short bursts similar to steam. Sometimes it can be likened to the movement of an eel or a snake. Sometimes it twists like a corkscrew. Other times it appears like a bomb or a series of bombs projected from the thinker's brain. Sometimes, as in the case of a powerful thinker or speaker, these bombs in thought form will explode when they reach the aura of the person to whom they are directed or on whom they are focused. Other forms appear as nebulous things resembling an octopus with twisted tentacles wrapping around the targeted person. Each thought form carries the same color it had when it was formed in the aura of its creator, although the colors seem to fade over time. Many shine with a dull phosphorescence rather than vivid colors. The atmosphere of every person and place is filled with various thought forms emitted by the people who inhabit that place. Each home has its own distinct thought forms that characterize it, which permeate its mental atmosphere and are clearly discernible by trained clairvoyant vision. I will quote a few paragraphs from my small book titled The Astral World, in which I explain in detail the phenomena of the astral plane. I include them here to illustrate what you can see on the astral plane when your clairvoyant vision is sufficiently developed to operate there. The words are addressed to someone who perceives on the astral plane. Look at this beautiful spiritual blue around the head of this woman, and the horrible murky red around the man passing near her. Here comes an intellectual giant. Observe the magnificent golden yellow around his head like a halo. But I don't like this reddish hue around his body, and there is a notable lack of blue in his aura. He is missing harmonious development. You see these large clouds of semi-luminous substance floating slowly. They are clouds of thought vibrations, representing the thoughts of a multitude of people. Also, observe how each body attracts small fragments of thought forms and similar energies. Here you can see the tendency of thought forms to attract others of their own kind, like birds flocking together, as thoughts return home bringing their friends with them. Just as each person creates their own thought atmosphere, speaking of atmospheres, note that every place we pass through has its own unique thought atmosphere. If you look into the houses on either side of the street, you will see the same. The street itself has its own atmosphere created by the thoughts of those who inhabit and frequent it. Do not walk through this alley. Its astral atmosphere is too depressing, and its colors are too horrible and repulsive for one who perceives them at the moment. You might be discouraged and return to your own physical body seeking relief. Observe these mental forms flying in the atmosphere. What a variety of colors and shapes. Some are very beautiful, most have a neutral color, and sometimes a fierce and fiery shape makes its way towards its goal. Watch these thought forms swirling and turning as they are emitted from that commercial space across the street. Look at this huge octopus monster that is the thought form with its large tentacles striving to surround people and lead them to that dance hall and that flashy drink shop. A diabolical monster we should do well to destroy. Focus your thoughts on it and erase it from existence. That is the right path. Observe how it becomes ill and shrinks, but more creatures of its kind will emerge from this place. What I have quoted represents the common visions of the advanced occultist who explores the astral plane, whether in their astral body or through clairvoyant vision. For them, these visions are as natural as those on the physical plane are for someone functioning with ordinary senses. One is as natural as the other. Neither is supernatural. But there are other attributes of astral vision that are more marvelous than those we have just described. Let's briefly overview them so you can get a glimpse of what you will be able to see on the astral plane and thus realize when you have sufficiently developed your clairvoyant powers. What would you think if you could see through a brick wall? Well, the clairvoyant can do that. Moreover, physical X-rays can penetrate through solid substances, and astral vibrations are even finer than those. It seems strange to hear about this type of vision as something purely mental. Not really, as it is as natural as X-rays. The advanced clairvoyant is able to see through the most solid objects and inside anything. Astral senses record the subtle vibrations of the astral plane, just as human sight records ordinary rays of light energy. You can see through solid glass using your eyes, can't you? Well, in the same way, the clairvoyant observes through solid steel or granite. It's all a matter of recording energy vibrations, that's all. That's how the trained clairvoyant is able to read in closed books or sealed letters. Similarly, they can penetrate the earth and see into its depths, although with some limitations. In this case, signs of coal, oil, and other substances may be discovered through clairvoyance. Not all clairvoyants can do this, but the more advanced ones have succeeded. Likewise, the trained clairvoyant is able to see inside the bodies of sick people and diagnose their illnesses, provided, of course, that they are familiar with the appearance of healthy and diseased organs and have sufficient knowledge of physiology and pathology to interpret what they see. An expert in astral plane phenomena has written entertainingly and correctly about this phase of simple clairvoyance as follows. The possession of this extraordinary power, which is barely expressible, must be kept in mind throughout the following. It makes all points within any solid body absolutely open to the seer's view, just as all places within a circle are available to the gaze of a man looking down. But that is by no means all it offers its possessor. The clairvoyant sees not only the inside and outside of every object, but also its astral counterpart. Every atom and molecule of physical matter has its corresponding astral atom and molecules, and the mass that composes them is distinctly visible to the clairvoyant. In general, the astral form of any object extends slightly beyond its physical part, and thus metals, stones, and other things are seen surrounded by an astral aura. It will be immediately apparent that, even in the study of inorganic matter, a person gains a great deal from acquiring this vision. Not only does one see the astral part of the object being observed, which was previously completely hidden, but one also sees beyond the physical constitution. Even what was previously visible now appears with much greater clarity and truth. Another strange power one can possess is the ability to enlarge the smallest physical or astral particle to any desired size, like through a microscope. Although no microscope made to date, or even those that might be made in the future, possesses even a fraction of this psychic magnification power, the hypothetically postulated molecule and atom become visible and living realities for the occult student. And upon closer examination, one may discover they have a more complex structure than currently understood by science. The student is also allowed to follow with greater attention and interest all types of electrical, magnetic, and etheric actions. Only when some specialists in these branches of science develop the power to see these things they write about so easily could there be very wonderful and beautiful revelations. This is one of the powers or capabilities, CD, that Eastern books describe as belonging to the person dedicated to spiritual development. Although the name used may not be immediately recognizable, it is recognized as the power to become large or small at will, and the reason this description seems so strange is that, in reality, the moment this feat is accomplished is precisely indicated in these ancient books. By using current visual machines which have unimaginable precision, it is possible to see the infinitely small world clearly, and similarly, or oppositely, by increasing the size of the machine used, one can expand the view in the physical sense, and hopefully, in the moral sense, far beyond what science has ever dreamed possible for man. Thus, the alteration of size actually resides in the student's consciousness, and not in something external to them. And the ancient Eastern books, after all, have explained this case with greater precision than we do, and have indicated, though generally, what a trained student with complete astral vision would see in the infinitely larger world into which this vision has introduced them. But I have said nothing about the tremendous change in mental precision that results from experimental certainty regarding matters of the highest importance. The difference between the deepest intellectual conviction and the precise knowledge gained through direct personal experience must be felt to be appreciated. At this point, I wish to draw the student's attention to the fact that, although the phenomena mentioned above strictly belong to the class of simple clairvoyance rather than spatial or temporal clairvoyance, the same phenomena can manifest in relation to these different classes of clairvoyance. For example, in spatial clairvoyance, the trained clairvoyant is able to perceive things happening at distant points, and if they are highly psychically developed, they can also perceive all the details that have just been mentioned, as if they were present at that point. Similarly, in temporal clairvoyance, the clairvoyant can exercise the power of expanded vision relative to an object distant in time, as if they resided there. That is why, here as elsewhere, we find that different classes of phenomena shade into and intermingle with each other. In the best cases, classifications are useful mainly for convenience in intellectual consideration and reasoning. Likewise, the clairvoyant can manifest the astral perception forms mentioned previously in cases where astral vision has been awakened by psychometry or contemplation of a crystal, as well as in cases where the condition has been induced by meditation or other similar methods. I would also like to emphasize to the student the importance of the fact that in the previous description of simple clairvoyance phenomena, I did not mention the views of the astral plane that are often made visible to the clairvoyant, and also relate to astral bodies, astral envelopes, or disembodied souls of those who have passed to other planes of existence. In other parts of this course, I will address these issues. However, I want to remind you that the same power that allows for the perception of other objects through astral scenes is the one used in the cases I have just referred to. The astral plane is a wonderful or field of being that houses many beings and other strange and marvelous things. A person living on the physical plane can visit the astral plane in their astral body and can also perceive the events and scenes of this plane through awakened and developed astral senses. It is easy for some clairvoyants to function one way and others in a different way. For the scientifically developed clairvoyant, it is their prerogative to have the complete power to perceive the phenomena of the astral plane in their wonderful entirety. Finally, it will be seen, with reference to other chapters of this book, that one can manifest simple clairvoyant powers, as well as the most complex powers of time and space clairvoyance, not only in the ordinary waking state, but also during dreams. In fact, some of the most surprising psychic phenomena manifest when the seer is dreaming. As we proceed, you will notice that each step of the general subject naturally fits and joins with the other steps. You will also find a logical harmony and unity of thought that permeates the entire subject. Asterisk, asterisk. Just as when we build, we must use bricks and stones separately, and only when we have the complete structure can we perceive the harmonious unity. Lesson 10. Clairvoyance of distant scenes. Let us now consider the phenomena of the second class of clairvoyance, that is, spatial clairvoyance. In spatial clairvoyance, the clairvoyant perceives scenes and events that are distant from the observer, meaning they are beyond the range of the clairvoyant's physical vision. This class also includes certain phenomena where clairvoyant vision is capable of differentiating things that may be hidden or obscured by other intermediate material objects. Some of the different forms and stages of special clairvoyance are illustrated by the following examples, all gathered from reputable sources. Bush reports the following case of spatial clairvoyance. Captain Young of the Napa Valley in California had a dream one winter night in which he saw what seemed to be a company of emigrants stranded by the snow in the mountains, quickly dying from cold and hunger. He noted the appearance of the landscape marked by a huge and steep front of white rock. He saw men cutting what appeared to be the treetops emerging from deep snow abysses, distinguishing the features of the people and their distressing appearance. He woke up deeply impressed by the clarity and apparent reality of the dream. Eventually, he fell back asleep and dreamed exactly the same thing. Throughout the morning, he could not shake from his mind what he had dreamed. Soon after, meeting an old hunting companion, he recounted his story and was even more impressed when he recognized without hesitation the location from his dream. This companion had arrived in the Sierra via the Carson Valley Pass and told him that a spot in the pass was exactly like the one he had dreamed of. Faced with this situation, Captain Young made a decision. He immediately gathered a company of men with mules, blankets, and all the necessary supplies. The neighbors laughed at his naivety, but he said it didn't matter. He was able to do it because he truly believed that things were happening as in his dream. The men were sent into the mountains over 200 kilometers away, directly to the Carson Valley Pass, where they found the company exactly as Captain Young had seen it during his sleep, rescuing the survivors. Some significant occultists believe that the thought waves of lost and distressed spirits reached Captain Young during his sleep, thus awakening his subconscious attention. Possessing a natural clairvoyant ability, although he was unaware of it before, his astral vision naturally directed itself towards the source of mental currents and clearly perceived the scene described in the story without knowing any of the lost. This case is very interesting as it involves several psychic factors. In the following case, one can observe a connection with a person playing an important role in the scene, although there was no conscious request for clairvoyance or manifest interest on their part. The story is well known and appears in the archives of the Society for Psychical Research. It goes as follows. Mrs. Brown, during a night in 1844, woke her husband telling him that something terrible had happened in France. He asked her to go back to sleep and not to disturb him. She assured him that she was not asleep when she saw what she insisted on telling him. She had first seen a carriage accident, or rather the scene of an accident that had just occurred. She saw the result of the accident: a broken carriage, a gathered crowd, a figure gently lifted and taken to the nearest house, and then a figure lying on a bed that she recognized as the Duke of Orléans. Gradually, the Duke's companions gathered around the bed, including several members of the French royal family. The Queen, then the King, all silently, with tears in their eyes, observing the Duke, who was visibly dying. One of the men was the doctor, although she said she could only see his back and could not recognize him well. He was leaning over the Duke, taking his pulse while looking at his watch in the other hand. Then everything disappeared, and she saw nothing more. At dawn, she wrote in her journal everything she had seen. All this had happened before the days of the telegraph, and it took 2 days or more before the newspapers announced the sad news of the death of the Duke of Orléans. Shortly after, while visiting the scene of the accident, she recognized the place and received the explanation for her impression. The doctor who had attended the dying Duke was an old friend of hers, and while he was standing by the sick man's bed, his mind had been constantly occupied with her and her family. In many cases of clairvoyance of this type, a strong connection, interest, or mutual affection is observed, in which the powerful force of necessity or anxiety directs the clairvoyant vision. In other cases, any connection seems to be lacking, although even in these cases, there might be a subconscious link connecting the clairvoyant to the scene. An interesting example of this latter phase mentioned is reported by W. of Steve, an English editor and writer. Mr. Steve's story is as follows. I went to bed and could not sleep. I closed my eyes and waited for sleep to come, but instead of sleeping, a succession of clairvoyant images appeared, curiously very real. There was no light in the room and everything was perfectly dark. I also had my eyes closed, but despite the darkness, I suddenly became aware that I was contemplating a scene of singular beauty. It was as if I was looking at a living miniature, the size of a reflection from a magic lantern. At that moment, I remember the scene as if I was seeing it again. It was a seascape, the moon shining on the water that gently rippled on the shore right in front of me. The shadow of a huge figure entered the water, with irregular rocks rising above the sea level on either side, and on the shore were several square and rustic houses that resembled no construction I'd seen before. Asterisk, asterisk. No one moved, but the moon was there, and the sea, and the glow of the moonlight on the rippling waters, as if I was gazing at the real scene. It was so beautiful that I remember thinking that if it continued, I would be so engrossed in watching it that I would never sleep. I was very awake at the same time that I saw the scene. I could clearly hear the sound of rain outside the window. Then suddenly, without any apparent object or reason, the scene changed. The moonlight disappeared, and in its place, I was looking at the interior of a reading room. It seemed to have been used as a classroom during the day and then converted into a reading room at night. I remember seeing a reader who strangely resembled Tim Harrington, although it wasn't really him, holding a magazine, a book in hand, and laughing. It wasn't an image. It was there. The scene resembled a vision through an opera glass. One could see the movement of bodies, the glint of eyes, every movement of unknown people. I saw all this without opening my eyes. My eyes had nothing to do with it. It was as if it was with another sense located inside my head, and not in the eyes. The images had no specific purpose. They had not been suggested by anything I had read or said. They simply came as if I could look through a glass at what was happening elsewhere in the world. You see, this vision, and then there was an interesting case of spatial clairvoyance, that of Swedenborg. According to an expert on the subject, at the end of September 1759, at 4 p.m. on a Saturday, Swedenborg returned home from England and landed in the city of Gothenburg. One of his friends, Mr. W. Castle, met him and invited him to dinner, where 15 people were gathered around the table in honor of the guest. At 6 p.m. he went out for a few minutes, then returned to the table shortly after, looking pale and shocked. Questioned by the guests, he replied that there was a fire in Stockholm miles away, and that the fire was spreading rapidly. He became very agitated and often left the room. He said that the house of one of his friends, whose name he mentioned, was already in ashes, and that his own house was in danger. At 8 p.m., after going out again, he came back joyfully shouting, "Thank heaven the fire is out at the third door of my house." The news of this strange event greatly moved the residents, and city officials conducted inquiries about it. Swedenborg was summoned before the authorities and asked to recount what he had seen, answering questions that were put to him. He described how and when the fire had started, where and when it had stopped, how long it had lasted, the number of houses destroyed or damaged, and the number of people injured. The following Monday morning, a messenger from Stockholm arrived, bringing news of the fire. Upon leaving the city, he had seen a squirrel, and the next morning, Tuesday morning, another courier arrived at the town hall with a complete report on the fire that exactly matched Swedenborg's vision. The fire had stopped precisely at 8 p.m. At the same time, Swedenborg had announced it to others. Steve reports a similar case told to him by the wife of an Episcopal dean. She recounts it as follows. I was in Virginia, a few hundred miles from home, when one morning, around 11 a.m., I felt an overwhelming drowsiness, quite unusual, which made me lie down. In my sleep, I clearly saw my house in Richmond burning. The fire had started on one side of the building, which I saw with dismay because that was where I kept my best clothes. Everyone was trying to control the flames, but in vain. My husband was there, walking in front of the house with a portrait in his hand. Everything was very clear and vivid, as if I had been present and had seen every detail. After a while, I woke up and, going downstairs, told my friends about the bizarre dream I'd had. They laughed at me and ridiculed my vision so much that I did my best not to think about it anymore. I was traveling 1 or 2 days past, and on Sunday I found myself in a church where some relatives were holding a service. When I entered the bank, they looked very strange, and as soon as the service ended, I asked them what was happening. Don't worry, they said, it's nothing serious. Then they handed me a brief postcard from my husband, saying, house burned, covered by insurance. The date was the same as in my dream. I rushed home and discovered that everything had happened exactly as I had seen it during the night while I was sleeping. The fire had broken out on the side I had seen burning. All my clothes were burned. And the strangest thing was that my husband, having saved a favorite painting from the burning building, had carried it among the crowd for a while before finding a place to put it safely. Another case reported by Steve goes as follows. The father of someone who had sailed on the Stranmore, a migrant ship leaving Clyde, saw one night that the ship was sinking amidst the waves, and he observed that his son, along with others, had fled to take refuge on a deserted island near where the shipwreck had occurred. He was so impressed by this vision that he wrote to the owner of the Stranmore to tell him what he had seen. His information was verified, but after some time the mail was delayed and the owner began to worry. Days passed, and there was still no news of the missing ship. So, like the steward of the Pharaoh, the owner one day remembered his sins and searched for the letter in which the worried father's vision was written. The letter provided at least one theory to explain the disappearance of the ship. All outgoing vessels were instructed to search for survivors on the island indicated in the vision. These orders were followed, and thus the survivors of the Stranmore were found exactly where the father had seen them. The Society for Psychical Research mentions another interesting case, which is as follows. Dr. Galinsky, a physician in Kremenchuk, Russia, was taking a nap after lunch. Around 3:30 p.m., he had a vision where he saw himself on a professional visit in a small room with dark curtains. To the right of the door, he saw a piece of furniture with a small oil lamp of a special design, different from anything he'd seen before. To the left of the door, he saw a woman suffering from severe bleeding. He then saw himself administering professional treatment to her. Then he woke up and saw that it was only 4:30 p.m. 10 minutes after waking, he was called for a professional visit, and upon entering the room, he found all the details that had appeared in his vision. There was the piece of furniture, the lamp, and the woman in the bed suffering from bleeding. Upon inquiring, he discovered that her condition had worsened between 3 and 4 o'clock, and she had desperately wished for him to come see her around that time, eventually sending a messenger to fetch him at 4:30, the moment he had woken up. Another very particular stage of spatial clairvoyance is where some people, by awakening the astral senses of others, can perceive them, usually seeing them very close as if they were a ghostly visitor. In some cases, double clairvoyance is manifested. Both individuals see clairvoyantly. In other cases, only the visited person perceives the event astrally. The following cases illustrate this form of spatial clairvoyance. Steve recounts the case of a woman well known to him who spontaneously developed the power to awaken astral perception in others. She seemed to materialize in their presence. Her power in this regard became a source of considerable anxiety and concern for her friends, whom she visited unexpectedly and involuntarily, frightening them with the appearance of her ghost. Obviously, they thought they had suddenly died, and that she appeared as a ghost at that moment. The lady was completely unaware of the appearance, although she admitted that during the apparitions she had been thinking of the friends she was visiting astrally. German writer John Stilling mentions the case of a man of good character who had developed a similar power and was aware of his visits. Apparently, he used this power consciously through an effort of will. Once he was consulted by the wife of a ship captain whose husband was on a long voyage in Europe and Asia, having departed from America. His ship was very overdue, and his wife was quite worried about him. She consulted the man, and he promised to do what he could for her. He left the room and lay down on a sofa. The lady, who looked through the partly open door, saw him in a state of semi-trance. Eventually he returned and told her that he had visited her husband in a cafe in London, giving her the reasons why her husband had not written to her, adding that he would return to America soon. When the husband returned several months later, his wife asked him about the matter. He informed her that the clairvoyant's report was correct in every detail. When introduced to the clairvoyant, the captain expressed great surprise, saying he had met him in a cafe in London, and that he had told him that his wife was worried, and that he had responded that he had been prevented from writing to her for several reasons, and that he was about to begin his return journey to America. He added that when he had tried to find the man a short time later, the stranger had been lost in the crowd and could not be seen again. The Society for Psychical Research attaches great importance to the famous case of the member of the London Stock Exchange, whose identity was concealed under the initials SHB, who had the power to voluntarily awaken astral sight in others by appearing among them. The man recounts his experience to the Society as follows. One Sunday evening in November 1881, I was in the Kiltar Gardens when I wished to visit two friends, Mrs. X in spirit form, who lived a few meters away on Jodar Road. I wanted to do this at midnight, and after wishing it, I went to bed. The following Thursday, when I first met my friends, the elderly lady told me that she had woken up and seen my apparition moving along her bed. She had screamed and woken her sisters, who also observed me. Her report includes the signed statements from the ladies giving the time of the apparition and the details of the event. Again, on December 1st, 1882, I was in Sojal at 9:30 p.m. I sat down to try to focus my mind inside a house in Kio, where Mrs. B and her sister lived, until I really felt as if I were in that house. I was aware, but in a sort of hypnotic dream. When I went to bed that night, I wished to be in the front room of that Kio house at midnight and to make my presence felt to the occupants. The next day I was told by Miss B's married sister, without my asking her about the subject, that she had seen me in the hallway going from one room to another at 9:30 p.m., and that at midnight, when she was fully awake, she had seen me enter the front room where she was sleeping and grasp her long hair in my hand. She said that I then took her hand and looked intently at her palm. She said, "No need to look at the lines, as I never have problems." After that, she woke her sister. When Mrs. L told me this, I took out the notes I had made the previous night and read them to her. Mrs. L was sure that she was not dreaming. She had only seen me once 2 years before. Again, on March 22nd, 1884, I wrote to Mr. Cornell of the Society for Psychical Research to inform him that I would appear before Miss B at 44 Northland Square at midnight. 10 days later, I saw Miss B, who voluntarily told me that she had clearly seen me on Saturday at midnight while she was fully awake. The records of psychic researchers are full of numerous accounts where similar astral projections have occurred when a person was on the verge of death, but still alive. It seems that under such circumstances, the astral senses are much more free from the interference of physical senses. They manifest more strongly in the form of apparitions to people with whom the dying person is emotionally connected. Many of those who read this course have experienced such cases, as they occur very frequently. The student may realize that in most of the cases I have cited in this chapter, the clairvoyant was in a state of sleep or semi-sleep, but one should not conclude that this condition is always necessary for the manifestation of this phenomenon. On the contrary, advanced and well-developed clairvoyants tend to enter a state of deep meditation, isolating sounds and thoughts from the physical plane in order to better function on the astral plane. The reason so many recorded cases occurred when the clairvoyant was asleep and the vision appeared as a dream is simply that under such conditions, The physical senses of the person are calm and at rest, reducing the chance of interference from them and giving a better chance for the astral senses to function effectively. It is like when one is absorbed in looking at a beautiful work of art or listening to a beautiful musical performance. One forgets all the images and sounds of the external world. Sometimes one reaches the same state by reading an interesting book or attending a play. When psychic powers are focused on a channel of vision, others cannot register a clear impression. The same rule applies on both the astral and physical planes, as all students of the subject know very well. There are certain psychic conditions that are particularly conducive to the manifestation of clairvoyant phenomena. These conditions are somewhat complicated to induce, at least until the clairvoyant has acquired good experience and practice. But in the state of sleep, the person induces the desired conditions, even if they do not do so consciously. Therefore, it is natural that most recorded cases of clairvoyance occur when the clairvoyant is asleep. I must also say once again that in many cases, when the clairvoyant has witnessed the appearance of another person, as in the cases I have just mentioned, there is always the possibility that the person actually appeared in their astral body unconsciously to themselves. Of course, only an expert occultist is able to distinguish cases of this type. The line that separates this class of clairvoyance from astral appearance is very thin, and in fact, the two types of phenomena overlap and intermingle. In reality, when it comes to basic principles, there is very little difference between a real appearance in the astral body and a strong projection of one's own presence by conscious or unconscious will in order to stimulate the clairvoyant vision of others. Attempting to explain the points of difference here would involve the student entering into a set of technical descriptions that might confuse rather than clarify the subject. I prefer to abstain from this. Lesson 11, Clairvoyance of the Past. The large class of clairvoyant phenomena known as temporal clairvoyance is divided into two subclasses, clairvoyance of the past and clairvoyance of the future. The characteristics of each of these subclasses are indicated by their names. Clairvoyance of the past, as its name indicates, is the class of clairvoyant phenomena that relate to the perception of facts, events, and situations that occurred in the past, whether the event happened 5 minutes ago or 5,000 years ago. The principles involved are precisely the same. One is not more marvelous than the other. Many students admit to being surprised when they first encounter this class of phenomena. While they find that it is easier, as through astral vision, the clairvoyant is able to perceive events occurring at the moment, even if they are thousands of miles from the observer. Initially, they cannot understand how it is possible to see something that no longer exists, but vanished from sight thousands of years ago. Obviously, they want to be informed of how this is possible before proceeding to develop this faculty. Taking into account this same question that the student of these lessons might have, I will pause for a moment to show how this wonder is made possible for the clairvoyant. First of all, it would undoubtedly be impossible to perceive a thing, even through astral vision, if it had completely disappeared at some point in the past. It would be beyond all natural powers, both astral and physical. But in reality, things from the past have not completely disappeared. On the contrary, although they have vanished from the physical plane, they continue to exist on the astral plane. I will attempt to explain this wonderful fact of nature in simple terms, although it belongs to one of the most mysterious classes of occult facts in the universe. In occult teachings, we find many references to the Akashic records, or what is sometimes known as the records of astral light. Without entering into occult definitions and technical explanations, I can mention that the essence of this occult teaching is that in this higher form of universal substance, called universal ether, are recorded all the events of the entire world cycle of which it is a part. The present time, everything that has happened since the very beginning of this world cycle, millions of years ago, is preserved in these astral records and can be read by the advanced clairvoyant, or anyone possessing such occult powers. Asterisk, asterisk. These records only disappear at the end of a world cycle, which will not happen for millions of years. To those who cannot accept the reasonableness of this occult fact, I would say that similar cases can be found in other planes of natural manifestation. For example, according to astronomy, a star may be extinguished from existence, yet its light will persist for a long time afterward, perhaps until the end of the world. Traveling thousands of miles every second, the light we see now from distant stars left them a long time ago. In some cases, thousands of years ago. We do not see them as they are now, but as they were at the moment the light beam left them many years ago. Astronomers inform us that if one of these stars had a certain shape many years ago, we would still see it with that appearance. In fact, it is believed that some of the stars we see twinkling at night have actually disappeared hundreds of years ago. We will not be aware of this fact until the light rays cease to reach us after their journey of billions of miles and hundreds of years. A star extinguished today would still be seen by our children and grandchildren. The warmth from a stove would be felt in a room long after the stove has been removed. A room will retain the smell of something that was once there for a long time. It is known that one of the ancient mosques of Persia can still faintly smell of the musk that was exposed there many years ago. Even the walls are saturated with this pungent odor. And still, is it not wonderful that our memories retain the images of sounds and shapes that were placed there perhaps 50 years ago or more? How do these memory images survive and exist? Even if we have thought about that past object for half of our lives, its image suddenly appears in our consciousness. It is certainly as marvelous as the Akashic records, even if their community makes them lose their wondrous aspect for us. Camille Flammarion, the important French astronomer, in a book written more than 25 years ago, described a possible situation in which an incarnate soul would be able to perceive events that occurred in the past simply by taking a position in space where it would be able to capture the light waves coming from a distant planet at that particular moment in the past of the events it wished to perceive. The small book is called Lumen. Another author wrote something similar. I will quote a sentence to express the idea he wishes to convey. This will help in understanding the Akashic records. He says the following: when we see anything, whether it is the book we hold in our hands or a star millions of miles away, we do so through a vibration in the atmosphere, commonly called a ray of light that travels through the visible object to us. Now, the speed at which this vibration travels is so great that when we consider any object in our own world, we see it as something practically instantaneous. However, when it comes to interplanetary distances, the speed of light must be taken into account, as it takes a considerable time to traverse these vast spaces. For example, light takes 8 minutes and 15 seconds to reach us from the sun. Thus, when we look at the sun, we see it through a light ray that left it more than 8 minutes ago. From this, a very particular result follows. The light ray by which we see the sun can only inform us of the state of things that existed in that luminary when it began its journey, and it would not be affected by anything that happens after its departure. Thus, we actually see the sun not as it is, but as it was 8 minutes ago. In other words, if something important happened on the sun, such as the formation of a new sunspot, an astronomer observing the sun through a telescope at that moment would not realize the incident until it had occurred, because the light ray with the information would only arrive more than 8 minutes later. The difference is even more remarkable when considering fixed stars, as in their case, the distances are greater. For example, the North Star is so distant that light, traveling at the previously mentioned inconceivable speed, takes just over 50 years to reach our eyes. This leads to the strange and inevitable conclusion that we observe the North Star not as it is at this moment, but as it was 50 years ago. Moreover, if a cosmic catastrophe were to destroy the North Star tomorrow, we would continue to see it shining peacefully in the sky for the rest of our lives. Our children will grow up and have their own children before the news of this huge accident reaches Earth. Similarly, there are other stars so distant that light takes thousands of years to travel from them to us, and our information about their state is therefore delayed by thousands of years. Let's now take the argument further. Suppose we could place a person 299,337 kilometers from Earth and give them the marvelous ability to see from that distance what is happening here with the same clarity as if they were close to us. It is evident that a person in this position would observe everything 1 second after it actually occurs and so forth. If one were brought to the distance of the sun while retaining the same mysterious power of vision, he would look down and see what we were doing 8 minutes and 15 seconds ago. If he were brought to the North Star, he would see the events from 50 years ago unfold before his eyes. He would observe the childhood anecdotes of those who, at that time, are middle-aged adults. As marvelous as this may seem, It is literally and scientifically true and cannot be denied. Flammarion, in his story titled Lumen, has his spiritual hero travel along the light ray from Earth using his will, seeing things from different epochs of earthly time. He even travels backward along this ray, thus witnessing events in reverse order, like in a moving picture that advances backward. This story is of great interest to the occultist, for although the Akashic records are not identical to light records, the analogy is quite close in many respects. The occultist sees here another example of the old occult axiom, as above, so below, as below, so above. I take the liberty of quoting an excerpt from my book, The Astral World, to offer a more extensive idea of the nature of these records. In the astral light, it is assumed that the observer travels in his astral body, and an experienced occultist, who acts as a guide, points out the phenomena of the astral realm. The guiding occultist tells the student, by altering our vibrations, we enter a strange region whose nature cannot be distinguished at first. If you take a moment to let your astral vision adapt to the vibrations of this region, you will gradually discover something that could be called an immense gallery of pictures, extending in all directions and apparently in direct relation to every point in space on the surface of the Earth. At first, it may be difficult to decipher the meaning of this vast collection of images. The problem arises from the fact that they are not arranged one after the other in sequence like on a plan, but rather in a particular order that could be called xness in space, as it is not the dimension of length, width, or depth, but rather the order of the fourth dimension in space, which cannot be described in terms of ordinary spatial dimensions. Furthermore, upon close examination of the images, it is observed that they are very small, practically microscopic, and the power of magnification of astral vision must be used to make them of a recognizable size by the faculty of vision. Astral vision, when developed, is capable of enlarging any object, whether material or astral, to a much greater degree. For example, the trained occultist is able to perceive the atoms and rotating corpuscles of matter through astral vision. In the same way, he is able to clearly perceive many light vibrations that are invisible to the human eye. Indeed, the particular astral light that pervades this place is due to the power of astral vision to perceive and record these fine light vibrations. Activate this magnification power, and you will notice that each of the small points and details of the enormous global picture that stretches out before us in the astral light is actually the complete scene of a specific place on Earth at a given period in Earth's history. It resembles one of the small images from a series of moving films. A single view of a film reel is fixed and unmoving, but we can advance along the fourth dimension and thus obtain a moving image of the history of any point on the Earth's surface, or even combine different points into a larger moving picture. Let's try this with a real experiment. Close your eyes for a moment. In the meantime, we will travel in time, so to speak, along this series of astral records, as they actually date back to the beginning of Earth's history. Open your eyes. Looking around, you perceive the illustrated presentation of strange scenes filled with people wearing special clothing. However, everything is still lifeless and unmoving. Now let's advance in time at a much greater speed than that used when the astral views were recorded. Now you see the grand movement of life at a given point in space at a very distant time. You observe the life of these strange peoples, from their birth to their death, all within a few moments. Epic battles unfold and cities rise before your eyes, all within a grand moving picture that progresses at an enormous speed. Now stop and rewind in time while still contemplating the images. You will see a strange spectacle, as if rewinding a film. Everything is seen moving backward, cities collapsing into nothingness, men rising from their graves and becoming younger, until they are eventually born as babies. Everything moves backward instead of forward. In this way, one can witness any major historical event or follow the life of any great person from birth to death, or vice versa. Additionally, you will notice that everything is semi-transparent, so you can see the image of what is happening inside buildings. Nothing escapes the records of astral light. Nothing can be hidden from it. By traveling to any point in time in the fourth dimension, you can start at that point and appreciate a moving image of the history of any part of the Earth at that moment up to today, or reverse the sequence by traveling backward as we have seen previously. One can also travel astrally through ordinary spatial dimensions, and thus see what was happening simultaneously across the entire Earth at any specific moment in the past. However, This does not mean that the previous explanation is possible for every clairvoyant capable of perceiving past events. On the contrary, the experience I described is only possible for the advanced occultist or for the student who can, in their astral body, perform an astral journey. The clairvoyant is limited to observing certain stages and areas of the vast region or state of the astral record. Furthermore, the ordinary clairvoyant is limited to seeing a reflection of the true images of the astral light, an image similar to that of a landscape reflected on the surface of a pond. Additionally, this reflection may be frequently disturbed, like the ripples on the pond where the landscape is reflected. But despite this, the ordinary clairvoyant can achieve very surprising results that surpass the abilities of someone functioning solely on the physical plane. Clairvoyance into the past is often induced through psychometry, where the clairvoyant can trace the entire thread of time. However, in some cases, the clairvoyant comes into contact with astral records of past times through ordinary methods of meditation. The main obstacle in this latter situation is the difficulty of contacting the exact period of past time being sought. In psychometry, the vibrations of the associated object provide this missing element. If the clairvoyant does not have the associated object, they can obtain the link by imagining a scene related to that time, something that happens simultaneously. All that is necessary is to obtain something associated in space or time with the scene being sought. It is necessary to obtain this thread of association. Sometimes, the clairvoyant perceives a past experience where the place and time are unknown. In such cases, it is necessary to obtain a clue that allows for finding the solution. For example, the image of a particular building, a person, or even a historical event can provide the key to the mystery. In the higher forms of past clairvoyance, the clairvoyant is able to perceive the actual events of the past and also truly experience the thoughts and feelings of the participants in those events, as these are also recorded on the astral plane. In other situations, the clairvoyant is able to imagine scenes and events related to their past incarnations, even if they cannot perceive other events and scenes from that same period. However, even in this case, many recognized clairvoyants of the past have been unable to capture visions of their own past lives, though they are capable of perceiving those of other people. All these variations arise from certain technical differences that I cannot describe at the moment. Some are also capable of perceiving events that occurred to people present before themselves, but they cannot contact past events in an ordinary way. There are countless variations in clairvoyant work. Only the advanced occultist masters them all, but there is still the possibility that each individual can develop themselves. In concluding this lesson, I would like to emphasize the following advice from a very advanced person in the knowledge of the astral plane. He says, "It would be good for all students to remember that occultism is the culmination of common sense, and that every vision they receive is not necessarily an image from the Akashic records, nor is every experience a revelation from above. It is better to err on the side of healthy skepticism than of excessive credulity, and it is an admirable rule never to seek a hidden explanation for something when a simple and obvious physical explanation is available. Our duty is to always strive to maintain balance and never lose control of ourselves, but rather to have a reasonable and sensible view of everything that happens to us, so that we can be wiser occultists and more useful helpers than we have ever been. We find different examples of all degrees of seeing power in this memory of nature, from the trained person who can consult the records themselves to the individual who only receives occasional visions, or who may have had only one of these visions. Even the person with this faculty finds great interest in it in a partial and incomplete manner. The psychometrist, who needs a physically related object from the past to relive everything around it, and the crystal gazer, who can sometimes direct their less reliable astral telescope towards a long-past historical scene, can both derive great pleasure from exercising their respective gifts, even if they do not always fully understand how they achieve their results and cannot completely describe them in all circumstances. In many cases belonging to the lower manifestations of these powers, we find that they are exercised unconsciously. Many clairvoyants see scenes from the past without being able to distinguish them from visions of the present, and many vaguely psychic people find images constantly appearing before their eyes without realizing that they are actually psychometrizing the various objects around them when they touch them or are nearby. An interesting variant of this class of psychics is the person who is able to psychometrize only people and not inanimate objects, which is more common in most cases. This ability often manifests erroneously, so a psychic of this type, when confronted with an unknown person, often sees in an instant significant knowledge of their life. However, in other similar situations, they do not receive any special impression. Less frequently, we encounter someone who obtains detailed visions of the past lives of almost everyone they come into contact with. Asterisk, asterisk. On the other hand, it can easily happen that a person sees an image of the past without recognizing it as such, unless there is something that particularly attracts attention, like a figure with armor or ancient clothing. It is therefore likely that occasional visions of these astral reflections of the Akashic records are more common than public accounts would lead us to believe. I would advise my students who progress slowly and cautiously not to try to rush their development. It is necessary to perfect and develop one line of psychic power before seeking another. Take things calmly and do not get too excited if you achieve a wonderful phenomenon. There is no need to become arrogant and vain. Finally, powers should not be used for noble purposes or to put on a cheap show. By depleting and misusing higher psychic faculties, the student may lose them entirely. Moderation in all things is a safe policy, and it is always good for the occultist to resist the temptation to use their powers for unworthy or purely selfish purposes. Asterisk, asterisk. Lesson 12. Clairvoyance of the Future. Clairvoyance of future time, as the name suggests, involves the class of clairvoyant phenomena related to the perception of facts, events, and developments in future time. This class of phenomena naturally includes all cases of prophecy, forecasting, prediction, or future vision. History, theology, and the secular world are filled with examples of future predictions by wise prophets and others with similar roles. Many consider these powers to be supernatural or divine. Without intending to refute these theories and beliefs, I would say that advanced occultists explain all these phenomena according to the general laws of clairvoyance. However, although the phenomenon itself is very well known and accepted as true, even in many cases where clairvoyance of the past is doubted, it is even easier to explain than past clairvoyance, which is based on the Akashic records or astral light. For the person who is not prepared in occult knowledge and esoteric principles, it is considered impossible to intelligently explain the perception of an event before it actually occurs, even years before it happens. Although it is difficult to believe that this subject is absolutely clear to someone who is not an advanced student of occultism, I will attempt to shed some light on the principles underlying this wonderful class of occult phenomena. Asterisk, asterisk. The main point the student must understand is that there are natural laws supporting this phenomenon and that it is not a matter of supernatural power or special divine disposition. First, in some of the simpler forms of future clairvoyance, there is a highly developed subconscious reasoning, meaning that the subconscious mental faculties of a person reason that, given a certain case, it follows that something particular will happen unless something entirely unexpected intervenes. It is simply an extension of some forms of reasoning that we normally do. Asterisk, asterisk. For example, if we see a child playing with a sharp tool, we would naturally reason that they will cut themselves. If we see a man acting in ways that usually lead to certain goals, we would naturally reason that the expected result will occur. If the observer has greater experience, their perceptive ability will be sharper, as will their deductive reasoning power, and the scope of their ability to predict future outcomes from current events and conditions will be broader. In this regard, we must remember that the ordinary clairvoyant has easier access to their subconscious mind than the average person. The subconscious perceives and remembers small things that the conscious mind ignores, and thus has better data to reason from. Furthermore, as all researchers of the subconscious know, these wonderful subconscious mental faculties have a very developed power of deductive reasoning from a premise of fact. Subconscious faculties are almost perfect reasoning machines, as long as they are provided with correct and adequate data in the first place. A large part of what is called intuitive reasoning comes from the operations of the subconscious mental faculties we have just mentioned. You might say that all of this is very interesting, but not really clairvoyance. This is true, good student. But clairvoyance plays a very important role even in this elementary form of foresight and future vision. You must remember that with clairvoyant vision, one can perceive the true thoughts and feelings of a person. But unless the clairvoyant's attention is directed toward it, The consciousness does not perceive it, and the problem reaches the subconscious faculties without interference or conscious knowledge on the part of the clairvoyant. In this way, it can be appreciated that the clairvoyant's subconscious is capable of deductive reasoning, being more advanced than the subconscious power of the ordinary person, because it has more complete data and a wider range of material to work with. It has become a proverb in humanity that future events cast their shadows before them, and many people often have small glimpses of vision into future time without realizing that they are exercising elementary clairvoyant powers. The very combination of a simple form of clairvoyance with an active subconscious will produce marvelous results, although not as complex and complete as clairvoyant and forecasting phenomena. Some people have claimed that this form of forecasting implies something like fate or predestination, but this is not entirely true, as we must consider that in some cases it is possible to act on the clairvoyant warning that an imminent calamity can be avoided. However, on the other hand, we must also remember that every event is the result of certain prior events, without which it could not have occurred, and once it exists, must occur unless a new element intervenes. There is something called cause and effect, and if we can reason clearly about both, then we can foresee certain things in advance, always taking into account the intervention of the unexpected. An expert on the subject says the following about this stage: "There is no doubt that if what is happening now is the result of causes initiated in the past, what will happen in the future will be the result of causes that are already in action." Even in this plane of life, we can calculate that if certain actions are undertaken, certain results will occur, but our calculation is constantly exposed to being disrupted by the interference of factors we could not account for. But if we elevate our consciousness to higher planes, we can see well beyond the results of our actions. It is possible to trace, for example, the effect of an accidental word not only on the person it was addressed to, but also on many others, as it spreads through increasingly wider circles until it seems to have affected the entire country. A fragment of vision is more effective than any amount of moral principles in teaching us the necessity of extreme caution in thought, word, and action. Not only are we capable from this plane of fully seeing the result of each action, but we can also appreciate where and how the results of other seemingly unrelated actions will interfere with and modify it. In fact, it can be said that the results of all causes in action are clearly visible, and the future, as it would be if there were no new elements, is open to our view. New causes obviously arise as human will is free, but in the case of all ordinary people, how they use their freedom can be predicted in advance with considerable accuracy. The average person has so little real will that they largely depend on circumstances. Their actions in past lives place them in a determined environment, and their influence on them is the most important factor in their current and future history, which can be predicted with almost mathematical certainty. The case of the developed person is different. For them, too, the major events of life are organized by their past actions. But how they will allow these events to affect them, the methods by which they will confront and perhaps triumph over them, are entirely up to them and cannot be predicted even on the mental plane, except as probabilities. Observing a person's life from above, it seems that their free will can only be exercised at certain crises in their career. There comes a point in their life where 2 or 3 alternative paths open up before them. They are absolutely free to choose the one that suits them best. And although someone who knows their nature well might almost be sure of what their choice would be, such knowledge is in no way a constraining force. But once they have made their choice, they must move forward and accept the consequences. Committing to a particular path can, in many cases, force them to follow it for a long time before they have the chance to deviate. Their position is like that of a train conductor. When they come to a junction, they may have the points set in one way or another, and thus choose the path they want. But once they have passed one of them, they are obliged to follow the path they have chosen until they reach another junction where they have the chance to choose again. However interesting and marvelous this stage of clairvoyance of future time may be, its importance is reduced compared to the stages that are more complete, and in these latter stages we must seek the explanation or the approach to the explanation. From another perspective, the explanation of this higher form of clairvoyance of future time must be found in a new conception of the nature and meaning of time. It is difficult to approach this question without immediately entering into a technical metaphysical discussion. As an example of this difficulty, I suggest considering what Sir Oliver Lodge said in his address to the British Association in Cardiff several years ago. Although what he said is very clear to the mind of someone trained in these subjects, it might seem like Greek or another foreign language to the ordinary person. Sir Oliver Lodge commented the following: "A brilliant and useful idea is that time is nothing more than a relative mode of considering things. We progress through phenomena at a certain defined rate, and this subjective advancement is objectively interpreted as if events necessarily moved in that order and at that precise rate. However, this may simply be a way of considering them. Events may still be in some mode of existence, both in the past and the future, and we may be the ones reaching them, not them happening." The comparison with a traveler in a train is useful. If they could never leave the train or alter its rhythm, they would likely view the landscapes as necessarily successive and would be unable to conceive of their coexistence. Thus, we perceive a possible aspect of the fourth dimension on time, whose inexorability of flow may be a natural part of our current limitations. And once we grasp the idea that the past and future can actually exist, we might recognize that they can exert control over all current actions, and together they can constitute the higher plan or the totality of things. Oliver's comparison is similar to a person seeing a movie for the first time and not knowing how it is made or what process was used to produce it. They believe that the events of the depicted story unfold and occur in time, whereas in reality the entire image exists in a single instant, with the past, present and future already represented and visible to those who know the secret and the way to seek the past or future scene. For the ordinary observer, the scene progresses in sequence, with the present followed by something that is at that moment in the future and thus unknown to the observer's senses. There is only the present, while in fact the future also exists simultaneously, although it is not evident to the observer's senses. Reflect on this and let the idea sink into your mind. It might help you understand something about the mystery of future time clairvoyance, forecasting, or second sight. Time, as you know, is much more relative than we generally understand. It is a scientific fact that a person can cover many years of time in a dream that lasts only a few seconds. There are people who have woken up immediately after, as evidenced by those present in the room, yet at that moment they dreamed of long journeys in foreign lands or great campaigns of war. Moreover, a loud sound such as a gunshot can awaken a sleeping person. It also triggered a series of consequences in that dream state, forming a long story that, after many events and occurrences, ended with a firing squad. And then the person woke up. Now, in this last case mentioned, not only did the dreamer experience events spanning a long period within a few seconds, but the same sound that ended the dream also motivated them from the beginning. It made the initial things appear and unfold in sequences until the end. People under the influence of chloroform, also known as laughing gas, often have similar experiences. The first sound heard upon regaining consciousness seems to be the last of a long dream that preceded it, although the dream was actually caused by the last sound. Now let's remember that here, not only did the past, present and future exist simultaneously, but also that the future caused the appearance of the past and present. In the physical plane, we have some comparisons that illustrate this fact. It is said that in every fruit lies and exists in miniature the same form of the next tree. Furthermore, it is said that the tree is the ultimate cause of the fruit, that the idea of the tree made the fruit exist. Similarly, the idea of the man must be present in the child from birth and even from conception. Now let's move on to the intelligent conception of the most experienced metaphysicians. They have a more dazzling explanation. Occultists and metaphysicians who have deeply pondered recent events and the nature of the universe have dared to think that there must be an absolute consciousness or some form of absolute mind that perceives the past, present, and future of the universe as a single event, as a simultaneous and active present at a moment of absolute time. They believe that just as a man can appreciate what seems to be a momentary event, an event that might apparently last a year for a tiny form of life and mind, like microscopic creatures in a drop of water, what seems to be a year for the human mind might appear as a single moment's event on a higher scale of time for a superior being or a form of consciousness belonging to a higher plane. Remember that it is said that 1,000 years are but a day to the Lord, and that the Indian Vedas tell us that the creation, duration, and destruction of the universe are no more than the blink of an eye for Brahma. I won't go further down this path. I've given you a very strong hint that you must resolve on your own if you feel ready to do so. However, there are certain consequences that arise from this universal fact that I must mention before proceeding. High occult teachings assert that there exists a higher astral plane that can be said to reflect the universal mind, just as a lake contains the reflection of the distant mountain. In this way, clairvoyant vision can penetrate the realm of this reflecting astral medium and see a bit of what is represented there, just as the future can be glimpsed in this reflected image by the clairvoyant mind. Thus, we understand how future vision, foresight, and second sight are scientifically explained. An author has said the following about this plane in a completely inexplicable manner. The past, present, and future exist simultaneously. This fact can only be accepted because its cause resides in the faculty of this exalted plane, and the way this superior faculty operates is naturally quite incomprehensible to the human brain. However, from time to time, we may find a clue that seems to bring us a bit closer to a possible understanding. Therefore, when the student's consciousness is fully developed on this higher plane, it is possible for them to have perfect foresight, even if they cannot or certainly will not be able to bring the full result of their vision to their physical consciousness in a complete and orderly manner. Nevertheless, a great deal of foresight resides within them, always ready to be exercised, and even when they are not exercising it, frequent flashes of foresight reach their ordinary life, so they often have an instant intuition of how things will unfold. The same writer says, "In the absence of perfect foresight, we find that there are all degrees of this type of clairvoyance, from vague occasional premonitions that cannot be called true vision, to frequent and quite complete second sight. The faculty to which the latter term has been given, although somewhat confusing, is very interesting and would deserve a more thorough and systematic study. We know it as a very common possession among Scottish Highlanders, although it is not limited to them alone. Some similar cases have appeared in almost all nations, though it has always been more common among Highlanders and solitary individuals. In England, it is often spoken of as if it were the exclusive prerogative of the Celtic race, but in reality, it has appeared among peoples in similar situations worldwide. It is claimed, for example, that it is very common among peasants in Westphalia. Sometimes, second sight consists of an image that clearly anticipates a future event, but more often, perhaps, future vision occurs with a symbolic appearance. It may only be perceived that the events foretold are invariably unpleasant, with death being the most common of all. I do not recall a case where second sight has shown anything other than something darker. It has a dark symbolism of clothing and candles for a corpse. In some cases, it seems to depend on locality, as it is claimed that inhabitants of the Isle of Skye have often lost this faculty when they leave the island, even for crossing the continent. The gift of vision is sometimes hereditary, though not an invariable rule, as it often appears in a family member who was otherwise free from any influence. It is possible that there are still people who deny the possibility of foresight, but this only shows their ignorance on the subject. The large number of valid cases leaves no room for doubt, even if many are difficult to explain. It is clear that the ego possesses a certain amount of foresight, and if the events foreseen were always significant, one might assume that an extraordinary stimulus would have allowed it to produce a clear impression of what was seen in its lower personality. It is certain that this explanation applies to many cases where death is foreseen, a very serious disaster. However, there is a large number of recorded cases to which this explanation does not seem to apply, as the predicted events are often superficial and unimportant. In the next chapter, I will present some very remarkable cases of future time clairvoyance, foresight, or second sight. Some of them are historical, and all are validated by the best authorities. I present these cases not only for their interesting circumstances, but also to give an idea of the remarkable nature of some of these situations, and also to offer a clear idea of how this form of clairvoyance manifests. However, before delving into these cases, I want to remind you that in future time clairvoyance, just as in past time clairvoyance, the phenomenon can manifest in many ways and with different methods. In other words, in future time clairvoyance, the vision can occur in a meditative state or in dreams. It can occur through psychometry with an associated object or person providing the link, or it can occur as a result of observing crystals. This is naturally what one might expect, as this form of clairvoyance is just a special and particular stage of clairvoyance in general, and of course, it is subject to the general laws and rules governing all clairvoyant phenomena. Future time clairvoyance, foresight, and second sight can, like any other form of clairvoyance, develop and unfold according to the same rules and methods. As suggested in previous choices, it all depends on attention, application, patience, exercise, and practice. However, I can say that the strong desire and will to perceive future events, firmly held in the mind during practice and exercise, will help to unfold and develop clairvoyant faculties in this direction. A strong desire and sincere attention in the desired direction will greatly aid in cultivating, developing, and unfolding any psychic faculty, just as meditation and waking dreams on past times and things tend to develop past time clairvoyance. Meditation and waking dreams on future times and things help develop foresight and vision of upcoming events. This is indeed the first step towards achieving this form of clairvoyance. Attention clears the psychic path on which astral faculties travel in the astral plane. Just as in the physical, the rule is always to look where you are going, to look ahead on the path you wish to travel. Lesson 13. Second sight, foresight, etc. Despite the difficulties encountered in the attempt to intelligently explain the phenomena of future time clairvoyance, second sight, or foresight, as discussed in the previous lesson, human reason has always had a vivid recollection of the existence of these phenomena, and the annals of humanity have always contained numerous examples of their manifestation across all peoples, territories, and epochs. Asterisk, asterisk. Remarkable cases of certain individuals' ability to observe the mysterious regions of the future and report on them accurately have been noted. Considering humanity's traditional reports and the minor known cases from almost all peoples, scientific researchers of psychic phenomena have gathered a vast array of well-authenticated cases. The reports from the Society for Psychical Research contain many examples of these situations, which the student can read and study with interest and benefit. It is not my intention to present a complete history of these reports, but rather to highlight a few important cases to illustrate the phenomenon clearly and convincingly. There is so much material available that selecting it can be tedious for those who wish to do so, but I will do my best in this regard. To begin, I will present excerpts from a well-known case reported by a prominent member of the Theosophical Society. This case was recounted to this person by one of the actors involved, and it took place in India. A group of British Army officers was penetrating a dense jungle. The story unfolds as follows. We had ventured into the jungle and walked for an hour with little success when Cameron, who was beside me, suddenly stopped. His face turned as pale as death, and pointing ahead he cried out in horror, "Look, look, what is that?" We all shouted in confusion as we rushed toward him, hoping to find a tiger or a cobra, not knowing exactly what, but certain that it was something terrible, because it had evoked such a strong emotion from our usually calm companion. But neither a tiger nor a cobra was visible, only Cameron, pointing with a terrified face and wide-open eyes at something we could not see. "Cameron! Cameron!" I shouted, grabbing his arm. "For God's sake, speak! What's happening?" No sooner had I uttered these words than I heard a dull but very distinct sound striking my ear. Cameron, dropping his pointing hand, said in a hoarse and tense voice, "Oh, thank God it's over," and he fell to the ground, fainted. There was a momentary confusion as we unfastened his shirt collar, and I splashed a little water on his face with my flask, which I fortunately had with me, while another tried to pour brandy between his clenched teeth. After doing all this, I whispered to the man next to me, one of the most skeptical in the group. "Champ, did you hear anything?" "Well, yes," he replied. "A very curious sound, a kind of shock, different from gunshots, but very clear. If it weren't completely impossible, I would have sworn it was the sound of a firearm." "That's my impression too," I murmured. But silence he recovered. After a minute or two, he was able to speak weakly and began to thank us and apologize for the trouble he had caused. Then he was able to sit leaning against a tree, and in a firm but low voice he said, "My dear friends, I feel I owe you an explanation for my strange behavior. It is an explanation I would rather not give, but it must come at some point, so perhaps now is the time. Perhaps you noticed that during our journey, while you were mocking dreams, omens, and visions, I avoided giving my opinion on the subject. I did this because, although I did not want to ridicule myself or provoke discussions, I could not agree with you, for I knew too well from my own and terrible experience that the world men choose to call supernatural is as real, if not more so, than this world we see around us. In other words, I, like many of my compatriots, am cursed with the gift of second sight, that terrible faculty which foresees in vision the calamities that are soon to occur. I have just had such a vision, and its terrible failure has deeply moved me. How could you not see through me a corpse, not one of someone who died a peaceful and natural death, but that of a victim of a terrible accident, a horrible and shapeless mass, with a swollen, crushed, but recognizable face and this dreadful object placed in a coffin with the funeral held over it? I saw the cemetery, the priest, and everything. And although I had never seen either before, I can now picture them perfectly in my mind. To you, to me, to Beauchamp, to all of us, and to many others standing, suffering. I saw the soldiers raise their arms when the service ended today, the bullets they fired, and then I knew no more. As I spoke of this shooting, I observed with a shiver and a horrified gaze that froze the face of that skeptical opponent. I have never forgotten it. Omitting the long account of the events that followed, I will say that later that same day, the group of young officers and soldiers discovered the body of their commanding officer in the terrible state described by the young Cameron. The story continues. When the following evening we arrived at our destination and the relevant authorities took note of our melancholy statement, Cameron and I went out for a quiet walk, trying with the help of nature's relaxing influence to shake off some of the melancholy paralyzing our minds. Suddenly he grabbed my arm and, pointing through the bars, said in a trembling voice, "Yes, it's there. It's the cemetery from yesterday." And when we were later introduced to the post-chaplain, I noticed, although my friends did not, the irrepressible shiver with which Cameron took his hand, and I knew he had recognized the clerk from his vision. The account concludes with the assertion that in every small detail, as well as in the main points, the scene of the officer's funeral was exactly the same as Cameron's vision. Asterisk, asterisk. This story demonstrates that Scots have a special inclination for manifestations of second sight, especially the inhabitants of the Highlands or the mountainous regions of the country. It is difficult to find a Scot who, in his heart, does not believe in second sight and who has not encountered a well-authenticated case of its manifestation elsewhere. Certain races or sub-races seem to be particularly favored or cursed, as Cameron suggested, by this power. In general, it can be observed that these people often live in the highlands or mountains of their country. It seems that there is something in the mountains and hills that serves to develop and encourage this power in those who live there. Similarly, the story is notable for the fact that the impression was so strong in Cameron's mind that it was actually communicated by clairaudience to those near him. This is quite unusual. Although it is always related to other cases, the case is entirely typical and can be repeated in the experience of other men and women. George Fox, the Quaker pioneer, had this faculty well developed, and many cases of its manifestation have been documented. For example, he predicted the death of Cromwell when he met him riding at Hampton Court. He said he felt a wave of death around Cromwell, and Cromwell died shortly thereafter. Fox also publicly predicted the dissolution of the English Parliament, the restoration of Charles II, and the Great Fire of London. Additionally, history contains many such cases, such as the prophecy of Caesar's death and its subsequent prediction by his wife. Biblical prophecies and predictions, both major and minor, provide semi-historical examples. A famous historical example of remarkable vision and foresight is that of Cazot, whose wonderful prediction and exact fulfillment are part of French history. The French writer Dumas included this fact in one of his narratives dramatically, but this does not make the account more wonderful than the facts themselves. Another French writer, Larpe, who personally witnessed the event and whose testimony was confirmed by those present at the time, recounts the case as follows. It seems like yesterday, yet it happened at the beginning of 1788. We were dining with some of our Academy brothers, an intelligent and wealthy man. The conversation became serious, Much admiration was expressed for the revolution of thought that Voltaire had achieved. We came to the conclusion that the revolution was imminent, that superstition and fanaticism had to disappear to make way for philosophy. We began to calculate the likelihood of when this should happen, and who among those present would live to see it. The older ones complained of being able to rejoice very little with hope. The younger ones were happy to be able to look forward to this expectation, and particularly congratulated the Academy for having prepared this great work and for being the rallying point, the center, and the driving force of free thought.
No.
However, one of the guests had not joined in all the joy of this conversation and had even politely and cheerfully limited our splendid enthusiasm. This was Cazot, an attentive and original man, but unfortunately caught up in the fantasies of the Illuminati. He spoke in a very serious tone and said the following: "Gentlemen, be satisfied. You will all see this enormous and desired revolution you so long for. Do you know that I am accustomed to prophesying? I repeat, you will all see me." The others replied, "It is not necessary to be a prophet to see that." He responded, "That is true, but perhaps one needs to be a bit more than a prophet for what I still have to say. Do you know what the consequences of this revolution will be? What will be the results for all of you? And what will be the immediate effect, the well-established effect, the fully recognized consequences for all of you who are here present?" He said this with a cheeky and half-repressed tone, with a smile. "Let us listen to a philosopher, not just a prophet." "Listen, Cazot," replied Mr. Condorcet. "You will breathe your last on the floor of a prison. You will die poisoned by a poison you will have taken to escape execution. By the happiness of this time, you will be obliged to take it with you. You too, Mr. Sanford, will open your veins with 22 razor cuts, and yet you will not die until a few months later," replied Cazot. These people looked at each other and began to laugh again. "You too, Mr. Big, will not open your veins, but you will bleed 6 times in one day during a gout attack. But you will be more certain of your end and will die at night," continued Cazot. "You too, Mr. Nicolai, will die on the scaffold. You too, Mr. Bailey, and also Mr. Meliserves. Thank God," he exclaimed. "As for me, Cazot, you too will die on the scaffold," replied Sanford. "But when will this happen?" he asked. "It will not be 6 years before everything I have said comes to pass," replied Cazot. At this point, I intervened by saying the following: "There are some astonishing miracles here, but you did not include me in your list, Cazot." To which he replied, "But you will be there as an equally extraordinary miracle. You will be a Christian." After this surprising statement, exclamations followed from all sides. "I'm convinced that if we only die when art becomes Christian, then we are immortal," declared Sanford. Asterisk, asterisk. At that moment, the Duchess of Gremon said, "As for that, ladies, we are glad not to be considered at all in these revolutions. When I say not at all, it's not that we never get involved with them, but it is a received argument that they do not take us or our sex into account, ladies," Cazot said. "Their sex will not protect them this time, and it is better that they do not get involved, for they will be treated like men with no difference. But then what are you really telling us, Mr. Cazot? Are you preaching the end of the world? I know nothing about this subject, but what I do know is that you, Madame Duchess, will be led to the scaffold along with many other ladies in the executioner's cart, with your hands tied behind your back." "Oh, I hope that in this case at least you will have a black cart hanging," she replied. No, madam, ladies higher than you will go in the common cart, hands tied behind their backs, ladies higher than blood princesses." "Yes, and even more important figures," Cazot replied. At this moment, a sensitive emotion swept over the entire company, and the host's face darkened as they began to feel that the joke was becoming too serious. To dispel the gloom, the Duchess of Grandmont ignored the reply and simply said carelessly, "You see, they won't even leave me a confessor." "No, madam, nor you nor anyone else. The last victim to be granted this privilege will be—" He paused for a moment. "Who will it be then, happy mortal who will be granted this privilege?" he asked. "It will be the one who has retained it then, and it will be the King of France." This final and surprising prediction caused the company to be seized with a kind of terror and dismay, as the mere mention of such a thing was tantamount to treason. The astonishing continuation of this strange story is that within the 6 years predicted by the prophecy, every detail of it was fully realized. The facts are known to all students of the French Revolution and can be verified with any reference to the history of that terrible period. To appreciate the surprising nature of the prophecy when it was made, it is enough to be familiar with the position and characteristics of the people whose destinies were predicted. This famous example of clairvoyance or prediction into a very advanced future has never been matched. The reason might be that Cazot was an experienced and highly developed occultist. Such people prophesy in this way, sometimes very rarely, for reasons known to all occultists. Ordinary recorded cases are those where the manifestation is from a person with lesser powers and less perfect development. Advanced occultists understand the danger of being negligent in using this power. They know that such revelations will produce a terrible effect on the minds of people who are not balanced enough to bear the revelation. Moreover, they know that if the average person knew the main details of their future life on Earth, they would lose all interest in it. It would become bland, and the appeal of the unknown would disappear. In such cases, future pleasures would lose their allure, as they would have been anticipated so much that they would lose their flavor, and unpleasant things would become unbearable due to the constant anticipation of them. We tend to devalue our pleasures if we dwell too long on anticipation, and as we all know, the fear of a future evil is often worse than the evil itself. We suffer 1,000 pains in anticipation and only one in reality. But as suggested, there are other more serious reasons why advanced occultists do not indulge in public prophecies of this type. It is likely that Cazot decided and was permitted to make his famous prophecy for an important occult reason unknown to Harp. It was probably related to the execution of some grand plan, and he may have managed to achieve results unimaginable to us. In any case, it was something unusual, even among advanced occultists and masters of esoteric knowledge. Another case of great historical value is that of the assassination of Spencer Perceval, Chancellor of the Exchequer in England, which occurred in the lobby of the House of Commons. Those who know the case say that about 9 days before the drama, a mine director from Cornwall named John Williams had a vision 3 times in which he saw a small man dressed in a blue coat and a white vest entering the vestibule of the House of Commons. Then another man dressed in a tobacco-coloured coat approached and took out a pistol from an inner pocket, shooting the small man, with the bullet lodging in his left chest. In the vision, Williams turned and asked a passer-by the name of the victim. The passer-by replied that the injured man was Mr. Spencer Perceval, the Chancellor of the Exchequer. What is most remarkable about this case from a scientific perspective is that Williams was very impressed because his vision repeated 3 times. His anxiety was so great that he talked about it to several friends and asked if it would be good for him to go to London to warn Mr. Perceval. His friends mocked him and convinced him to abandon the idea of visiting London. Those who were already aware of the vision were very surprised and shocked when, several days later, the assassination occurred, perfectly matching John Williams' vision. The case, confirmed by several trustworthy people consulted by Williams, attracted much attention at the time and has since passed into history as one of the most remarkable cases of foresight. Asterisk, asterisk. In certain situations, however, foresight seems to come as a warning, and in many cases, paying attention to the warning has prevented the unpleasant consequences from materializing. As observed in visions, until action is taken based on the warning, the event is exactly as seen in the vision, but once the warned person acts to prevent the event, the entire chain of circumstances is broken. There is a hidden explanation for this, but it is too technical to be mentioned here. What psychic researchers call the Hannah Green case falls into this category. The story, briefly recounted, is that Janna Green, a chambermaid from Oxfordshire, dreamt that, being alone in the house on a Sunday evening, she heard a knock at the door. When she opened it, she found a vagabond trying to force his way in. She struggled to prevent him from entering, but he struck her and left her unconscious, after which he entered the house and stole everything of value. She told her friends about the vision, but since nothing happened for a while, the matter almost faded from her mind. However, about 7 years later, she found herself alone at home on a Sunday evening. During the evening, she was startled by a sudden knock at the door, which immediately reminded her of her previous vision. She refused to open it, remembering the warning, and went halfway up the stairs to look out the window. She saw at the door the same vagabond she had seen in her vision about 7 years earlier, armed and trying to enter the house. She made noise to scare him off, and thus avoided the unpleasant conclusion she had seen in her vision. Similarly, many such cases have been recorded. In some cases, people have been warned by symbols of various characteristics or have had foresight. For example, many cases are known where the vision is of a hearse in front of the person's door who dies shortly thereafter, or the person is seen in funeral attire. The variations are countless. If you speak with the average inhabitant of the Scottish Highlands or certain counties in Ireland, you will get a multitude of illustrations and examples. This phase of the general subject of clairvoyance is very fascinating to the student and researcher, and it involves the highest psychic or astral powers of perception. In fact, as I have already said, there is here a reflection of something much higher than the astral or psychic planes of being. The student glimpses infinitely higher and grander regions, begins to realize at least the existence of that universal consciousness in which we live, move, and have our being, and the reality of the eternal now where past, present, and future merge as a single fact of infinite consciousness. Observe the signal indicating the wonderful truths. Lesson 14. Journeys in the astral body. There is much confusion in the minds of occultism students regarding the distinction between astral vision through astral senses in clairvoyance and the vision of astral senses during journeys of the astral body away from the physical body. There is such a thin line between the two phases of occult phenomena that it is easy to confuse them with each other. In reality, they often blend in a way that makes it very difficult to distinguish them. However, in this lesson, I will attempt to mention the characteristics of vision in the astral body so that the student learns to differentiate it from ordinary clairvoyant astral vision and can recognize it when experienced. The main points of distinction are as follows. When clairvoyant vision is achieved through astral senses, as described in previous chapters of this book, the clairvoyant generally perceives the scene, person, or event as an image on a flat surface. It is true that there is generally a perfect perspective, similar to that of good stereoscopic vision or high-quality moving photography. The figures stand out and do not appear flat as in the case of ordinary photography. But even under the best conditions, it is like seeing a moving image in that the entire scene is in front of you. In contrast, vision in the astral body provides a complete view of the scene, meaning that in this case, you see things as they would appear if you were in a physical body. You see in front of you, to the sides, and out of the corner of your eye. If you turn your head, you can see in any direction and can turn around and see what is happening behind you. In the first case, you are only observing an astral image in front of you, while in the second case you are actually present in person. However, there are some limitations to this all-around vision when we are in the astral body that I must mention now. For example, if, in the astral body, you examine the Akashic records of the past or observe scenes of the future, you will see these things as a mere image and will not be aware of being personally present in the scene. It should also be noted here an apparent exception, namely, that if your vision of the past includes perceiving yourself in a previous incarnation, you may be aware of living and acting in your previous personality. And if you are performing psychometry from fossil remains or any object related to a living creature from the past, you may assume the mental or emotional conditions of that creature and have the sensation of perceiving things from the inside rather than from the outside. This is, of course, also a characteristic of ordinary clairvoyant vision of the past, but when the astral body perceives a scene from present-time space, you are in all effects a real participant. Asterisk, asterisk. One is truly present at the location and moment. The sensation of being truly present in the body is the main feature of astral body vision and distinguishes it from the sensation of seeing images in ordinary clairvoyance. The aim is to present the subject as clearly and simply as possible, ignoring many details and technical characteristics. As a student of occultism, you know that the astral body is a subtle counterpart to the physical body, composed of a much finer substance, and that under certain conditions it can travel in its astral body detached from the physical body, except that it is connected to it by a thin astral cord, which is very similar to the umbilical cord connecting the newborn to the placenta in its mother's womb. Exploring the realms of the astral plane typically occurs when the physical body is calm during sleep or in a trance state. In fact, the astral body is often projected during ordinary sleep, but we usually do not remember what we have seen in our astral journeys, except sometimes for fleeting glimpses of partial memory upon waking. In some cases, however, our astral vision is so clear and real that we wake up with the feeling of having had a spatial experience and of having been outside the physical body at that moment. In some instances, the person traveling in the astral is able to actually participate in the distant scene and, under certain circumstances, may even materialize in a way that others can see them in their physical bodies. I am now, of course, referring to the untrained individual. The trained and developed occultist is, of course, capable of doing these things consciously and deliberately, unlike the ordinary person who does it without intention or awareness. I will now quote another writer on the subject, whose viewpoint, in conjunction with mine, may help achieve a clear understanding in the student's mind. He says the following: "We are now entering a completely new variety of clairvoyance, where the seer's consciousness no longer remains in their physical body, nor is intimately connected to it, but is definitively transferred to the scene they are examining. Although it is undeniable that this presents greater dangers for the inexperienced seer than any of the other methods, it is nevertheless the most satisfying form of clairvoyance available to them. In this case, the person's body is asleep or in a trance, and their senses are not available for use during the vision. So any description of what they see and any questions about other details must be posed until the seer returns to this plane. On the other hand, the view is much more complete and perfect. The person hears and sees everything in front of them and can move freely within the vast limits of the astral plane. They also have the immense advantage of being able to, so to speak, participate in the scenes that appear before their eyes, conversing with various entities of the astral plane from which they can obtain much curious and interesting information. Additionally, they learn to materialize, which is not very difficult once they have gained skill. They will be able to participate in physical events or conversations at a distance and present themselves to an absent friend. Moreover, they will have the additional power to seek what they want. Through other forms of clairvoyance, one can locate a person or place only if one is already familiar with it, or if one comes into contact with it by touching something physically connected to it, as in psychometry. However, by using the astral body, a person can move freely and quickly in any direction and can, for example, easily find any location marked on a map without any prior knowledge of the site or any object that helps establish a connection with it. They can also easily rise into the air to get a panoramic view of the land they are examining, thus observing its extent, the outline of its coast, or its general features. In fact, in every sense their power and freedom are greater when using this method than in any other form of minor clairvoyance. In many proven cases, we can observe that the soul of a dying person, whose physical end is approaching, visits their friends and relatives in the astral body, and in many cases it even materializes and speaks with them. In these cases, the dying person accomplishes the feat of astral manifestation without any special occult knowledge. The weakening of the links between the physical and higher stages of the soul makes the temporary exit relatively easy, and the desire of the dying person provides the necessary strength to move. However, it is frequently observed that these visits are merely the strongly charged thoughts of the dying person in the line of telepathy, as previously explained. But in many cases, there is no doubt that the phenomenon is a clear case of astral visitation and materialization. The records of the Society for Psychical Research contain many events of this type, and similar cases are found in other records of psychic research. I will now cite some of these cases so that you can understand their characteristics. An important psychic and occult researcher provides the following case, which does not have many stories with as much evidence to its credit. The story reported by Mr. Lanks in one of his books is as follows. Mary, the wife of John Coffey from Rochester, troubled by a long illness, went to stay with her father in Westmin, a few miles from her home. ****. One day before her death, she was very eager to see her 2 children, whom she had left at home under the care of a nurse. She was too ill to move, and between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning she fell into a trance. A widow, Turner, who was taking care of her that night, said that she had her eyes open and fixed, with her jaw dropped. Mrs. Turner put her hand to her mouth, but could not perceive any breathing. She thought she was having a seizure, and doubted whether she was alive or dead. The next morning, the dying woman told her mother that she had stayed at home with her children, saying, "Last night, I was with them while they slept. The Rochester nurse, widow Alexander, claimed that just before 2 a.m. she saw the image of Mary Goofy leaving the adjacent room where the oldest child was in bed with the door open and standing by him for a quarter of an hour. The youngest child was there, lying next to her. His eyes and mouth were moving, but he said nothing. The nurse added that she was fully awake. It was daylight, and it was one of the longest days of the year. She sat on the bed and fixed her gaze on the apparition. At that moment she heard the clock strike 2, and after a while she said, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, who are you?" At that moment the apparition withdrew and left the premises. She removed her clothes and followed it, but she is unable to say what happened next. In the case just mentioned, Mr. Lang states that the nurse was so frightened that she was afraid to go back to bed. As soon as the neighbors awoke, she told them what she had seen, but they told her she must have been dreaming. It was only when news of what had happened on the other side of the square, near the dying woman's bed, reached them that they realized what had occurred. In a work by Reverend Fegley, several cases similar to this one are cited, which Mr. Lee claims to be entirely authenticated. In one case, a mother dying in Egypt appeared to her children and was clearly seen in broad daylight by the 5 children and the nurse. In another situation, a deceased Quaker woman from Cocker was seen and recognized in broad daylight by her 3 children in Seattle, with the rest of the story being identical to the coffee case we just recounted. In the archives of the Society for Psychical Research, there is another case. The person reporting it has a good character and enjoys a great reputation for truthfulness and reliability. Here is the account. One December morning in 1836, R had the following dream, although he would prefer to call it a revelation. He suddenly found himself at the door of Avenue Commander NM, several miles from his home. Near him, there was a group of people, one carrying a basket on their arm and the others being men, 4 of whom were his tenants, while the others were strangers. Some of the strangers seemed to be attacking HW, one of his tenants. So he intervened. He said, "I struck the man to my left violently, then with greater ferocity the face of the man to my right. To my great surprise, I discovered that I had not knocked either of them down. I struck again and again with all the violence of a desperate man, seeing the murder of my poor friend. To my astonishment, my arms, although visible to my eyes, lacked substance, and the bodies of the men I was striking, as well as my own, seemed to draw closer with each blow, through the dark arms with which I was making my attacks. My strikes were delivered with a more extreme violence than I thought I had exerted, but I was convinced of my impotence. I have no awareness of what happened after this feeling of insubstantiality overcame me." The next morning, R felt stiffness and pain in his body, the result of violent physical exercise, and his wife told him that during the night she had been very alarmed to see him striking again and again in a terrifying manner, as if he were fighting for his life. He then told her about his dream and asked her to recall the names of those who had appeared there. The following morning, a Wednesday, R received a letter from his agent who resided in the neighboring town of the property, informing him that his tenant had been found on Tuesday morning at the door of Commander NM, unconscious and apparently dying from a skull fracture with no trace of the assailants. That night, R went to the town and arrived on Thursday morning. On his way to a magistrate meeting, he met the oldest magistrate in that part of the country and asked him to order the arrest of the 3 men whom, besides HW, he had recognized in his dream, and to question them separately. This was done immediately. The 3 men recounted the events identically, and all named the woman who was with them. She was arrested and gave a very similar testimony. They said that between 11 p.m. and midnight on Monday night, while she was on her way home, they were attacked by 3 strangers, 2 of whom violently assaulted HW, while the other prevented his friends from intervening. HW did not die, but was never the same man. Subsequently, he moved elsewhere. Steve, the English editor and psychic investigator, relates the following case, which he accepts as true and correct after carefully investigating the circumstances, character, and reputation of the person recounting it. The story is as follows. Located more than 10 miles from the Atlantic, and not far from the old trading town of Travoyna, Hardy and George Northey were brothers, and since childhood, their lives had been marked by a strong fraternal bond. Hardy and George Northey had never been separated since birth until George became a sailor, and Hardy joined his father in business. On February 8, 1840, while George Northey's ship was in the port of Santa Elena, he had a very strange dream. Last night, I dreamed that my brother was at the Telepathy market and that I was very close to him during all the market activities. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Although I could see and hear what was happening around me, I was convinced that it was not my physical presence accompanying it, but my shadow or spiritual presence, for it seemed not to know that I was by its side. I felt that my presence in this strange form was a sign of a hidden danger that he was destined to encounter, and that, nonetheless, my presence could not avert since I could not speak to warn him of the danger. The story begins with Hart collecting a considerable sum of money at the Telepathy market, and then starting his journey home. George recounts what happened to his brother on the way. My terror increased as Hart approached the village of Paulgirl until I was in perfect despair, being the one who was helped but unable to warn my brother in any way or prevent his progress. Suddenly, I noticed two dark shadows projecting across the path. I felt that the time of my brother's end had come and that I could do nothing. Two men appeared whom I immediately recognized as obvious poachers living in a solitary forest near Sanulos. They wished him good night, Mr. Naughty. We know that you have just returned from the Telepathy market with a lot of money in your pockets. We are desperate men, and you will not leave here until we have that money. So give it to us. My brother said nothing and cracked the whip, steering the horse toward them. The younger of the thieves immediately drew a pistol and shot. Hardy fell dead from his saddle, and one of the assailants grabbed him by the throat for a few minutes to ensure he was dead, and left no trace of life in my poor brother. The murderers tied the horse to a tree in the orchard, and, after stripping the corpse of all its possessions, dragged it to the stream, hiding it under the banks of the flowing water. They then erased all traces of blood on the path and hid the pistol in the straw of an abandoned cabin near the path, before letting the horse go free to return home alone. They fled across the fields. The story recounts that George Northey's boat left Santa Elena the day after the dream and arrived in Plymouth in due time. George had a very vivid memory of his vision during the return trip and never doubted for a moment that his brother had truly been murdered, and by the people he had seen in his vision. He was determined to bring the murderers to justice and was convinced that through his efforts the assailants would be punished. In England, justice was underway but needed a missing piece. The crime caused horror and outrage among everyone, and the authorities did everything possible to discover the murderers and bring them to justice. Two brothers named Highwood were suspected as blood-stained clothes were found on their farm, but no pistol was found, although the younger of the brothers admitted to having had one until he lost it. They were arrested and brought before the magistrates. The evidence against them was purely circumstantial and not very strong, but their actions were those of guilty men. They were tried, and each confessed in hopes of escaping the death penalty, but both were found guilty and sentenced to death. Before the execution, George Northey arrived from Santa Elena and declared that the pistol was in the straw of the old cabin near the place where Northey had been murdered and where the murderers had hidden it. "How do you know?" they asked him, and George replied, "I saw the crime being committed in a dream I had the night of the murder when I was in Santa Elena." The pistol was found, as George Northey had predicted, in the straw of the derelict farmhouse. The investigation revealed that the details of the crime were identical to those observed in the vision. It is well known among occultists that many people frequently travel astrally during sleep, and in many cases retain a faint memory of what they saw and heard during their astral travels. Almost everyone has experienced the feeling of waking up in the morning, feeling physically tired and exhausted. In some cases, there is a faint memory of having walked or worked during sleep. Who among us has not had the experience of walking through the air without touching the ground, simply carried by the effort of the will? And who has not experienced that terrifying sensation of falling through space in a dream just before waking up abruptly? And who has not had the experience of going for a walk in the street or in a public place and suddenly being struck by the awareness that we were in pajamas or perhaps completely naked? All these things are more or less distorted memories of astral travels. But while these travels during sleep in the astral are harmless, consciously venturing into the astral is not. There are many astral planes where it is dangerous and unpleasant for an untrained person to travel, unless accompanied by a qualified occultist as a guide. I therefore caution all students against any attempt to force their development. In this regard, nature surrounds us with safeguards and places obstacles for its own protection, and of course, do not attempt to cross these obstacles without knowing what you are doing. Fools rush in where angels fear to tread, Remember, a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. When you reach the stage of development where it is safe for you to undertake conscious astral explorations, then your guide will be at hand and you will be instructed by those who are able to do so. Do not attempt to enter the astral without proper preparation and thorough knowledge. You might find yourself in the state of the fish that has jumped out of the water onto the stream's banks. Your travels during sleep are safe. They will increase in variety and clarity, and you will remember them more and more. All this must happen before you can begin to try to consciously venture into the astral as occultists do. Content yourself with crawling before you can walk. Asterisk, asterisk. Learn to add, multiply, subtract and divide before starting with higher mathematics, algebra or geometry of occultism. Lesson 15. Strange astral phenomena. There are several stages of astral phenomena that are different from those mentioned in previous chapters, and that it would be useful for the student to know to complete their general understanding of the subject. Although these manifestations are strange and not generally recognized in existing literature on the topic, one of the first stages of astral phenomena is what might be called the projection of the thought form. This manifestation lies on the psychic scale between ordinary clairvoyance and the astral projection of the body. It has characteristics of both and is often confused with other stages. To fully understand this phenomenon, the student must know that thought often adopts an astral form, and these manifestations are known as thought forms. Generally, the ordinary thought form is quite simple and bears no particular resemblance to its sender. But in some cases, a person may, consciously or unconsciously, think strongly and clearly about themselves as if they were present elsewhere, thereby creating a thought form of themselves in that place, which can be perceived by those who have clairvoyant vision. Moreover, this thought form of oneself is psychically connected to the person and provides them with a channel for psychic information. Typically, these mental forms are projected only by those who have trained their mind and will according to occult standards. But occasionally, under the strain of strong emotion or desire, an ordinary person may activate their psychic power to the point that the phenomenon manifests. At this point, I will quote an English researcher on astral phenomena with extensive experience in the field, who said, "All students know that thought often takes form on its own plane and also on the astral plane, but perhaps it is so well known that if a man thinks strongly of himself as if he were present in a specific place, the form taken by that particular thought will be a likeness of the thinker himself, which will appear at the desired location. Essentially, this form must be composed of matter from the mental plane. Although often surrounded by matter from the astral plane, and thus approaching visibility, there are indeed many cases where the thought form has been observed by the person thought of, probably due to the conscious influence emanating from the original thinker. However, none of the thinker's consciousness would be included in this thought form once sent by him. It would be a very distinct entity, although not completely disconnected from its creator, but with regard to the possibility of receiving any impression through it. This form of clairvoyance then consists of the ability to maintain the connection and control over a newly created mental form in order to receive impressions through it. In this case, the impressions realized on the form will be transmitted to the thinker not through an astral telegraphic line, but through a harmonic vibration. A perfect example of this type of clairvoyance is similar to if the seer projected a part of their consciousness into the thought form and used it as a sort of observation post from which observation would be possible. They can see almost as well as if they were actually at the location of their thought form. The figures they observe will appear life-sized and very close, rather than small and distant, as happens in other forms of clairvoyance, and they will find it possible to change their point of view if desired. Clairaudience is less associated with this type of clairvoyance, but is somewhat replaced by a sort of mental perception of the thoughts and intentions of those who are seen, while the person's consciousness is still in the physical body. They may even, when exercising this faculty, hear and speak to the extent they can do so without being distracted. At the moment, the intention of their thought fails, all vision disappears, and they will have to build a new thought form before they can resume it. Cases where this type of vision is possessed with a certain degree of perfection by untrained individuals are naturally rarer than other types of clairvoyance due to the mental control required and the generally more subtle nature of the forces used. It can be said that this particular method is widely used by advanced occultists in all countries, being preferred for multiple reasons. Some of these are as follows. Firstly, the ability to move vision and turn almost as well as in the case of actual astral body projection, which offers a huge advantage over ordinary clairvoyance. Secondly, it eliminates some disadvantages of going into the astral in the astral body, which only trained occultists can achieve, offering nearly the same results as astral body clairvoyance without drawbacks or disadvantages. In India, this form of clairvoyance is very common, as Hindus as a race are much more psychic than people living in the West, and there are also more highly developed occultists there than in the West. On the other hand, there is a psychic atmosphere surrounding India due to its thousands of years of deep interest in psychic and spiritual matters, contributing to making the production of psychic phenomena much more accessible than in other lands. Similarly, in India, we find many cases of another form of psychic or astral phenomena, namely the production of images in the form of thought that are clearly visible to one or more people. This phase of psychic phenomena is the real basis of many wonderful stories that Western travelers bring back from India. The fascinating cases of magical appearance of living creatures and plants or other objects out of thin air are the result of this psychic phenomenon. That is, the creatures and objects are not actually produced, but are astral appearances resulting from the projection of powerful thought forms from the mind of the magician or another miracle worker who abound in India. Even ignorant fakers, those itinerant artists of psychic phenomena, are capable of producing such phenomena that seem miraculous to those who observe them. As for the trained occultists of India, it can be said that their feats seem to destroy all theories and principles of materialistic philosophy and science. ***. But in almost all cases, the explanation is always the same: the projection of a strong and clear thought form on a large scale. Although I deliberately omitted the reference to Hindu psychic phenomena in this book, for the reasons stated in the introduction, I find it necessary to mention a few cases from India for the simple reason that there are not many examples in the Western world. There are no individuals performing wandering wonders of this kind in Western lands, and trained occultists in the West, of course, would not consent to perform such feats for the entertainment of thrill-seekers. The trained wills of the West are dedicated to objectively materializing in the physical plane, creating railways, buildings, or bridges from mental images, instead of dedicating the same time, energy, and will to producing mental forms and astral images. There is a significant difference in temperament and general psychic atmosphere between the East and the West, which helps to explain this type of phenomenon. An American writer says the following on the subject: "The most important principle underlying all Hindu miracle work is that of strong will, and the first condition necessary to produce a magical effect is an increase in the power of thought." Hindus, due to their intense love for solitary meditation, which has been one of their most important characteristics for time immemorial, have acquired mental faculties that we in Western civilization are completely ignorant of. The Hindu, achieving immense mastery in speculative philosophy, has devoted years to meditating in the quiet places of his land, living as a hermit, sustaining his body, and developing his mind, thereby gaining control over other minds. In India, landscapes of distant places have been observed appearing like a mirage in the clear air, even with colors present. Although rare, this has been a remarkable case of thought form projection from the mind of a highly developed individual in occult teachings. It must be remembered that to produce an image in the astral of this type, the occultist must not only have the power of will and mind for this image to materialize, but they must also possess an extraordinary memory for every detail of the image, as nothing appears if it has not been represented in the mind of the person themselves. This memory and perception of details are very rare in the Western world, with only extraordinary artists possessing them. However, anyone can use this perception and memory if they dedicate the same time and care as magicians do. Without light, have you heard of the Hindu mango trick, where the magician takes a mango seed, plants it in the ground, waves his hands over it, and then makes a small shoot appear on the surface, followed by a small trunk and leaves, which grow and develop until a full-sized mango tree appears, first showing flowers and then a ripe fruit. In summary, in a few moments, the magician has produced what nature takes years to accomplish. But in reality, what the magician is doing is producing a wonderful astral thought form from the seed stage to that of the tree and fruit. The astral image perfectly reproduces the image in its own mind. It is as if they create a moving film in their mind and project it onto the screen of the air. There is no mango tree out there, and there has never been one outside the mind of the magician and their audience. Similarly, the magician appears to throw the air at the end of a rope, which rises until the end is out of sight. Then, the magician sends a child up it until the child also disappears and makes everything disappear. Here is the child standing among the audience. The child is quite real, of course, but they never left the spot. The rest was an appearance caused by the magician's mind and will represented in the astral as a thought form. In the same way, the magician appears to cut the child into pieces, then makes the cut parts come back together. These acts may vary countless times, but the principle is always the same: the projection of mental forms. Western visitors have attempted to capture photographs of these feats of Hindu magicians, but all their devices can show is the old fakir sitting quietly in the center with a strange expression in his eyes. This is to be expected, as the image exists only on the astral plane and is perceived only by the awakened astral senses of the present audience, who have been stimulated into activity by the magician's power through vibratory sympathy, to be precise. Furthermore, in some cases, it has been found that the vision is limited to a specific area. People outside the boundary circle see nothing, and those who approach the magician lose sight of what they had previously observed. There are a few scientific reasons to explain this latter fact, but it is not necessary to analyze them now. The main point I want to emphasize is that these wonderful scenes are merely simple images, entirely formed by thought in the astral, perceived by the astral vision of the present spectators. This is undoubtedly quite marvelous, but the idea remains that no miracle has been accomplished. I must mention here that these magicians start their training at a very young age, in addition to instruction related to astral phenomena passed down from generation to generation. They are set to work by practicing the visualization of things previously perceived. For example, they are asked to act on a rose. They must record in their memory the perfect image of the rose, which is not quite easy. They then move on to more difficult objects, slowly and progressively, according to the known principles of memory development. Asterisk, asterisk. At the same time, they practice the art of reproducing what they remember by projecting it as a thought form. Thus, the young magician progresses from simple things to complex ones, from easy to difficult, until he is finally declared fit to offer public exhibitions. All of this takes years and years of practice. Sometimes, the boy becomes an adult before he is allowed to publicly display his power. Imagine if a Western child or man were prepared to study from early childhood to adulthood before hoping to show what he has learned. Certainly, the East is the East and the West is the West, the two poles of human activity and expression. Another phase of astral psychic phenomena that must be mentioned, though it occurs rarely, is what has been called telekinesis. The term refers to phenomena where physical objects are moved without direct contact with the person responsible for the movement. The term was proposed by Professor Koch and derives from two Greek words, tele, meaning far, and kinesis, meaning movement. This type of phenomenon is more commonly known in the Western world for its manifestation, in spiritualist circles, through the movement of tables or knocks on doors, usually attributed to the work of spirits, but which occultists know generally occur, whether consciously or unconsciously. By the power of presence or other gifts, I do not seek to discredit authentic spiritualist phenomena, but I do not consider them in these lessons. All I want to say is that many phenomena commonly attributed to spirits are actually results of the psychic forces inherent in human beings. Under certain conditions, a very psychic person who is also highly charged with prana may have the ability to project a part of their astral body to a considerable distance and affect a physical object there. Those with powerful clairvoyant vision can perceive this astral extension under favorable circumstances. They realize that the person's astral arm extends, decreasing in size as it does, much like a flexible piece of rubber shrinks in diameter as it extends in length, eventually coming into contact with the physical object it wishes to move or strike. Then, a strong flow of prana is observed along its length, which, due to a particular form of concentration, is capable of producing the physical effect. For now, I cannot delve into the subject of astral physics, as it is too technical for lessons designed for general study. However, I can at least partially explain the phenomenon by saying that the projected astral arm acts almost exactly like an extended physical arm, if it were possible in nature. This extension of the astral body produces mental impacts on tables, tilts and movements, levitation or lifting of solid objects into the air, or playing musical instruments like the guitar or accordion. In some situations, it can lift the person themselves off the ground and carry them through the air. It can also cause the movement of a pencil on a closed slate or a piece of chalk. Indeed, it can produce almost any type of movement possible for the physical hand. In the case of the person's own levitation, the astral arms, and sometimes the legs, extend to the ground and push the physical body into the air, then propel it. However, there are many complex technical details involved in these manifestations, so they must be omitted in such a general explanation. Those who are firmly attached to spiritualist theory resist the claim of occultists that this type of phenomenon can be explained without the need for spirits. But the best basis for the occultists' claim is that many advanced occultists are able to produce such phenomena consciously, deliberately, and at will, through an act of pure will accompanied by the power of mental imagery. They first imagine the astral extension. Then will the projection of the astral and the flow of prana, or vital force, around the mental image schema. In the case of some very developed occultists, the astral mental form of their body is charged with so much prana that it is capable of moving physical objects. This is not mere theory, as it can be verified by any sufficiently developed occultist. I do not wish to insinuate that mediums understand the true nature of this phenomenon and deliberately seek to deceive their followers. On the contrary, most of them firmly believe that it is the spirits doing the work, not realizing that they are unconsciously projecting their prana-charged astral bodies and performing the action themselves. The best mediums will, however, say that they ardently desire the thing to happen, and a little follow-up questioning will reveal that they usually construct a clear mental image of the actual event before it occurs. However, as I have mentioned, the best evidence is that advanced occultists are able to reproduce the phenomena deliberately, consciously, and at will. I do not think this takes away from the wonder or interest in so-called spiritualist phenomena. On the contrary, it suggests that it enhances them by re-entering the realm of the spirits. I will say that occultists know that many cases of materialization of spiritual forms are due to the unconscious projection of the medium's astral body. Furthermore, this projection of the astral body may take on the appearance of a deceased soul due to the mental image of that person in the medium's mind. However, one might wonder how the medium can form a mental image if they have never seen the person. The answer is that the spirits of people present who have known the deceased person tend to influence the appearance of the nebulous form of the spirit. In fact, in most cases, the medium is unable to produce the phenomenon without the psychic help of those present in the immediate circle. Asterisk, asterisk. In this case as well, it could be said that the advanced occultist is able to reproduce phenomena with their will, as anyone who has had the privilege of closely observing these individuals knows. The fact that the medium is generally in a trance state materially aids the ease with which phenomena occur. With the conscious mind calm and the subconscious mind active, astral phenomena occur with less difficulty than if the medium were in an ordinary condition. Now, I want readers who have a strong sympathy for spiritualist feats to understand that I recognize the validity and authenticity of most spiritualist phenomena. I know that these things are true and not merely a belief of mine, but I also know that many of the so-called spiritualist phenomena are possible without the help of spirits, but only through the use of astral psychic forces and powers, as indicated in these lessons. I see no reason why an honest researcher in spiritualism should be offended by these claims, as it does not diminish the wonder of the phenomena or discredit the motives and power of mediums. We must seek the truth wherever it may be and not try to avoid the results of our research. There are too many wonderful phenomena in spiritualism to envy the explanation that the occultist offers for some of its phases. However, since I am referring to materialization, I would like the student to pay attention to my small book titled The Astral World, in which I briefly explain the phenomena of these astral planes where the envelopes of souls that have moved to the higher planes of the great astral world reside. I demonstrated there that many astral envelopes or shadows and other semi-astral entities can be materialized and thus mistaken for the spirits of deceased friends. I also explained in the same book how there are certain powerful thought forms that can be mistaken for materializations of spirits. Similarly, I showed how many mediums are actually good clairvoyants and, by reading the records of the astral light, are able to provide information that seems to come from the deceased soul. All these things must be known by a serious spiritualism researcher so that they can classify the phenomena they observe and thus avoid error and disappointment. In this sense, before addressing other stages of psychic phenomena, I will say that one of the best-known mediums in the modern Western world, consulted by important figures such as university professors, psychologists, and others, whose revelations about the past, present, and future have astonished attentive and intelligent people with great international recognition, and who, at the height of her professional success, made a public announcement in which she felt obliged to state, out of conscience, that she had come to the conclusion that her messages did not come from spirits of deceased persons, but from some unknown realm of being brought here by the exercise of an inherent faculty, developed to a high degree of power for one reason or another, a power that seems to manifest more effectively when she disconnects her ordinary physical faculties and operates on a higher plane. I expect that students of these lessons will be able to indicate the nature of the phenomena manifested by this medium and also the source of her power. If not, I will be disappointed in my teaching work. Lesson 16. Psychic Influence, Its Laws and Principles. One of the phases of psychic phenomena that constantly attracts the student's attention is what might be called psychic influence. This term can be understood as the influence of one spirit on another, that is, the effect of one spirit on another. Much has been written and commented on this phase of the general subject in recent years. However, few writers have delved into it deeply. Primarily, most writers attempt to explain everything through ordinary telepathy. But this is only a partial view, as while ordinary telepathy plays an important role in phenomena, the higher form of telepathy, that is, the astral transfer of thought, is often involved. The student who has attentively followed the previous lessons will easily understand what I mean, so it is not necessary to repeat this point now. In this aspect, however, I ask the student to consider the idea of psychic vibrations and their inductive power. It is a great principle of occultism, as well as modern science, that everything is in a state of vibration. Everything has its own rhythm of vibration and manifests it constantly. Each mental state is accompanied by a vibration on its own plane, and each emotional state or feeling has its own rhythm of vibration. These rhythms manifest similarly to how musical sound vibrations produce different notes on the scale, which rise on top of each other. But the scale of mental and emotional states is much more complex and extensive than the musical scale. There are thousands of different notes and halftones in the scale. Similarly, there are also harmonies and discordances. To those who consider vibrations as something simply related to sound waves, I would say that a general and quick examination of some elementary works on physical science will show that even the different shades, nuances, and tints of colors perceived by us result from different frequencies of vibration. Color is simply the result of certain frequencies of light vibration recorded by our senses and interpreted by our mind, from the low vibrations of red to the high vibrations of violet. All the different colors in the spectrum have their own vibration index. Furthermore, science knows that below the lowest red vibrations and above the highest violet vibrations, there are other vibrations that our senses cannot record, but which, on the other hand, scientific instruments can. Light rays used for photography are not perceived by sight. There is a group of light rays called chemical rays that the eye does not perceive but can be captured by specific instruments. There is what science calls dark light, which can be photographed in a room that appears completely dark to the human eye. Above the ordinary scale of light vibrations are the vibrations of X-rays and other defined forces, which are not perceived by the human eye but can be captured by delicate and specialized instruments. Moreover, although science has not yet discovered this fact, occultists know that the vibrations of mental and emotional states are as real and variable as those of sound, light, or heat. On the other hand, above the plane of physical vibrations originating from the brain and nervous system are the vibrations of the astral counterparts, which are positioned higher in the scale. Even the astral faculties and organs, though above the physical ones, remain subject to the universal rule of vibration and have their own rhythm. An old occult axiom says, "As above, so below, as below, so above." This is always evident in all planes of universal energy. By closely following this idea of the universality of vibrations closely related to it, we have the principle of induction, which is also universal and manifests in all planes of energy. What is induction? It is very simple or very complex depending on the perspective. The principle of induction on any plane refers to the quality or attribute inherent in energy by which its manifestation tends to reproduce itself in a second object, establishing in it the corresponding vibrations, even though there is no direct contact between the two objects. Thus, the heat of one object can induce heat in another if it is within its field of induction. The heated object emits heat vibrations that establish corresponding vibrations in the nearby second object and heat it in the same way. The vibrations of light striking other objects make them capable of emitting brightness. Similarly, a magnet induces magnetism in a nearby piece of steel, even though the two objects do not touch. An electrified element will electrify another object located at a certain distance by induction. A note played on a piano or violin will, under certain conditions, make a glass or vase in a remote part of the room vibrate and resonate, and so on. In every form or phase of energy manifestation, we see the principle of induction operating and manifesting. On the plane of ordinary thought and emotion, we find many cases of this principle of induction. We know that a person radiating happiness or sadness, joy or anger, tends to communicate their feelings and emotions to those with whom they come into contact. Everyone has seen a room full of people affected and influenced in this way under certain circumstances. We have also seen how a speaker, preacher, singer, or actor is capable of inducing an emotional state in their audience that corresponds to the one they are manifesting. In the same way, a well-known writer on this subject has told us the following. With sincerity, we all know how great waves of feelings spread over a people, a city, or a country, sweeping people off their balance. Huge waves of political enthusiasm, war spirit, or prejudice for or against certain people sweep through places and lead men to act in ways they will later regret when they become aware and reflect on their actions with rationality. They are influenced by demagogues or persuasive leaders who seek to win their votes and are driven to acts of collective violence or similar atrocities by yielding to these waves of contagious thoughts. On the other hand, we all know how great waves of religious sentiment spread over a community due to a great emotion or revival devotion. Once these things are perceived and recognized as true, the next question that arises for the intelligent student is, but what produces the difference in power and effect between the thought and feeling vibrations of different people? This question is valid and arises from the perception of the variety and difference found in the vibrations of the thoughts of multiple people. The difference, students, is caused by three main factors. The first is the difference in the degree of feeling. The second difference is in the degree of visualization, and the third is in the degree of concentration. Let us examine each of these to arrive at the principle underlying all elements of emotional feeling. It is like fire in the production of steam. If the feeling or emotion is more vivid or intense, the degree of heat or force of the thought wave or vibrating current projected will be greater. You will begin to observe why the thought vibrations, filled with strong desires and ambitions, must be more incisive than those of opposing people. The individual who has a strong desire, want, or ambition, who has been motivated to become a fierce fire by attention, represents a dynamic power among other people, and their presence can be perceived. In reality, it can be said that, as a general rule, no one is able to influence people and things unless they have a strong desire, inner want, or ambition. The power of desire is wonderful, as all occultists know, and it will accomplish many things even in the absence of other elements, while in adequate relation with other principles, it will accomplish wonders in the same way. A strong interest in something will cause a particular force on the thought vibrations related to it. Interest is an emotional feeling, although we generally consider it as something related to the intellect. An intellectual thought has very little force unless supported by a strong interest and concentration. But any intellectual thought supported by interest and concentration will produce very powerful thought vibrations with marked inductive power. Asterisk, asterisk. Now let us address the topic of visualization. Everyone knows that a person who wishes to achieve something or hopes to accomplish a good job must first know what they want to achieve, to the extent that they are able to see it with the eyes of their mind, that is, to imagine it. This allows them to manifest that thing in material form and effect. Francis Galton, a prominent psychologist, says the following on this point: "The free use of a high faculty of visualization is of great importance in relation to the higher processes of generalized thought. A visual image is the most perfect form of mental representation when it comes to the shape, position, and relationships of objects in space. The best craftsmen are those who completely visualize what they intend to do before picking up a tool. Strategists, artists, physicists who imagine new experiments, and ultimately anyone who does not follow a routine, need it. A faculty that is important in all technical and artistic occupations, which gives precision to our perceptions and accuracy to our generalizations, is neglected by lazy use instead of being practiced consciously to generally produce the best performance. I consider that a serious study on the best method to develop and use this faculty without harming the practice of abstract thinking in symbols is one of the most urgent needs in the still forming science of education. Not only on ordinary planes is it important and useful to form strong mental images, but also when we consider phenomena on the astral plane, we begin to appreciate the importance of strong mental images or visualized ideas. If you better know what you desire, aspire to, or hope for, your mental vibrations concerning that thing will be stronger. Therefore, if the image of that object in your mind is more powerful, that is, the visualization, then your actual knowledge and way of thinking will be stronger. Your mental vibrations will no longer group into vague forms without distinct shapes, as often happens when constructing strong and clear mental images of what you desire or want to accomplish. The mental vibrations will group into clear, strong, and distinct forms. Once this is done, when the minds of other people are affected by induction, they receive a clear idea of the thought and feeling and are frequently influenced by it. Later, the power of attraction of thought will be emphasized. But at this stage, I want to mention that although thought certainly attracts the things one thinks about the most, the power of attraction materially depends on the clarity and sharpness of the mental image or visualization of the desired thing that has been established in the mind. If the thing, as desired, seems closer, even in general details, then its attracting force will be stronger. I will leave the discussion of this phase of the topic for now to return to it when appropriate. For now, I will emphasize the importance of a clear mental image or visualized thought in relation to giving strength and direction to the idea induced in the minds of others. In order for others to clearly perceive the idea or feeling induced in them, it is necessary that this idea or feeling be strongly visualized in the originating mind. And the next important point in the influence of thought by induction concerns the process of concentration. Concentration refers to the act of focusing mentally or directing towards a single point or center. It is like the work done by a solar crystal, which concentrates the rays of the sun into a single tiny point, thus increasing its heat and power. Or it is also like the fine point of a needle that penetrates where other objects cannot, or like the concentrated effect of a chemical substance whose drops are very powerful. Consider the concentrated power of a small drop of rose perfume, which contains in its small composition the concentrated smell of thousands of roses. Consider the concentrated power of a lightning bolt, charged with the same amount of electricity spread over a vast surface. Or think of the harmless flash of a small amount of gunpowder ignited in the open air compared to the explosion of the same amount of gunpowder escaping through the small opening of a cannon. Occult teachings emphasize this power of mental concentration. All who study the occult devote much time and attention to practicing the faculties of concentration and developing the ability to use them. The average person has only a very small amount of concentration and can focus their mind only for a brief moment. The trained thinker derives much of their mental power from the ability they have acquired to concentrate on their task. The occultist practices concentrating their attention on the subject of interest and thus gathers all their mental forces into a focal center. The mind is a very restless thing and tends to move back and forth, tiring of each thing after focusing on it for a while. The average person allows their involuntary attention to fix on anything insignificant and becomes distracted by sensory needs. It is very difficult for them to turn away from sensory distractions and also difficult to maintain attention on something that apparently has no interest. Their attention is almost entirely out of the control of the will, and the person is a slave to their perceptive powers and imagination. The occultist, on the other hand, masters their attention and controls their imagination. They force it to concentrate when they wish and make it form the mental images they want to visualize. But all this is very different from self-hypnosis, which some people think is concentration. An investigator of this topic said the following: "The trained occultist will focus on a subject or object with wonderful intensity, apparently absorbed in the subject or object before them and detached from everything else in the world, and yet once the task is accomplished or the allotted time has passed, their mind will detach from the object and be perfectly calm, alert and awake for the next subject that presents itself. There is a whole difference between being controlled by involuntary attention, which is a form of self-hypnosis, and controlling attention, which is a mark of mastery." Asterisk, asterisk. Similarly, an important French psychologist said, "The authority of attention is subject to the superior authority of the ego. I offer or withhold it as I see fit, direct it to various points and concentrate it in each place as long as my will can endure the effort." In a previous lesson, I broadly outlined the methods by which one can develop and train their powers of concentration. There is no royal road to concentration. It can only be developed through practice and exercise. The secret lies in managing attention so that it focuses on a subject, no matter how uninteresting it may be, and maintaining it there for a reasonable amount of time. Practicing an unpleasant study or task is good exercise because it helps train the will despite the influence of more attractive objects or subjects. All of this serves to train the will, as it is actively involved in every act of voluntary attention. Indeed, this type of attention is one of the most important and characteristic activities of the will. Thus, as you can see, to successfully influence the minds of others through mental induction, you must first practice a strong sense of interest in the idea you wish to induce in the other person, or a strong desire to produce the thing. Interest and desire generate the energy that drives the will current from the mind, as some occultists have mentioned. Secondly, one must practice the faculty of forming strong and clear mental images of the idea or feeling one wishes to induce. You must learn to see the thing in imagination, to give strength and clarity to the idea. Thirdly, you must learn to concentrate the mind and attention on the idea or feeling, excluding all superfluous ideas and feelings. This way, you give concentrated force and power to the projected thought vibrations and forms. These three principles are the basis of all forms of mental induction or influence. They are activated in cases where a person seeks to attract certain conditions, atmospheres, people, things, or channels of expression by setting in motion the great laws of mental attraction. They can also be observed in action when a person strives to produce an effect on the minds of other individuals, as in all cases of mental or psychic healing, in whatever form it may take. In summary, these are general principles and, therefore, they must support all forms and phases of mental or psychic influence. Once the student becomes aware of this fact and begins to work on practicing and developing these principles within themselves, they will be more successful and effective in this field of psychic research. Practicing these three mental principles distinguishes the occultist from the ordinary person. In comparison to the passive and negative mindset of the average person, by becoming mentally active and positive, you can resist any psychic influence and surround yourself with a protective shield of positive and active mental vibrations. Moreover, if you wish to pursue your research on psychic and astral phenomena, you will find it very important to practice and develop these three principles in your mind. In this way, you will be able to ward off all distracting influences and accomplish the task at hand with power, clarity, and determination. In the upcoming chapters, I will present in detail the different phases or forms of psychic influence. Some of them may initially seem distant from the general principles. However, it is necessary to carefully analyze each one to discover that the same fundamental principles are present in each case presented. Once you understand this fact and can perfect these few fundamental principles, you will then be on the path to mastering all the different phases of psychic phenomena. Instead of confusing your mind with multiple disconnected stages of phenomena, it is better to master the few true fundamental principles and then reason from them about their various manifestations. Master the principles, then learn to apply them. Lesson 17 deals with personal psychic influence on others. It can be said that psychic influence, as used in this book, is divided into three general classes. The first is personal influence, where the minds of others are directly influenced by induction, while they are in the presence of the influencing person. The second is remote influence, where psychic induction is maintained directly when the involved people are separated from each other. The third is indirect influence, where induction manifests in the minds of several people who come into contact with the thought vibrations of the individual who manifests them, even if they are not trying to directly influence a specific person. I will then present each of these three forms of psychic influences to be considered in the order indicated. Asterisk asterisk. Personal influence, as previously defined, ranges from cases where the strongest control is exercised, commonly known as hypnosis, to cases where only a slight influence is exerted. However, the general principle found in all these cases is the same. Great historical figures such as Alexander the Great, Napoleon Bonaparte, and Julius Caesar exhibited this power to a great extent and were able to influence other men. All great leaders possess this power manifested strongly, otherwise they would not be able to influence others' minds. The most significant orators, preachers, statesmen, and similar figures also manifest this power strongly. In reality, the sign of the ability to influence and lead others, it is a proof of the possession and manifestation of this powerful capacity to develop the power to directly and personally influence others. You must start by integrating into your mind the principles developed previously: a strong desire, clear visualization, and concentration. Begin by cultivating a strong desire within yourself to become a positive person, to exercise and manifest a positive influence on the people you are in contact with, and especially on those you wish to influence in one way or another. You must allow the fire of desire to burn within you until it becomes as strong as hunger or thirst. You must want it as you want to breathe or live. You will realize that the men who accomplish great things in life are those who have a burning desire in their chest. There is a radiant and inductive power in a strong desire. In fact, some have thought that it is the main characteristic of what we generally call willpower. The next step is to form a clear, positive, distinct, and dynamic mental image of the idea or feeling you want to induce in another person. If it is an idea, you must create a clear and strong image of it in your imagination to give it distinction, strength, and contour. If it is a feeling, you must imagine it. If it is something you want the other person to do or act in a certain way, you must imagine them doing that thing or acting in that particular manner. In this way, you provide the model or design for the mental or emotional states you wish to introduce into another person. The power of the induced impression depends on the clarity and strength of these mental models of imagination. Finally, the third step is to concentrate the mind on the impression you want to induce in another person. You must learn to concentrate with as much force and clarity as if the idea stands out in you like a single bright star among thousands on a dark night. By doing this, you focus all the strength of your mental and psychic energies on this particular idea or thought. This causes it to act like rays focused on a solar crystal, or like the powerful current of water that will break everything in its path. Diffuse thought has a comparatively weak effect, whereas a concentrated current of thought vibrations will forge its way through obstacles. Always remember this triple mental condition: strong desire, clear mental image, and concentrated thought. The greater the degree to which you can manifest these three mental conditions, the greater the success will be compared to any form of direct or indirect personal or general, present or distant psychic influence. Before you start developing the power to imprint a particular idea or feeling into another person's mind, you must first acquire a positive mental atmosphere for yourself. This atmosphere is created in the same way you induce a special idea or feeling into someone else's mind, namely, first you desire it strongly, then you imagine it clearly, and then you apply concentrated thought. I will assume that you are filled with a strong desire for a positive mental atmosphere around you. You want it a lot and truly desire it, and you have ambition for it. Therefore, you must begin to imagine yourself surrounded by an aura of positive mental vibrations that protect you from the mental forces of others, while imprinting the strength of your personality on the people you are in contact with. You will receive help in creating these mental images through the existence of the idea in concentrated thought, by silently stating to your mind what you hope to achieve in the desired direction. By giving orders to your mind, you speak as if the thing is already accomplished at that moment. Never say that it will be, but always hold on to it being. Here is a good example of mental affirmations that should be accompanied by the concentrated idea of the thing and the mental image of yourself as if it is exactly what you affirm. I am surrounded by a strong, positive, and dynamic field of mental vibrations. This makes me positive towards other people, and them negative towards me. I am positive towards their mental vibrations, but they are negative towards mine. They feel the strength of my psychic atmosphere, while I easily avoid the power of theirs. I dominate the situation and manifest my positive psychic qualities over theirs. My atmosphere creates a vibration of strength and power around me, affecting everyone I have a relationship with. My psychic atmosphere is strong and positive. The next step in personal influence is to directly project psychic power into the mind of the other person you wish to influence. On some occasions, if the person is very negative, the task will be very simple. But when the person is close to their own degree of psychic positivity, you will need to assert your psychic superiority and gain the upper hand psychically before you can proceed. This is done by casting into their psychic atmosphere. Asterisk. Some particularly strong mental affirmations accompanied by clear visualizations or mental images make your psychic atmosphere a positive one, especially for the person you wish to influence, using affirmations and images with the following idea. I am positive towards this person, and he is negative towards me. He feels my power and begins to yield to it. He is unable to influence me, while I can easily influence him. My power begins to act on his mind and feelings. The precision of the words is not important, but the idea underlying them gives them their strength and psychic power. Therefore, you must begin the direct attack against him, or rather against his psychic powers. When I say attack, I do not use the word in the sense of war or a genuine desire to harm the other person. This is a very different matter. What I mean is that generally there is a psychic battle over a relatively long period between two people with similar levels of power and psychic development. From this battle, one will always emerge victorious at some point, and the other will always be defeated, at least for that moment. And as in all battles, victory is usually for the one who strikes first. Offensive tactics are the best in these cases. A famous American author, Oliver Wendell Holmes, mentions in one of his books the psychic duels between individuals. He says, "There is that mortal meeting of Indians where men fight with their eyes, which ends in 5 seconds but breaks the back of one of them and serves for 3 decades. Enough evidence to settle the whole affair, just as when 2 roosters meet, the house and the manure. After 1 or 2 high notes and a few pecks, it's over, and then it's something like, 'After you, sir,' with the defeated party in all social relations for the rest of their days." An English doctor named Dr. Potter Gill wrote a few years ago about this struggle of wills, as he called it, although in reality it is a struggle of psychic power. He says, "We often talk about the conflict of wills, the power to command others, but what is this willpower that influences others? What makes us accept and adopt the advice of one person while precisely the same advice from others has been rejected? It is the weight of willpower that influences us incessantly. It is the willpower that is behind the advice. It is what the person imposing their advice has the most of. But we still do it, even if this person may be able to make us regret rejecting that advice. Another person says, 'Oh, but you shouldn't,' and we give in, even if we could, if we wanted to, challenge that last person's opinion. It is not the fear of consequences or offending that determines accepting the advice of the latter person when it was rejected when given by the former. It depends on the character or willpower of the advising individual. This character often depends little or nothing, in some cases, on the intellect or even on the moral qualities, such as the kindness or wickedness of the individual. It is something in itself that cannot be measured, and yet it has its own weight. There may be more skilled, more intelligent men, but the one who possesses willpower is the one who rises in these moments, the one who can, through subtle power, make other men obey him. Willpower is universal. It is found in the young aristocrat who manages to get his tailor to grant him another advance, defying the conviction that he will never recover his money. It is found between the lawyer and the client, between the doctor and the patient, between the banker and the borrower, between the buyer and the seller. It is not tact that allows the person behind the counter to get customers to buy what they did not intend to buy, and which once bought does not give them any satisfaction. Every time two people meet in business or any other life relationship, even in making love, there is this struggle of wills, without real awareness of the struggle. There is a faint awareness of the outcome, but not of the process. It often takes years of intimacy in marital life to discover which of the two actually has control. Often the strongest character in appearance must yield. It is this element of will that is highlighted in the saying, "The race is not always for the swift, nor the battle for the strong." In the book Middlemarch, there is a great set of qualities in Loic, but yet the superficial, harsh and selfish Rosamond completely dominates him. By the end of the work, she was not lacking in willpower, as she had a higher-than-average amount of character, but in the struggle, she fell under the attack of his intense and stubborn will. Their struggle of wills was like the clash of a great, warm nature akin to a capable man's hand, with a hard and selfish nature, like an object of steel. The hand only injured itself while the button remained intact. However, you should not believe that every person you find yourself in one of these psychic duels with is aware of what is happening. In general, they may recognize that a certain type of conflict is occurring, but are unaware of the laws and principles of psychic force, so the process is inaccessible to them. You will find that a little practice of this kind offers some skill or trick to manipulate your psychic forces, and additionally gives you that self-confidence that only comes from practice and exercise. I can give you the rules and the principles, but you must learn the small details of the technique through actual practice. ***, when you have crossed psychic swords with the other person, look at them intently but not with fury, and send them this powerful vibration of positive thought. I am stronger than you, and I will win. At the same time, imagine your forces striking and overcoming theirs. Keep this idea image in your mind. My vibrations are stronger than yours. I am winning over you. Continue with this by adding the following idea and image. You are weakening and yielding. You are dominated. A very powerful psychic weapon is, my vibrations weaken your forces. I shatter your resistance into pieces. Surrender now. I will now reveal some interesting and very valuable information about psychic defense. You will notice that in offensive psychic weapons, there is always a positive affirmation or declaration of power and effect. Well, when using a defensive psychic weapon against someone with strong will or psychic power, you reverse the process. That is, you deny the strength of their psychic powers, and their images dissolve into nothingness. Make sure this idea is firmly established in your mind, as it is crucial in conflicts of this type. The effect of this is to neutralize any power they may have over you. It does not totally destroy them, but it ensures that their forces cannot affect you. This is important not only when dealing with this type of psychic conflict, but also when you want to become immune to the psychic forces of others. You can protect yourself by creating a strong defensive armor in this way, and others will not be able to affect you. In the positive affirmation, deny. You have the hidden defense shield, which is a powerful protection for you. Even if you are not inclined to practice and develop your psychic powers for the purpose of influencing others, you should at least strengthen your defensive powers to withstand any psychic attack against yourself. It is very useful to practice these offensive and defensive weapons when you're alone, standing in front of a mirror and imagining that the reflection in the glass is the other person. Send this imaginary person psychic vibrations accompanied by the appropriate mental image for them. Act seriously as if the reflection were truly another person. This will give you confidence and that indescribable skill in manipulating your psychic weapons, which only comes from practice. You will benefit from perfecting these practices just as you would from trying to master anything else through frequent practice. You will gain familiarity with the process and methods, and you will also acquire real power and strength through the exercise of psychic faculties that have remained dormant until now, just as you can improve strength in your arm muscles by exercising with weights until you can accomplish real muscular strength work. Similarly, you can develop your psychic faculties in this work so that you will be well equipped and armed for a real psychic conflict. In addition to learning to manipulate your psychic weapons after practicing these general, offensive and defensive rules sufficiently, and learning to manifest these forces in a real conflict. It will be good to practice specific and special commands to others. That is, practice them first with your image reflected in the mirror. The following commands with mental images will provide good practice. Do the work seriously and proceed with seriousness. Try these exercises here. Look at me, pay all your attention, come over here, come to me immediately, move away from me, leave me alone once and for all. You love me a lot. You are afraid of me, you want to please me. You will accept my proposal, you will do what I say. It would be good for any special command you want to transmit psychically to another person to be practiced in front of the mirror. Once you have progressed through all these previously mentioned exercises and can demonstrate them with a good level of success in real practice, you can experiment with people following the special and direct rules of psychic power. The following will give a clear idea of the nature of the experiences. Although you can extend and vary them indefinitely, remember that there is no virtue in mere words. The effect comes from the power of thought and what is behind them. However, you will notice that the positive words used in these silent commands help adjust the feeling to the words. Make sure the command is always a true command and not a mere supplication or appeal. Adopt the mental attitude of a master of men, a commander, or an important leader. Then a series of interesting experiments on this subject are presented, which will be very useful for acquiring the art of this type of personal influence. 7 valuable exercises. When you walk down the street behind someone, make them change direction by your mental command. Choose a person who does not seem too busy or in a hurry, someone who appears to have nothing on their mind. Then intensely desire that they turn around when you mentally ask them to. At the same time, imagine them turning around in response to your call. At the same time, firmly concentrate your attention and thought on them. After a few moments of preparatory thoughts, silently send them the following message with all the force, positivity, and energy possible. Listen, turn around and look at me. Turn around once. While influencing the person, keep your gaze on the point of their neck where the skull joins, just at the base of the brain, at the top of the back. In many situations, you will notice that the person will turn around as if someone had called them out loud. In other cases, they may appear surprised and look around as if searching for someone. After some practice, you will be surprised at the number of people you can affect in this way. Exercise 2. When you are in a public place like a church, concert, or theater, send a similar message to someone sitting nearby. Use the same methods as in the first exercise, and you will get similar results. At first, it may seem strange to notice how the other person begins to fidget and move in their seat, and eventually looks around as if trying to see what is disturbing them. Of course, you will not stop suspecting that it is you, but you will calmly look forward and pretend to know nothing. Exercise 3. This is a variation of the first exercise. Practice sending a person the message to approach you on the street, or walk in front of you in the same direction, or to turn right or left, or as you prefer. You will be surprised at how often you succeed in this. Exercise 4. This is a variation of the second exercise. Practice sending a person sitting across from you in a public place the command to look right or left, or as you prefer. Do not practice with the same person for too long after initially succeeding. Remember that it is not good to torment people. Exercise 5. After mastering the previous exercises, you can command a person to perform certain minor actions, such as standing up or sitting down, removing their hat, pulling out a handkerchief, or leaving their fan or umbrella. Exercise 6. The next exercise involves commanding people to say a particular word that has no special significance, that is, putting words in their mouth while they are speaking. Wait for the other person to pause as if searching for a word. Then suddenly and sharply insert the expression into their mouth silently. With a very suggestible person who is well under your psychic control, you might succeed in suggesting phrases and longer sentences. This is the highest level of psychic influence and, of course, the most difficult. However, you will be surprised at how well you succeed after acquiring the skill and habit of sending psychic messages. This involves commanding the person to obey the order or request you make. It is the art and secret of success for many salespeople and individuals who work to influence others. It is acquired by starting with small things and gradually progressing to more significant tasks. At this stage, I must caution that all the highest occult teachings warn students against using this power for immoral or inappropriate purposes. These practices tend to backfire and return to the person using them like a boomerang. Be careful with the use of psychic or occult forces for inappropriate purposes, as psychic laws punish transgressions just like physical laws. Finally, I advise the student not to mention their developing powers too much. Beware of boasting about these things. Keep silent and follow your own advice. When you reveal your powers, the opposing and contrary thoughts of those around you who might be envious of you and wish to see you fail or ridiculed can affect you. Wisdom lies in keeping silent. One of the oldest pieces of advice in occultism is, learn, dare, do, keep silent. You will do well if you strictly adhere to this warning. Lesson 18. Distant Psychic Influence. The second phase of psychic influence is known as distant psychic influence, where psychic induction occurs when people are separated from each other in space and not in each other's presence. Here, of course, we observe the principle of telepathy connected to the mental induction process, and in some cases, the astral telepathic sense begins to function. The student who has followed my explanations and reasoning in the previous lessons will easily realize that the principle involved in this stage of distant psychic influence is precisely the same as that used in direct personal psychic influence. As already explained in one of the earlier lessons, it does not matter much whether the space the psychic vibratory waves must cover is only 30 centimeters or over 1,000 kilometers. The principle will be exactly the same. There are, of course, other principles involved when two people are face-to-face and activate their psychic powers. For example, there is the element of suggestion and association, as well as other psychological principles that are not activated when the two people are outside each other's actual presence. But with regard to telepathic or astral psychic powers, the mere extension of space does not alter the principle. The student who has developed their psychic induction power in the steps mentioned in the previous chapter can begin, if they wish, to experiment and practice distant psychic induction. That is, instead of inducing psychic influence in the minds of people who are in your presence and sight, you can produce similar results in people who are not with you. The person can be brought into psychic presence and contact for practical purposes by using visualization powers to place them in a state of relation. That is, by using imagination to bring to mind a strong and clear image of the other person. You can induce a state of relation in which they will be psychically connected to you as if they were actually facing you. Obviously, if this person is sufficiently informed about occult matters, they might avoid you by drawing a psychic circle around themselves that you cannot cross, or they might protect themselves with psychic armor or an atmosphere, as I have mentioned in previous chapters. But since it is likely they know nothing about this, you can reach the average person in the manner we have just mentioned, or even establish a state of relation through other psychometric methods, such as holding in front of them an item that belonged to them for a certain time, an object they carry, a lock of their hair, or something similar. Alternatively, you could use a crystal to bring forth an astral vision before you, or you could place an astral tube, as I will mention later in this chapter, thereby establishing a strong state of relation. Once the state of rapport is established with the other person, and you have thus drawn them to your psychic presence, you can then send them orders or requests, just as you did in the previously mentioned phase of direct personal psychic influence. You act precisely as if the other person were present and give them your orders or demands as you would if the individual were sitting or standing before you. This is the key to the whole process. The rest is just a matter of elaborating and detailing the methods. Once the correct principle is established, you can apply it according to your own desires and caution. This phase of distant psychic influence lies at the heart of all the wonderful tales, stories, and legends of supernatural powers, witchcraft, or magic that fill the pages of history. Of course, there are always many distortions and exaggerations in these laws and tales, but at their core, they hold truth about the subject. I wish to highlight a very important psychic principle. It is mentioned that by denying the power anyone might have over you, you practically neutralize their psychic power. The more you trust in your immunity and strongly and positively deny their power over you, the more you remove that power from them. Average people, without knowing it, are passive to the psychic influences of others and can be affected by them to some extent, depending on the psychic development of the person attempting to influence them. At the other end of the spectrum of sensitivity to psychic influence, we find people who firmly believe that the other has power over them and that they have a kind of fear. This belief and fear make them sensitive and impressionable, making them easily affected by psychic induction. This is why so-called witches, sorcerers, and other disreputable individuals have been able to acquire power over their victims and cause so much trouble. The secret is that the victims believed in the power of the other person and feared their power. The greater the belief and fear of the person's power, the greater the susceptibility to their influence. If the feeling of ability to neutralize this power and the confidence in the absence of effects are greater, then the degree of immunity will be higher. This is the rule. Consequently, we see that people throughout various stages of world history have been affected by the influences of witches, sorcerers, and other unprincipled individuals. In most cases, these witches and sorcerers were under the illusion that they were motivated by themselves or by some other supernatural being. They did not realize that they were simply using common methods and employing perfectly natural forces. In this regard, it should be remembered that magnetism and electricity were once considered supernatural forces, somehow connected to demonic powers. If one studies the history of witchcraft and black magic, one can observe that practitioners often used psychometric methods. In other cases, they made small clay or wax figurines that resembled the person they wanted to affect. It was believed that these figurines had certain supernatural powers or attributes, but of course, it was simply superstition. All the power of these figurines came from the fact that they helped the witch's imagination form a mental image of the person they wanted to dominate, thereby establishing a strong condition of penetration. Furthermore, it should be remembered that the environment and public belief were a great aid to the witch and increased their power and influence over these unfortunate people. I will mention a very common case from an old German book that fully illustrates the principles involved in such cases. By understanding this story well, you will grasp the secret and the operational principle of all of this. The story is recounted by a prominent German physician from the last century. He tells that once he was consulted by one of his patients, a wealthy farmer living nearby. The farmer complained that every night he was disturbed by strange noises, as if someone were striking iron. The disturbances occurred every day between 10 p.m. and midnight. The doctor asked if he suspected anyone of causing these strange disturbances. The farmer replied that he thought it could be an old enemy of his, a former blacksmith from the village who lived several miles from his farm. Apparently, an old quarrel between them had resurfaced, and the blacksmith had threatened to use his witchcraft powers against the old farmer. The blacksmith had a reputation for being a kind of malevolent sorcerer, and the farmer believed in his devilish powers and was very afraid of him. So, as you can see, all the ideal conditions for psychic receptivity were present. The doctor called the blacksmith and, taking him by surprise, looked him sternly in the eye and asked him what he did every night between 10 p.m. and midnight. The blacksmith, frightened and stunned, replied that every night at that time he hammered a piece of iron and always intensely thought about a neighbor who had stolen money from him, and while doing so, he wanted the noise to disturb the farmer's rest until he returned the money to have peace and quiet. The doctor ordered him to abandon his evil practices, threatening him with severe punishment, and then went to see the farmer and told him to resolve the financial issues between them. Since then, there were no more problems. As you can see in this case, all the necessary elements were present. First, the blacksmith's belief in his own powers, which gave him confidence in himself and his psychic power. Then, the belief and fear of the farmer, which made him an easy and very susceptible subject to psychic induction. Next, the blacksmith's action of hammering the iron, which gave force and clarity to his visualization and the idea he wanted to induce in the other's mind. And finally, his will was engaged in each strike, directed towards the concentrated desire and goal of influencing the farmer. You see then that all the psychic elements were present. It is not strange that the old farmer felt disturbed. Among African Americans in the South and among Hawaiians, there are remarkable cases of this type. Black voodoo practitioners cast spells on those who are superstitious and gullible and who have a mortal fear of witchcraft. The conditions obtained are very similar to those in the German case we just mentioned. Travelers who have visited countries with large black populations have many interesting stories to tell about the terrible works performed by these black voodoo sorcerers. In some cases, the result is illness or even death. But note this, only those who believe in and fear the power of the voodoo practitioners are affected. In Hawaii, indigenous kahunas or sorcerers are famous for their power to cause illness and death to those who offend them or to those who insult a kahuna's client, thereby engaging the kahuna to curse the enemy until illness or death ensues. The poor and ignorant Hawaiians, trusting in the power of the kahunas and having a mortal fear of them, are highly susceptible to their psychic influence and naturally fall as easy victims unless they corrupt the kahuna or make pacts with his client. White people living in Hawaii are not affected by the kahunas as they do not believe in them or fear them unconsciously, but firmly deny their power and remain immune. As you can see, the principle works in this case as well. Once you have the master key, you can open many doors of mystery that were previously closed to you. However, we do not need to resort to witchcraft cases to illustrate this stage of using psychic influence for selfish purposes. In Europe and America, there are masters who practice a low form of occultism by instructing their students in the art of inducing mental states in others to achieve financial gain or other selfish motives. For example, a Western master teaches his students to induce desired mental states in potential clients or other people they wish to influence for selfish reasons. This teacher tells his students the following. Imagine your potential client or another person sitting in a chair in front of you while you are standing. Make the image you imagine as strong as possible, for your success depends on it. Then, start treating that person as if they were present. Focus your will on them and tell them what you hope to say when you meet them. Use all the arguments that come to mind, and at the same time keep in mind that they should do what you say. Try to imagine them fulfilling all your wishes in every way, as this imagination may become reality when you meet the person. This rule can be applied to potential clients and to people you wish to influence. In all cases, it is certainly a selfish use of psychic powers. Again, in Europe and America, particularly in the latter country, we find many people who have acquired some occult knowledge through organizations and healing groups that teach the power of thought over physical ailments. In the teachings of remote mental healing, the student is trained to visualize the patient as clearly and strongly as possible, and then to make declarations of health and strength. The mind of the patient and that of the healer support each other and often succeed in achieving wonderful healings. As will be seen in the final lesson of this course, there is great power in the mind to induce healthy vibrations in the minds of others, which is a good and worthy work. But as so often happens, good teaching is corrupted and applied to unworthy and selfish purposes. Some individuals who have embraced the principles of mental healing have discovered that the same power can be used for both good and bad ends. Consequently, they begin to influence others to convince them to do things for the benefit of the person using the psychic power. They seek to put these individuals under their psychic influence and then exploit them in various ways. I hope it is unnecessary to warn my students against such practices, and I trust that I do not have disciples of this kind. However, in case anyone is tempted to use their psychic powers inappropriately, I wish to firmly warn and prevent against it. Beyond ordinary morality, which should prevent one from taking advantage of another person, I want to mention that anyone who misuses psychic or astral powers will inevitably attract hidden astral forces that will be disastrous, sooner or later. They will find themselves trapped in the very snare they created and will suffer greatly. Never be tempted by any form of black magic or its disguises. You would regret it if you did. Use your powers for the benefit of others, or at least for purely scientific research and knowledge. The scientific researcher at this stage of psychic influence will want to have closer contact with what occultists call the astral tube. At this stage of the phenomenon, it manifests on the astral plane rather than the physical one. It is the astral form of telepathy instead of the ordinary form. Although there are several technical points related to the production of the astral tube, I will try to explain its creation and use in simple terms, omitting all occult technical details that would only distract your attention and confuse your mind. Advanced readers of occultism will understand these subtleties without further explanation. Other readers would not understand them if mentioned, as they have not received extensive preparatory training. After all, theory is not as important for most of you as the practical principles of work. It is necessary to pay close attention to what I have to say about the astral tube. The astral tube is created by the person by forming, in their imagination, that is, on the astral plane, through their imagination or visualization powers, a tube or small tunnel between themselves and the person they wish to influence. Begin by imagining in your mind a rotating vortex similar to a smoke ring emitted by a coughing engine, or sometimes by a person smoking a cigar, about 15 to 30 centimeters in diameter. You must advance the imagined ring as if it were actually piercing a tunnel through the atmosphere. Once you acquire the skill to produce this astral tube, you will see that the visualized tunnel begins to vibrate with a particular intensity and will seem to be composed of a substance much finer than air. Next, at the other end of this astral tube, imagine the other person you wish to influence. This person will appear as if viewed through the wrong end of a telescope. When this condition is achieved, there will be a high degree of penetration with the other person. The secret lies in having truly established a form of clairvoyance with the individual. Once you have induced this condition, proceed with your orders and mental images as if you were in the presence of the person themselves. In summary, that is all you need to do to get another perspective on the astral tube or its characteristics. I want to mention a small quotation from another expert writer on the subject, who approaches the matter from a more technical point of view. Read this quotation in relation to my own description of the astral tube, and you will get a very complete and clear idea of the phenomenon. The expert writer says the following: "It is impossible to give here an exhaustive analysis of astral physics. All I have to say is that it is possible to create in the astral substance a defined line of connection that will act like a telegraph wire to carry vibrations through which one can see everything happening at the other end of this line. This line is not established by a direct projection through space of astral matter, but by an action on a line of particles of this substance that gives them the capacity to form a conductor for the required vibrations. This preliminary action can be accomplished in two ways, either by the transmission of energy from particle to particle until the line is formed, or by the use of a force from a higher plane capable of acting simultaneously on the entire line. Obviously, the latter method involves more development, as it requires knowledge of forces from a considerably higher level. Even the simplest and purely astral operation is difficult to describe, although it is very easy to perform. It could be said that it possesses characteristics similar to those of magnetizing a steel bar, as it involves what could be called a polarization by a human will effort of a certain number of astral atoms extending from the operator to the scene they wish to observe. All the affected atoms in this way remain for the moment with their axes rigidly parallel to each other, thus forming a sort of temporal tube through which the clairvoyant can look. This method, it has the drawback that the telegraphic line is exposed to disorganization or even destruction by any sufficiently strong astral current crossing its path. But if the original creative effort was well defined, such interruptions would be infrequent. The vision of a distant scene obtained through this astral current is not very different from that obtained through a telescope. Human figures often appear very small, like those in a distant scene. However, despite their diminutive size, they are as clear as if they were close. Sometimes, it is possible to hear what is being said through this means as well as see what is happening, but since this does not occur in most cases, we must regard it as a manifestation of an additional power that, as a necessary consequence of the faculty of seeing, I would feel that I have not fulfilled my duty to the student or reader of this book if I concluded this chapter without indicating a means of protection against the use of this phase of psychic influence by someone who does not have a good level of morality or principles, or in cases against the influence of anyone for any purpose without consent. Therefore, I now wish to outline the general principles of self-protection or defense against this type of psychic influence. First, you must, of course, refuse to admit any feeling of fear towards the influence of others, as this acts like an open door to their influence, as I have mentioned before. If you have had or have fear of someone's psychic influence, you must start working on it and expel that feeling with a positive and powerful denial. Remember, denial is the positive neutralizer of another person's psychic influence, as long as you do it with full conviction of its truth. You must adopt the position that is true, namely that you are immune to psychic attack or influence. You should mentally say, I deny to any person the power to influence me psychically without my consent. I am positive to all such influences, and they are negative to me. I neutralize them with this denial. If you experience sudden impulses that compel you to act in a way you have never considered or find repulsive, stop for a moment and mentally say, if this is an external influence, I deny its power over me and send it back to its place for defeat and confusion. You will then feel relief and freedom. In such cases, it is common for the person who benefited most from your action to come to you later and seem surprised when you reject them, then act confused. It is possible they did not attempt to influence you consciously, but simply desired strongly that you do what they wanted. It should encourage you to know that it takes less effort to avoid and neutralize such psychic influence than to send the power. The weight of denial and protection surpasses the attacking psychic power. Nature gives you means of protection and even offers you the better end of the stick, so it will be your own responsibility if you do not use it effectively. Consider that these words of warning are sufficient for Lesson 19 of the Laws of Psychic Attraction. The third phase of psychic influence can be called indirect psychic influence, where psychic induction manifests in the minds of other people who come into contact with the thought vibrations of the person manifesting them, although no deliberate attempt is made to influence any particular person's mind. Very closely related to this phase of psychic influence is what I call the psychic law of attraction, which has so much in common that I will consider them as one in this lesson. The fundamental principle of this phase of psychic influence is the well-known fact that mental and emotional states not only induce similar vibrations in those who are tuned to similar psychic vibrational scales, but also attract individuals who vibrate along similar lines and tend to repel those who vibrate on an opposite note or scale of psychic vibration. In previous lessons, I showed how, through induction, we awaken in others mental and emotional states similar to our own. But here is a law that must be observed. If one wishes to fully understand this phase of psychic influences, ignoring all technical explanations and going directly to the heart of the phenomenon, I would say that the general principle is as follows. Psychic induction is difficult in inverse proportion to the opposite quality of mental and emotional states, characteristic of the affected person, and is easy in proportion to the harmonious quality of the same. In other words, if a person's habitual thoughts and emotions align with the line one is attempting to induce in them, it will be easy to introduce the same into them. On the other hand, if they are of an opposite nature, it will be difficult to influence that person. The many degrees of concordance and difference in the psychic vibrations of people constitute a comparative scale of response to any particular form of mental or emotional vibrations. It is difficult to change the spots of a leopard or the skin of an African, as the old experts said. It is almost as difficult to change the characteristic mental and emotional states of a person through psychic induction, except perhaps after long and repeated efforts. Conversely, if a person has certain characteristic mental and emotional habits, these can be easily awakened by psychic induction. For example, if a person is usually peaceful, calm, and tranquil, it will be very difficult to induce in them, through psychic induction, vibrations of anger, struggle, and excitement. On the other hand, if another person is combative and more easily shows traits of anger, it will be easier to induce these feelings in them through psychic induction. So far, this is ordinary psychic induction. Let's now consider indirect psychic induction, where the same principle operates. In indirect psychic induction, that is, in cases where psychic vibrations are awakened without deliberate attempt or prior strategy to influence a particular person, one observes the manifestation of a special law of attraction and repulsion along psychic lines. This psychic law acts by attracting to oneself other people who vibrate actively or passively in the same direction or on a note in general harmony with one's own. Similarly, this law causes one to repel people who vibrate on a note discordant with one's own. Thus, in summary, we navigate life by psychically attracting or repelling others in psychic harmony or discord with us. Understanding this law and how it operates will shed light on many aspects of your life that you had not previously understood. Of course, you know that streams of psychic vibrations constantly emanate, some spreading over long distances from you and affecting other people far away in space. But perhaps you do not realize that a similar sequence of cause and effect manifests in the astral plane. A strong emotional vibration or a strong desire or will usually manifests in the astral plane, attracting or repelling others in psychic harmony or discord with you. This phenomenon is not as common as ordinary brain-to-brain thought vibrations, but it is much more widespread than generally assumed. It is particularly more notable in cases of individuals with strong desire and will, as well as powerful creative imagination. These vibrations, which, elicit a response from those in harmony with them, generally attract other people whose general character is related to the desires and ideas of the first person, or repel those who are not in harmony with them. This explains the particular phenomenon of strong individuals in business, politics, and other areas of life who attract other individuals who adhere to their general plans and objectives. This law works in two ways. It not only attracts people who align best with your plans and goals, but you yourself are attracted by this same law. Moreover, you will find that due to the workings of this law, even things, circumstances, and people seem to be shaped according to your strong desires and ideas, provided your psychic vibrations are sufficiently powerful and clear. Have you never noticed how a powerful person with sufficient magnetic resources seems to attract the people, things, and circumstances needed to achieve their plans and purposes? For many, not understanding this great law makes these things seem strange and mysterious. However, nowadays, great business and political figures are beginning to understand these psychic laws and to apply them deliberately. Some of the leading figures in business and politics are known to activate strong psychic vibrations at will and to send out powerful currents of attraction. By using the methods I have already explained, they are, of course, filled with an extraordinary degree of desire and will, and second, they create very strong and clear mental images of their plans, making them work successfully until their final realization. Then, they focus intensely on the goal, and voila, the effect is felt by all the people and everywhere. They deal with the public, to use the favorite term of some current metaphysical cults, by maintaining the mental image of what they want to happen firmly and concentrating their thought and will upon it. A favored mental image of some of these men, instructed by masters of occultism, is of themselves as the center of a great psychic vortex, thereby attracting people, things, and circumstances calculated to bring them success and fulfillment. Others imagine their mental vibrations emanating from them like the ripples in a pond where a stone has been dropped, influencing an increasingly wider field of other people. They then imagine that individuals are drawn to them in the way we have just mentioned. They persist in this practice day after day, week after week, month after month, year after year. So is it strange that they attract what they want? Other, less capable people benefit from the law in the same way, but on a smaller scale. In every community, there are certain individuals who seem to attract the favor and customs of the community. In most cases, this is due to a form of psychic influence. I do not mean that these people consciously and deliberately activate these forces. On the contrary, many do so unconsciously and without a complete understanding of the psychic principles involved. These people have stumbled upon a part of the psychic laws and have used them unconsciously, without understanding the true reason for the event. They have discovered that certain mental states and mental images can produce certain results that work. And that is why they continue. Some of these people view the entire situation as supernatural and end up believing that a supernatural power is assisting them. In reality, they operate under a universal psychic law of cause and effect. Several American teachers and writers have paid much attention to this phase of the general theme of psychic influence. Cults have been formed on this general basis, with the main objective of their followers being the idea of attracting financial success through this phase of psychic force. One of the leading expert writers on this subject says the following: "An individual who has practiced the faculty of concentration and has acquired the art of creating clear, distinct, and strong mental images, and who, when engaged in an activity, fills their mind with the idea of success, is destined to become a center of attraction. And if this individual continually maintains their mental image in their mind, even if it is at the back of their thoughts when dealing with the details and planning of their affairs, if they give their mental image an important place in their mental gallery by frequently viewing it and using their will to create new scenes of real success, they will create for themselves a radiant thought center that will surely be felt by those who come into their sphere of influence. A person with these characteristics often observes the people who come to them and their enterprises aligning with their plans. Mentally, they see money flowing towards them and all their plans working perfectly. In summary, imagine in your mind each step of your plans, and a little before the time of their execution, concentrate strongly and seriously on them. It is surprising to see how events, people, circumstances, and things seem to fall into place as planned, as if they were being pushed by a powerful force that serves to materialize the conditions imagined in the man's mind. However, there must be an active mental effort behind the image. Those who daydream do not materialize thought. They merely dissipate energy. The person who transforms thought into activity and material existence projects their activity and directs their willpower through the recreated image. Without the rays of willpower, no image will be projected, no matter how beautiful the imagination has projected it. Thought represented in mental images, then vitalized by the force of desire and will, tends to objectify in material being. The student will be interested in reading and hearing the various theories and explanations that different writers and masters have provided to explain the phenomena of psychic influence. Once they understand the true scientific principles involved, they will be able to see them in action in all the cases cited by different masters and writers, and will discover that this fundamental principle explains and encompasses all these cases, no matter how perplexing or mysterious they may seem to those who mention them. The truth is very simple once we remove the fanciful layers that those who have not known the true fundamental principles have placed around it. We observe that this same law or principle operates in many different ways from those I have previously mentioned. For example, we often find situations where a person manifests a strong desire to receive help in their business or work. They have almost lost hope of finding the right person because those they have met have not lived up to the demands of the situation. If they persist, and sometimes they do according to the general plan we just mentioned, they will set in motion the psychic forces that will attract that person to them. In a special way, the two are drawn to each other, and the combination will work for the greater benefit of both. In these cases, each person seeks the other, and the psychic forces of attraction, once activated, serve to unite them in the same way. Often one attracts to themselves certain knowledge and information that they need or desire to obtain. However, it is always important to remember that no miracle is accomplished, as it is simply the application of the natural laws of cause and effect, attraction, and response to attraction on the psychic or astral plane. This person will accidentally encounter another person who provides the key to the knowledge they seek. Perhaps they will mention a book or an author. If one follows the important signs, the desired information emerges. Many people have had the psychic experience of being led to a bookstore and being prompted to examine a shelf of books, which presents a text that changes the entire course of their life. Or they may choose a newspaper, seemingly at random and without purpose, and find information, or at least a clue related to that information. When one becomes accustomed to the workings of psychic forces, these things are eventually accepted as something natural and cease to provoke astonishment or surprise. The operation of the psychic law of attraction is perceived as something natural and invariable, similar to the law of gravitation or magnetic attraction. Once its principles are mastered and the methods of its application are learned, such a wonderful law certainly deserves to be studied, examined, explored, and mastered. An expert writer in the field of mental science, based on the principles outlined in this text, says the following about his system. Wonderful results are obtained through what has been called the law of attraction, according to which each person continually attracts to themselves other individuals, things, objects, and even circumstances that are in harmony and agreement with their most important mental states. Like attracts like, and mental states determine what is attracted to oneself. If you are dissatisfied with what is happening, start working to change your attitudes and mental states, and you will see how a gradual change occurs, and then the things you want will start to happen. A very important fact related to the effect of mental vibrations on people lies in the principle that one is more affected by vibrations in harmony with their own feelings and habitual mental states than by those of an opposing nature. A person filled with malevolent plans and selfish goals is more likely to be affected by similar vibrations than an individual who lives above that plane of thought. It is easier to be tempted by malevolent suggestions and influences than for someone for whom these things are repugnant, and the same occurs at all levels. A person whose mental attitude is confident and fearless will not be affected by negative, pessimistic, and dark vibrations. Therefore, if you wish to receive the vibrations of others' thoughts and feelings, you must adopt a mental attitude that matches those vibrations you wish to receive. And if you wish to avoid the vibrations of a certain type, you must rise above them in your own mind and practice the opposite mental states. The positive always outweighs the negative, and optimistic mental states are always positive compared to pessimistic mental states. Another writer and practitioner of mental science in America explained several years ago her theory and practice by the term correlation of thoughts and things. She argued that when one thinks positively, clearly and strongly about something, they bind themselves to that thing and begin to attract it to themselves and be attracted by it. She asserted that true wisdom lies in managing our thoughts in a way that binds us only to things we know to be desirable and beneficial for us, and avoiding thoughts about things that are bad and harmful. The student of this text will see how this mental scientist used the same principles we have examined and understood within this text. Although she used different names and explained them with another theory, at the core of all teachings and theories lies the same fundamental principle and universal law. The advanced student of occultism knows that each of us is, in reality, a creator of our own circumstances, environment, and conditions. Each of us is capable of altering our mental activities to bring about changes in our surroundings and ambience. The achievements of successful people are, in fact, manifestations of what they previously maintained in their mental vision. Everything is first created on the psychic plane and then manifests in the physical world. The great works of man, such as grand bridges, buildings, tunnels, machines, railway cities, canals, artworks, or musical compositions, first existed in the minds of their creators before materializing in physical form. As you can see, we begin our mental creation work each time we think and create mental images. However, this is not a new teaching, it is as old as the human race. Over 200 years ago, Buddha told his disciples, "All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made of our thoughts." I would be telling only half the story if I did not warn you that a strong fear can play the role normally occupied by desire in the production of psychic phenomena of mental image materialization. No matter how strange it may seem at first, a strong fear that something will happen acts very similarly to a powerful desire that something will occur. As a result, many people, by continually thinking about what they fear might happen, actually attract that thing to themselves, as if they had desired and wished for it. I cannot use occult terms to explain this strange phenomenon. However, it can be said that the essence of the secret lies in the person clearly and forcefully imagining what they fear might happen. In this way, they create a strong mental image of that thing, which activates the power of psychic attraction and brings the feared thing into material reality. As Job once said, "The thing that I feared has come upon me." The moral of this is, of course, that people need to learn to eliminate fear and mental images of feared things. Instead, they should make strong, positive mental affirmations of things that can counteract fear. They should deny the reality of the feared thing and positively affirm their own superiority and power to overcome it. A major religious cult has emerged, advocating a central doctrine on this ability to materialize desired things and deny the existence of undesirable things. Many people, witnessing the marvelous successes of certain adherents of this cult or organization, have been greatly puzzled in trying to explain the same on a scientific and rational basis. An understanding of the fundamental principles of occultism and the psyche, as outlined in these lessons, will show the why and how of these strange and wonderful manifestations. Regarding this topic, it must be remembered that the combined thought of the thousands of people composing this cult or organization undoubtedly provides an additional psychic force to the affirmations and denials of each of its members. In the past and in the present, and probably in the future, there have been many cases of magical procedures producing the results we have seen here, occurring due to psychic influence at certain stages. Generally, these magical procedures were accompanied by incantations, ceremonies, strange rituals, or evocations believed to have great virtue in producing the desired results. But now, true occultists know that these ceremonies and rituals were merely aids for imagination and faith, and thus caused the psychic phenomena. There was no inherent virtue in the ceremonies themselves, and the same results can be assured by following the procedure described in this book. The wonders of ancient magic have been repeated by modern cults without using as many words as the rites and ceremonies of the past. A talented English writer expert in mysticism and magic, summarizes the essential characteristics of the principles of magic. The central doctrine of magic can now be summarized as follows. There exists a cosmic, supersensory, and real means that penetrates, influences, and supports the tangible and apparent world, and that falls under the categories of metaphysics and physics. Of course, there is the astral plane, which is the container of the subtle form or framework of everything that exists on the physical plane. There is an analogy and balance established between the real and invisible world and the illusory manifestation we call the world of the senses. This means, of course, the correspondence and balance between the subtle form of things and their material manifestation. Things created in the astral world often come into reality on the physical plane. All creation proceeds from the astral to the physical. This analogy can be discerned and this balance controlled by the disciplined will of man, who thus becomes the master of himself and his destiny. The essence of will lies in a strong desire accompanied by a clear mental image of the desired thing, maintained firmly and steadily through concentration. Therefore, considering the central doctrine of magic and my explanations on the subject, one can observe that these lessons have taught about the very essence of the wonderful and mysterious ancient magic and its modern counterpart. Regarding various rites and ceremonies, as I have said, they are merely simple symbols and aids for mental imagery and concentration. As once stated by an important occultist, ceremony is just an artificial means of creating certain will habits. They cease to be necessary once these habits are established. The master of occultism views ceremonies, rites, and rituals as nothing more than the toys of the novice, useful and important up to a certain point, but they merely serve to teach the student that they can work without them sooner or later. In this chapter, I have provided enough information to fill an entire book. I rely on you to study it carefully and pay attention to its main points. Lesson 20. Psychic and Magnetic Healing. Probably no aspect of psychic influence is closer to the average Western person than the healing of physical ailments and conditions through psychic influence. Large cults and healing organizations have been built on this basis, and interest in the subject has become a major popular movement. As is natural in such cases, hundreds of theories have been proposed to explain psychic healing phenomena, and a wide variety of treatment methods have been designed to implement the principles of these theories. These occult healing schools, as well as independent practitioners, have a fairly high success rate and achieve a good number of cures. Many Western advocates and practitioners of psychic healing assert that the entire system has been recently discovered and has no relation to ordinary occult science. However, occultists smile at these ideas and beliefs, recognizing not only the general principles involved, but also being aware that these principles and their application have been known to advanced occultists for thousands of years. I do not mention this with disdain towards modern psychic healing schools, as I fully support their excellent work. I merely mention the subject so that the student can gain the correct historical perspective when considering this phase of psychic phenomena and influences. Regarding the methods of application, the true occultist recognizes that most methods and forms of treatment are merely external layers or disguises of the true psychic healing principle. The essence of true methods lies in the principles of applying psychic influence that I have presented in these lessons. These are the strong desire to heal, a clear mental image or representation of the desired condition as it is actually present in the patient at that moment, and the concentration of the healer's attention and mind to direct them toward a single objective, namely, the two preceding mental states. This is the true secret of psychic healing methods. The rest are merely elaborations in the form of ceremonies and rituals that affect the patient's imagination, faith, belief, and confidence, thereby facilitating the healing process. Indeed, with the right degree of faith and confidence from the patient, there is little need for a healer, as the patient can treat and heal themselves. However, in most cases, the presence of the healer materially helps to awaken the patient's faith and confidence, thus accelerating the healing. Again, in relation to theories supporting healings, occultists are able to reduce them to a single theory or working principle that encompasses everything else, setting aside technical details and all attempts to trace the healing process to the ultimate facts of the universe. I can say that the essence of the principle of all psychic healing is to influence the astral foundation of various organs and parts, cells and centers, to bring them to manifest a more perfect physical counterpart. All psychic healing occurs first in the astral body, and then the physical body responds to the renewed activities of its astral counterpart. To understand the true meaning of this statement, it is necessary to comprehend what the astral body really means. Once this is understood, the difficulties disappear and a clear conception of the entire subject and process can be formed. The astral body is a counterpart of the physical body and its organs, parts, centers, and cells. In fact, the astral body is the core upon which the physical body materializes. The astral body is composed of an etheric substance with a very high vibration rate. In one sense, it can be considered a very subtle form of matter. In another, a semi-materialized form of force or energy. It is finer and more subtle than the most exotic vapors or gases known to science, yet it possesses a high degree of tenacity and cohesion that allows it to withstand attacks from the material side of nature. As I have said, each organ, part, center, and cell of the physical body has an astral core or base. In fact, the physical body and all its parts have been entirely built upon the core and base of the astral body. Moreover, in cases of dysfunction in the organs or parts of the physical body, as well as in the activity of the physical body or its limbs, if we can awaken the activities of the astral body, we can allow it to revitalize or energize the physical body, thereby restoring its health and vitality. For example, if the liver is not functioning properly, we begin to activate the activities of the astral counterpart of that organ so that the physical part can be energized and renewed. All genuine psychic healing work is accomplished in the astral plane before it manifests in the physical plane. At this point, I must also emphasize the effect of prana or vital energy in certain cases of healing. This prana is what Western healers refer to when they talk about human magnetism in their healing work. Far from being an imaginary force, as physical scientists and materialists claim, it is known to all occultists as an active principle of the human body that is very effective in the psychic treatment of illnesses. I will explain the details of this form of treatment as we progress. I mention it at this stage to draw your attention to its existence before continuing to consider other stages of the subject. I want to emphasize that cases of psychic healing have existed since the earliest days of history in one form or another. In ancient times, the work of psychic healing was entirely the responsibility of the clergy of the various religions prevalent in different countries, claiming to have a divine designation to perform this work. These priests used various ceremonies, rituals, or incantations to achieve their results. In many cases, they were unaware of the true psychic forces invoked and implemented, and merely practiced methods that had proven effective and had been passed down by their predecessors. However, the priests were undoubtedly expert occultists and had a very thorough knowledge of the forces they used. Although most of the people were very ignorant, it was impossible to teach them things that were beyond their understanding. Consequently, the priests applied healing forces in the form of religious ceremonies and rituals. However, from time to time, as civilization progressed, individuals emerged who healed physical ailments through magical ceremonies and other similar methods, but were outside the priesthood. Some of these individuals undoubtedly had an exact knowledge of the true secret of their healings, though they concealed it to suit the mental conditions of their patients and also for self-glorification. In other cases, however, it is likely that these healers were limited to observing that certain things said in a certain way often produced cures, or that some physical objects seemed to have therapeutic virtues. They did not realize that all the healing virtue of their systems depended on the strong idea in their own minds, combined with strong faith and confidence in the patient's mind. And thus, the work continued. In some of the earliest records of humanity found in the writings of various peoples, there was the laying on of hands, which was the preferred method used by holy men, priests, and other healing practitioners. From the beginning, there seems to have been an almost instinctive knowledge on the part of man that there is a healing power in the touch of the hand. Even ignorant and savage mothers instinctively apply their hands to their injured children's bodies, a custom that certainly has its counterpart in civilized races, where the child is taught to expect physical relief from the application of its mother's hands. And its mind immediately imagines the relief. Not only is the mental image created, but desire and confidence are established in the minds of both people. The same applies to any laying on of hands. and thus the principles of all psychic influence are set in motion. But that's not all. First, there is a real transfer of prana from the healer's body to the patient's, which serves to energize and revitalize the cells and centers of the latter's body. Next, there is the effect on the patient's astral body, which tends to manifest better physical conditions. Finally, there is the combination and union of the minds of both people, which provides additional strength and power to the psychic influence. Is it strange that healings occur under these circumstances? The modern revival of the almost lost art and science of psychic healing among the general public has unusually highlighted the feature of distance healing, where the patient and healer are not in each other's presence. For many, this has seemed like something truly miraculous and positive proof of divine intervention. But a little reflection on the matter will show the student that these healings are not unknown in the pages of history, as shown by a careful examination of the sacred texts of psychic influence. There is nothing more to add. The principles of telepathic communication, or better yet, the principles of astral communication through certain phases of clairvoyance, can explain the entire phenomenon of distance healing. Space is not a barrier in the astral plane, as has been seen in previous chapters of this book. Once the relationship between the healer and the patient is established, the rest is simple. The astral body is induced to become more active, and consequently the physical manifestation improves, and normal functioning is restored. Of course, everything is quite wonderful. All psychic phenomena are indeed such, but we realize that we do not need to deviate from established occult laws, principles, and facts to explain some of these modern miracles that have puzzled and amazed many well-meaning people who are unfamiliar with occult teachings and fear that the world is becoming uncontrollable and that the laws of nature have been overturned by these novel ideas and methods. Perhaps the simplest method of healing through psychic influence is the oldest, namely the laying on of hands. This method was revived about 20 years ago in America and Europe by the new school of magnetic healing, which quickly found its place among the people. Other schools of psychic healing, generally known as mental healing, spiritual healing, or divine healing, usually disapprove of the use of hands in psychic healing, considering it too materialistic and too closely related to hypnotism. However, this perspective is very intolerant and limited, as this method has no relation to hypnotism and additionally offers the patient the benefit of the flow of prana from the healer. Meanwhile, it produces the psychic effect on the astral body, as I have just mentioned. I will quote something related to this topic from my small book titled The Human Aura. In the chapter of this book dedicated to the subject of auric magnetism, I said the following. In cases of magnetic healing, the healer, through an effort of his will sometimes applied unconsciously, projects a supply of his pranic aura vibrations into the body of his patient, through the patient's nervous system, and also through what might be called the induction of the aura itself. The mere presence of a person strongly charged with prana is often enough to cause an overflow into the auras of other people, with a resulting sensation of new strength and energy. By using the healer's hands, an intensified effect is produced due to certain inherent properties of the healer's and the patient's nervous systems. There is even a flow of etheric substance from the healer's aura to the patient's aura in cases where the latter's vitality is very low. Many healers have literally expelled their vital force and etheric substance into their patient's body when the patient was in the weakness preceding death, and by doing so, they were able to restore strength and life to them. This is practically similar to a blood transfusion, except that it occurs on the psychic plane rather than the physical plane. However, a true magnetic healer does not make this pranic treatment the complete component of his psychic treatment. On the contrary, it is only the least subtle part that leads to the higher phases. While treating his patients through the laying on of hands, he strives to induce in the patient's mind the mental image of restored health and physical strength. He imagines the diseased organ as restored to health and normal functioning of the entire physiological machinery, functioning correctly. The processes of nutrition, assimilation, and excretion proceeding naturally and normally. With appropriate words of advice and encouragement, he awakens hope and confidence in the patient's mind, thereby obtaining the cooperation of that mind in relation to his own mental efforts. The astral body responds to this treatment and begins to energize the physical organs and cells to normal activity, thus initiating the path to health. In the small book we just mentioned, The Human Aura, Valuable information was provided regarding the influence of colors in psychic healing, which I am not writing about here, as it is outside the scope of these lessons. Those interested in the subject can refer to this manual in the form of psychic treatment, included under the title of suggestive therapy. Great emphasis is placed on verbal suggestion to the patient by the healer. The patient is told that he will heal and that his organs will function normally, but the student of these lessons will easily realize that the only virtue of spoken words lies in their power to evoke and induce the mental image of the desired state in the patient's mind. The evoked mental image thus produces a corresponding effect on the patient's astral body and activates the materialization of the desired results. Furthermore, words create a strong mental image in the healer's own mind, thus giving form and strength to his psychic vibrations directed towards the patient. This is, in reality, the secret of suggestive treatment. Metaphysical healing practitioners in America and Europe place great emphasis on what they call affirmations, which are statements by the patient of their faith in the healing power of God, Spirit, or principle. The patient naturally gains confidence and begins to imagine the desired condition. This, in turn, affects the astral body and then the organic physical body. Additionally, the healer's mind also starts to work in the same way, mobilizing the psychic healing forces in the manner we have just mentioned. You will notice that the same principle is always involved and put into action and manifestation. There is no particular virtue in the form of affirmation used by the healer or patient, except the important virtue of being able to evoke strong mental images of restored health or adequate functioning. Of course, some forms of affirmations or mental statements are better suited than others to the specific needs of certain individuals. For example, someone very religious will respond better to affirmations and statements filled with religious sentiments and ideas, while a person with a scientific mindset will benefit more from affirmations mentioning specific physiological functions. On the other hand, a person who is fond of ministry and strange ceremonies will be better served by affirmations or statements formulated as magical incantations. However, the difference lies in the patient's mind rather than in the words themselves. Words are merely evokers of ideas or symbols of ideas. Words themselves are nothing. Ideas encompass everything. If you wish to treat yourself psychically to heal a physical ailment, or if you wish to benefit others in the same way, you simply need to apply the general principles of psychic influence outlined here. First, you must be driven by a strong desire for healing. Next, you must form a strong mental image of the desired result as if it were already present. Do not think that it will be. Say and think that it is already so. Then, firmly and positively, focus your attention on the idea. You may assist yourself, as well as others, with affirmations or autosuggestions, words that create the desired ideas and mental images. If you wish, you can achieve better results this way. Regarding this subject, I remind you that the work of healing, in many cases, it involves placing appropriate mental images in the patient's mind, thus replacing the inappropriate and harmful mental images of illness that had previously settled there. Many people are ill because of the inappropriate and malevolent mental images they have allowed to enter through suggestions from others. Fear and dread of illness often act to provoke the undesirable condition. And now finally comes the work of distant healing through psychic influence. I can present it very simply as follows. Take what I have just said about personal treatments and combine it with what I have told you in the previous lessons about long-distance psychic influence. This way, you will have the whole matter. Here is an example of an effective distant treatment, or remote healing as the common term is used. It can be varied and expanded to suit individual cases. Sit quietly in your own room, inducing a calm and peaceful mental attitude and state. Then, in the manner already indicated in this book, form a mental image of the patient as if he or she were sitting or lying in front of you. If you have never seen the patient, imagine a man or a woman, as the case may be, and think of this figure as representing the patient. The best practitioners of distant psychic healing produce a mental image of the patient so strong that they can often really sense their presence. This is, of course, the result of a simple form of clairvoyance. Next, form a strong mental image of the condition you wish to induce in the patient, the healthy physical condition of the organ or body part, as the case may be. Visualize this condition as if it existed in the present moment, not as if it were going to happen in the future. At the same time, it will be good to speak mentally to the patient, as if you were sitting in front of him or her in their physical body. Tell the patient exactly what you would do in such a case. Direct the suggestions or affirmations, or whatever you wish to call them. In some cases, where an excellent condition of rapport is established, patients become aware of the treatment and may sometimes see and feel the presence of the healer. An important American mental scientist instructs his students to consider each organ of the patient, or of themselves, as if it had a separate intelligence, and thus to speak to it as if it truly understood what is being said. It could be said that this form of treatment is calculated to yield very good results. The principle of concentrating the mental image would be strongly invoked in this case, and the astral counterpart of the organ should respond quickly and effectively to the treatment. It is an occult fact that there is consciousness in every organ and cell of the body, and if it is awakened in the astral counterpart, it will respond to the order, suggestion, or direction. It is evident that the author is well aware of this occult law, judging by his other writings, and has limited himself to protecting his knowledge with this easily understandable method of treatment, which will certainly get the job done, to use an American term. Finally, no matter the theory or method proposed in relation to psychic healing of any kind, you will find the same general principles presented over and over again in this text. In fact, many purely material and physical remedies owe their success to the fact that they appeal to the patient's imagination and also inspire confidence. Anything that inspires trust, faith, and hope in a patient's mind and brings them strong mental images of restored health and normal functioning of their organs will make them well. Thus, you have the entire theory and practice in a single phrase. I remind the student that these lessons should not be read just once and then set aside. If you want to extract all that they contain, they must be read several times, with a reasonable period of reflection between readings, so that the knowledge is well integrated. I'm sure that with each reading, you will discover information that was previously overlooked. The lessons cover a very broad field, with brief and multiple excursions between the paths and roads of thought. I hope that reading and studying will transform the reader into someone wiser, stronger, and more effective. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope to see you again.